episodes now on ABC iView.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Iran has threatened to expand its retaliatory attacks to include recreational and tourist sites worldwide as the US says it's sending more warships to the Middle East. Eliza Getzi reports.
As Iranians marked Nowruz, the Persian New Year, Israel pounded Tehran with airstrikes. In turn, Iran has fired on the holy city of Jerusalem and energy sites in neighbouring Gulf Arab states, insisting it can still build missiles and threatening to deny safety to its enemies in parks, recreational areas and tourist destinations around the world. The US military is sending 3 more warships and roughly 2,500 more Marines to the Middle East, where there's no end to the war in sight, despite 3 weeks of American and Israeli airstrikes that have decimated Iran's military and leadership. Yet today, President Donald Trump said he was in fact considering winding down operations in the region.
Victorians are being urged to monitor fuel prices and consider public transport as costs soar to $3 per litre across the state. The state government says it's being assured by the Commonwealth that there are adequate fuel supplies as the crisis in the Middle East intensifies. Deputy Premier Ben Carroll is encouraging Victorians to check fuel prices on the government's Servo Saver, which is on the Service Victoria app.
We can't control oil prices. We can do what we can as a state government and focus on petrol prices and making sure that Victorians get the fairest and cheapest offer available in their local community.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has joined South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas in the final hours of the campaign trail. Sophie Holder has the details.
The Prime Minister was serving Democracy's sausages, joining Peter Malinauskas and Labor candidate Jen Roberts in the seat of Hartley. The inner northeastern suburb seat is held by former opposition leader Vincent Tarzia, a seat Labor would like to snag from the opposition. Opinion polls show a likely Labor landslide, but both the Premier and Liberal leader Ashton Hearn have downplayed those, saying the only poll which matters is today.
The Weather Bureau is warning top-end communities that tropical cyclone Narelle will bring heavy rain and powerful winds when it hits the Northern Territory late today. The storm is travelling through the Gulf of Carpentaria as a Category 2 system, but is expected to intensify into a Category 3 before crossing the coast between Numbulwar and Branbran. ADF personnel are on the ground to help impacted communities. Jess Russell from the Weather Bureau says residents can expect a lot of rain.
Primarily on Sunday into Monday, we will see those peak rainfall days. And that will affect the Catherine River, the Daly River, the Waterhouse River and the Adelaide River catchments, with the possibility of major flooding at those locations.
The RSPCA in Victoria says it's rescued nearly 600 animals from abusive environments since the start of the year. The figure's been rising for several years, up nearly 25% from the time last year, with the not-for-profits inspectors calling for additional funding. The Animal Welfare Organisation says one inspection included seizing 21 cats and kittens from a single property in northwest Victoria. Chief Inspector Michelle Green says higher cost of living pressures are causing some animal owners to put off important pet management.
There are a lot of agencies around that can assist with low-cost desexing, providing flea and worming treatment. We have healthy pet days as well, where people can take their pets in to have a check-over by a vet.
To sport, and former Matilda Kate McShea says Australian fans shouldn't be worried about the fitness of Sam Kerr after the striker was seen wearing a knee brace and strapping during the side's final training session ahead of the Asian Cup final. The Matildas go into the decider against Japan in Sydney tonight as the underdogs. McShea says Kerr, who tore her ACL in 2024, is the ultimate professional and there's no cause for concern.
She's coming back from a major knee injury that took a little bit longer than what we thought. I'd expect her to be wearing a knee brace and doing everything she possibly can. We may not get 90 minutes out of Sam Kerr tonight, but as she showed the other night, she only needs a couple of moments and she can create some pretty magical things for us.
To the weather now for the state. Isolated showers and possible thunderstorms about the northeast and east. Dry and mostly sunny elsewhere. A mild to warm day with light to moderate south to southeasterly winds. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. We're heading for a top today of 23 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 29. Monday, mostly sunny, 26. Tuesday, a shower or two with a possible storm, 25. A shower or two on Wednesday and 26 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 20 degrees. ABC News.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of The Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
The Western Bulldogs start the young season 3-0. So are they the early season yardstick? Oscar Baker, the unlikely hero, to join us. And why were the Crows so passive for the first three quarters? The Hawks come from behind and finish over the top. Does Jack Gunston stay on track for his 100-goal season? And can the Swans cope without Goulden and Heaney? Our run of senior coaches continues on AFL Saturday with the Richmond boss Adam Uze to join us. There is a contract in front of one Zach. The other one is a free agent at season's end. So how do they both handle the season up against one another tomorrow? Several club CEOs have had enough of the Northern States concept to open the season. And Ross Lyon rewrites his own man in the arena speech. All of that coming up today on the award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Tap down, tip inside 50 won't make it. Murray's tackled and the Dogs win a thriller. 3-0 to start 2026 with a 6-point win over the Adelaide Crows.
The gang's all here at the mighty MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Premiership Pie and Luke Ball. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Corby. Yeah, great to be here again. MCG bathed in sunshine and two good games, weren't they? Two good games. It's amazing what happens, isn't it, Mick, when you get, four teams who we think are going to be there, pretty safe to say. Well, we're certainly on exposed form. We'll be there at the pointy end of the season, albeit we're in mid-March, aren't we? But, yeah, two really good games and a lot to talk about from both.
The coaching icon, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, Mick Malthouse is here. One of your old teams, Mick, as a former Footscray coach,
yes.
Fill you with pride seeing the Dogs with such a hot start to the new season?
Fantastic. Good morning to everyone, or good afternoon to everyone, and I hope your team wins. But, yeah, two good games, Paulie, and Corby, the Dogs are really barking. When you consider the two games, or what do they play? 3 games, haven't they?
Three now.
3. Come from behind twice?
Against
Brisbane.
the Lions.
Two big away wins, aren't they?
Yeah.
Big away
I
wins.
got a text from my son last night. He's one-eyed, as his two boys are, and he said they wouldn't have done that last year. Which is it. And I've got a feeling he was right.
Yep.
I reckon that when it gets a bit too hard and the side get a bit of a run on, I think I didn't say they bail out, but they just didn't have the substance to sustain it. Now we've watched them come from behind in Brisbane, and for that last night when Adelaide got in front, I thought, this is the real trouble. But they were good enough to get out of it because of good play too. It wasn't fluke. It was really good play. I think they're a more complete side this year.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear their captain talk about it after the game, wasn't it? Just, he said, a subtle change this year. They potentially in the past went to result when that happened. Gosh, we've given up 4. How are we going to get? Whereas, no, let's go. Next moment, next contest, and next opportunity. And that's what it was like. They had a full head of steam, didn't they? And the crowd finally got involved. And when the Adelaide Oval's like that with the Crow supporters, it is pretty formidable. But they just found a way to win the next contest. And it wasn't Bontempelli was clearly involved, but I think your point, Mick, and probably what your son's referring to, the next guys, the depth is stronger, isn't it? So everyone knows that their top 5 or 6 is as good as anyone's.
Yeah.
The question mark's always been about
the last 5
below
6.
that. Yeah. Now I think you think about even Joel Frazier last night. I mean, his first half was just magnificent, wasn't it? 18 and 3 goals. But Kennedy and Brambles and these sort of guys.
What was Carlton thinking about Kennedy?
Lockie Jakes.
Lockie Jakes.
Nice little
yeah,
player.
that's right. Yeah, but Karmas was great last night, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And I think the final piece of the puzzle is, can this defence, both team defence and then individual defenders, hold up? Well, I think we've seen early days, but we've seen real improvement, haven't we, from O'Donnell and Karmas, and young Selwood shows a bit. He's stiffened them up a bit behind the ball. So I think that's going to be the difference, isn't it, between where they've been over the last few years and whether they can really push ahead and finish in that top 4, which, let's be honest, they haven't been able to do. I mean, they're the facts. They have not been able to do in the last 10 years.
Yeah. Oh, look, just getting on there, I won't say defence, I'll say backline. To me, the backline is stiffened up. It is far more predictable. And when I say that, ball goes in, there's no hesitation now of the third man leaving it and actually not trying to mark it, thump the hell out of it, put the ball on the deck. Then you've got those 2 young fellas on the half-back flank or back pockets. When they pick the football up, you know they're going to try to get the ball out of the back half. And off air we were saying about defence. The best form of defence you've got ever is to have the footy. The second best part of defence is have the ball in your forward line. If the opposition have got it, let them have it in your forward line and you protect it so it can't come out. What they're doing, the Dogs, Bailey is no longer their only transport out of the back line. Bailey Dale.
Yeah.
So what they're doing now is they're able to get their mids are working very well back there and getting the ball up the ground. I think they're really the genuine deal.
So, some great analysis from David King during the week too, talking about the way that they're set up on Fox Footy, and it was almost like basketball, really. It's like I think they're ranked 18th in the competition for defence between the arcs. So it's basically, let's all run back, defend our defensive 50, and then let's transition and obviously worry about what it looks like going inside 50. But whatever happens between the arcs is almost like the mid-court in basketball. Let's not worry about it. Let's get back, defend the part that we need to. So you can certainly see that as a huge...
Well, and then your reference off the top, why did it take Adelaide so long to play like they did in that 10-minute burst in the last quarter? Well, part of it was because of that. And Matty Nicks was asked about that after the game. He said, look, we encourage our players to take what they're given, and in the end they probably overdid that. All the uncontested marks and chipping around because the Dogs were, like you said, Corb, getting back to support their defence. And really, I guess the questions will come when teams like Hawthorn, like Sydney, play with that high-octane speed from the get-go. That's still going to be the question mark about the Dogs' defence and whether... Because ultimately you've still got to hold up one-on-one. We saw Thursday night, in the end... Barras just destroyed Charlie Curnow.
Yeah.
Sicily just destroyed his. They just won one-on-one ball ahead of, and so that test will still come. But for now, they are defending well as a team.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. Your calls, by the way, 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Some of the big moments last night was awesome to see Isaac Rankin back. He was relatively quiet, as were a lot of his teammates, I guess, in the way that they played through the first 3 quarters. But it felt like he'd kicked the game winner at this moment in the final term.
Rankin plays on. Is this his comeback moment? Rankin, not quite. It went through. It's a goal. Isaac Rankin from absolutely nothing in his pocket in front of the scoreboard. It's been 7 months away from footy. He's learned his lesson and he's kicked the goal. The Crows are in front.
Tom rode it the whole way home, and it felt like that. As soon as he kicked it, we thought, oh, no, it's not happening. All of a sudden, you think, hang on, he's kicked it from the most ridiculous angle. And at that moment, it felt like the momentum was just too much, that Adelaide were going to finish over the top. And as you pointed out off the top, Mick, what a response from the Dogs. So Bailey Williams goals, they get that handy long-range point. And then this man, Oscar Baker, who stands up in this moment and has really the biggest moment of his footballing life so far.
Norton with the shove, Darcy with the juggle, hands it to Baker, off balance, tight angle, screws it, through for a goal! Oscar Baker, the unlikely hero for the Western Bulldogs, as he shushes the crowd and puts the Dogs up by 7.
It was a game of big moments down the stretch. I mean, the question's going to be asked around the Crows as to why they were so passive up until that point in the way that they went about it. I mean, again, they scored in bunches last night, where when they kicked goals, it was overwhelming. I think they kicked 5 on the trot in that last quarter. It looked like they were going to finish over the top. And yet, outside of these little bursts where they would kick goals in bunches, they didn't seem to play with the same flair and the same dare that we saw from them when they were at their brilliant best in 2025.
Yeah, again, off air, we're talking about, they just remind me so much of the way Fremantle play. There's a safety aspect, and again, Bully will go through what we spoke about, is that there's a time to defend and there's a time to attack. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to be ultra defensive in your back half and just chip it around and keep. Look, I don't think anyone's chasing stats. You know, it's only because that's what ends up happening. You look in front of you can't work the ball through. The go is to run the football. When Fremantle and Adelaide get on their bike and start to run the ball and take them on in front, they are a totally different side. I don't think any side, and this is bar none, can sustain the run and attack and the intensity for 4 quarters. We've seen it with big scores going up to 3-quarter time. Even we're going to be watching the Gold Coast later on. They, for first 3 quarters, were fantastic. In the last quarter, they sort of just, they were tired because it really does exhaust you. But Adelaide seemed to be waiting. Fremantle seemed to be waiting. And sometimes against the best sides, they wait too long. Yeah. Their game has got to be, they've got to start with a passion to move the ball and hold the ball in their forward line. And I just think they're going to be victims of having 3 big forwards that can all kick goals, watching the ball from 80, 90 metres away going, well, get the ball to us, and not being able to, unless they start. I don't say, this word take on is really nonsense. It's running the football at your opposition to create the play.
Yeah, and the game's set up for it now, as we know, with the stand rule and that sort of stuff. And so it's the overlap, it's the keeping the ball in motion, as you said. Again, we see Sydney. But so there's an element of personnel, or there's a factor of being at personnel-based from the Crows' point of view. You think about through the middle of the ground, they're pretty workmanlike, especially without ranking up there and Rochelle putting off half-back and through the middle of the ground. The teams that are able to do that, and again, you think Sydney over the first couple of weeks, albeit when Gordon goes out, they come back to the pack a bit.
That's right.
They're the teams that have been able to do it consistently. So there's a little bit of a personnel element. But the frustrating thing, I think, and you referenced it, when you've got those key targets forward of the ball, going sideways and backwards, sometimes you've just got to take your medicine. And back Thilthorpe in, back Fogarty in, very least get a contest, bring the ball to ground, let your smalls get to work. And I think that's the thing that will come out of the first half of the review. Then when they were behind, they released the shackles. And there's a bit of fatigue. The game opens up anyway. They took some risks, and lo and behold, the game opens up. But there's an element of personnel, I think, but also, you sometimes just go forward. Take your medicine.
Matthew Nicks was asked about it last night as to why it took so long for the Crows to let loose.
Yeah, we're probably a little faster with the ball in the last. We didn't quite get that right in the first half. A little slower than we'd like, and our opposition had given us different options that we could take. We did a fair bit on that at half time about what that looks like, and probably took us a little too long to get that game going in the end.
Matthew Nicks reflective last night. The reason he's on the wrong side of it is largely due to the Western Bulldogs and this man, Oscar Baker, who was the unlikely hero last night. He kicked 3, including the match winner, and I'm pleased to say he joins us on ABC Sport across the country. Oscar, congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me, guys.
How do you reflect on the night before?
Pretty surreal still. I think hasn't really sunk in the end of the game there, but just stoked we were able to claw our way back in the last quarter there when Adelaide were really coming hard and walk away with the 4 points away from home is huge for this group.
I imagine it all happens pretty quick when you're in the moment, but have you had a better moment in footy where you're there in the forward pocket, snap it through, essentially clinch the game for your team? Have you had a better moment in your 51-game career so far?
No, I wouldn't say so. I feel like that's going to be pretty hard to beat. As the kind of moment I've practiced as a kid in the backyard and you'd run around and celebrating and like you kick the match winner. So to actually be able to do it in front of a big crowd away from home is, as I said before, a pretty surreal feeling. And just so glad we were able to get a win.
No, Oscar, well done. It was great to watch. I'm just going to give you some advice because as someone who, and this is a lifetime ago, of course, someone who's been not accused, but of kicking an unlikely goal to win a game, I reckon you've got to get out and own it a bit more. Just say, no, guys, that's shelling peas. I do that every day at training. Don't give the impression that it was a fluke or anything like that. As someone who's been in that position before, albeit years and years ago, I want you to front-foot it a bit more this week and say, no, that's just shelling peas for me. I do it every week.
I'll take that on board from now on.
Sorry, just say, Mick, what about just in that last quarter? What we haven't mentioned yet is, so the clock goes off. Were the players aware of that out on the ground? I think, the coaches both asked about it after the game, and their reference is that, they like to be able to coach teams to manage minutes out there as it is. But were you aware of that at all, that after, Rankin kicks the goal to put them in front, and us sitting at home watching on the TV and those in the comm box had no idea how long there was to go?
Yeah, I remember I was on the bench in the middle part of the quarter, and even the clocks on the bench weren't working, so we had literally no idea how long there was to go, and I didn't really know how long left there was until I went back on the ground. I think there was about 3 or 4 minutes left. So yeah, it was a bit confusing. It was almost bring back the Channel 10. It was a 5-minute warning kind of set up again. So, which was a bit like playing on edge and stuff and instinct, but in the grand scheme of things, I think we handled it really well, and we're able to finish the game really strongly and put in place the things, I guess, defensively and structurally that we probably couldn't have done any better.
Oscar, just tell me about your new back line, and I'm talking about the actual back six. Tell us about some of those kids and the difference between last year and what's happening at the moment, which looks totally different.
Yeah, well, I think obviously you got Lobby and James O'Donnell down there who have been there for a couple of years now, and Buku Karmas is probably one that really stands out. I think his touch is tremendous. He's playing some really good footy and showing everyone what he's capable of, and he was amazing last night. Probably one of his best games he's ever played, I would have said. So, and even like Michael Selwood, Lockie Jakes, like these young boys, Connor Budrick, that have come in, and I think that's working for us at the moment is everyone's just not going outside their role. Everyone's contributing just by nailing down their role, and I guess our game style and the way we want to play is just coming off the back of that. So, they're just a few guys to name a few, but I feel like if you look through our whole team at the moment, we've got a lot of blokes that are playing some really good footy, and it's really helping us win games.
Who is your backline coach, your actual physical backline coach, not the defensive coach, backline?
Well, Daniel Pratt does most of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the backline coach, and then obviously like a lot of the other line coaches chip in with like our defensive kind of structure and whatnot, but Pratt is the main one that overlooks everything.
Yeah, well, it's been a change. You can easily see it, and it really is it's a change for the better. It really gives you a greater opportunity to hold against really top sides.
Oscar, we were talking, and Mick made the point that one of his sons is a Mad Bulldogs supporter, and the text came through that sort of game last night, potentially last night, you wouldn't have been able to stem or to find a way to win again, I guess. I heard Marcus Bontempelli talking about it after the game, that there was no panic. It was maybe a subtle change this year. It's just been about playing the next minute, finding the next contest, and because, again, sitting at home, it looked like the Crows were going to continue on with all that momentum they had. They got the crowd involved. So can you take us out on the ground of that last 5 minutes and they get in front, and what's sort of the conversation and the chat had amongst the boys?
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, and we actually did speak about it after the game. Like, last night was definitely one of those games that in the past, particularly last year, against very good teams as well, like we would have just fallen over when they fought back and they would have just rolled over the top of us. So I guess our ability to just stay calm, stay really positive. Their pressure was elite in the last quarter, and we were probably really fumbly at times. So it was basically just real positivity talk out there and just getting back to the basics, executing that. And we knew that if we'd bring our pressure back on them and get the ball going forward, then we'd have great looks ahead of the ball. Obviously, we've got Darcy and Naughty down there with those couple of big boys. So, and then it was about us smalls getting to the feet of them, and we knew we'd be able to generate some scores. So, there was no real panic, which I think it might be a shift from the past. As I said, we would have lost a game like that. So, I think we should take enormous confidence out of that. And, even last year we couldn't beat a top side, to knock off, I guess, the reigning premiers on their home deck, and then the minor premiers from last year on their home deck is enormous for this group. We should take great confidence out of it.
Oscar Baker with us on the back of being the match winner last night. The Western Bulldogs get home to win a thriller on Friday night footy. Oscar, we're familiar with your story, and you spoke so candidly about losing your mum at such a young age around the BCNA game and your time at Melbourne. You were Lions Academy originally, then at the Demons, then at the Bulldogs. You played your 50th game last week, and it took you 9 years to get there from the start to get to the 50-game mark. And then the very next week, you play a match-winning role. Have you had a chance in the last week, and maybe a milestone game gives you the chance to do that, to reflect on your journey to be here and have really almost a decade in the AFL system? And it's a very different journey. Not everyone comes straight out and plays 50 games in their first 3 seasons or whatever it turns out to be. How do you reflect on your time in footy so far?
Yeah, no, I've done a bit of reflecting over the last couple of weeks, particularly after last week, the 50th. And yeah, as you said, it's taken me 9 years, so I had plenty of time to think about it. And yeah, I mean, the one thing, I guess my overall feeling is I wouldn't change it for the world, in all honesty. It's kind of shaped me into the player I think I am now, and the way I'm performing, and also the person I am off field. And yeah, I want to be a part of this team moving forward more than anything. And I think I've made some shifts in my game that are going to stack up at AFL level, and that's just not so much worrying about getting the footy. It's more my defensive stuff, what I'm doing without the footy, my contest work, and kind of almost be a barometer for us with those aspects of my game. And then I'm confident my speed and my goal sense will come off the back of that if I'm doing those things well. So yeah, I just want to keep doing that, and yeah, moving forward, hope that I can cement my spot and yeah, have some success with these boys.
That's enough footy chat, Oscar. Let's go on to the important stuff. Reliably told by a producer in here, you talk about kicking the match-winning goal. The celebration's obviously a key part of that, but told by a producer in here that you've been known to celebrate a par putt in similar sort of circumstances over the last 12 or so months. Give Duckhook Golf a bit of a plug here. What's next? What's ahead?
Very good. Yeah, Duckhook. It's actually skyrocketed a bit over the last 12 months. Myself, Anthony Scott, and Bailey Dale. We've recently moved into an office. Got some merchandise about to roll out over the next month or so, and I guess going through our channels at the moment is the Duckhook Classic. So it's essentially 2 of us, the boys versus 2 boys from every Melbourne footy club in a 5-hole scramble. So that's rolling out in our channels at the moment, and the engagement's really high, and people have given us some good feedback, so that's exciting. And yeah, hopefully there's many more things to come later on the year that I can share at a later date. But yeah, plenty to look forward to, and loving doing that off field. Yeah, good distraction away from footy.
Yeah, good. So Duckhook Golf, basically 3 lads from the Western Bulldogs, got a golf channel together. You can watch sort of various content, as Oscar points out. Last one, Oscar, before you go. Your surname's obviously Baker. You wear number 13. Obviously, the Baker's dozen. Surely that's not just by coincidence. Did someone suggest to wear number 13? Did you pick it? How did that come about?
No, I actually don't know, actually. I think I got the shoot, but it was only the draftees, when I came across from the Ds, picked all the numbers ahead of that, and then there was just the lowest number available, so I just took it. And then coincidentally, obviously Baker's dozen, and the boys were calling me Duzzy for the first couple of months I was with the club. But that's kind of worn off now. But yeah, it gets mentioned every now and again, brought up in the media and whatnot. But yeah, I don't mind it.
It's a feel-good footy story. It was, I think every neutral footy fan was absolutely chuffed for you last night, and Dogs fans would have been over the moon. Oscar, really appreciate your time. Good luck the rest of the way. I think you're pretty safe to be in that team for the next couple of weeks at least. Appreciate your time.
No, thanks very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Good on you, mate. Well done.
Oscar Baker with us, the match winner last night for the Dogs. So it's awesome to be able to hear footy stories like that.
What a great story.
Yeah. Perseverance.
That's the word, Corby. There's so many kids that just it gets a bit too hard for them. They drop off thinking, oh, that's the end of the world. But to hang in there, that's an art in itself. And don't get bitter and twisted, because that's just going to tie you up. Just keep trying to improve, and you never know when your opportunity arises and when it comes to you, and you grab hold of it. We've seen so many remarkable stories in football, and I hope we keep getting these little ones for the public to be able to hear, because he's obviously a very likeable lad, and it was a great goal. But more importantly, he's got to start to feel that he's part of that side that will go around in September by performing what he thinks he needs to do. And if it's just mad tackling, enhance it.
And that was it, wasn't it? Good thing to come out of the interview. He's clearly honed in on an area that he's worked on over the off-season.
Yeah.
And you look at he's only had 8 possessions last night. Now, they've all been high impact, but his role clearly now seems to be you're more of a defensive player.
Yeah.
So if you get that right, you tick that off. And Mick, you've coached a lot of players like that potentially weren't the highest skilled or whatever it was, but every good team needs those sort of role players who you can rely on week in, week out.
You think one of your teammates, first-year player, Jared Blair, got a game because of his work rate. And played in a premiership in his first year. So it happens. It may not be your first year, it might be your 10th year, but you've just got to work out where you fit into the system. That's why dialogue is so important with a coach, just to find out what type of player you want to be.
15 points the margin at halftime last night, but the tackle count was 40-16 in the Dogs' favour, so incredible numbers. One thing that was referenced during the interview, you asked Oscar Baker about it, the countdown clock disappearing. So we lost it on our screens watching it at home, and obviously they lost it at the ground as well. Luckily, the timekeepers still had theirs going, but the automated, the technical issue meant that it wasn't visible in other parts of the venue and around the country. Here's Matthew Nix talking about it last night.
We didn't have a clock. Yeah, but that happens. My understanding is it was across the board. The whole stadium went down. So you got to do what you got to do in that moment. We can look at how long's gone in the quarter, and we work it out from that. So it changes maybe the mode you're in. But our guys, there's no excuse there at all. It's up to them, us getting it done, isn't it? We didn't get it done.
Oscar Baker referenced it about the old Channel 10 days and the nostalgia with the count-up clock in the last 5 minutes. Did you prefer it? Did it add to the drama? The talkback number 1300 558 222 with the clock failing last night. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse. And I'm pleased to say our run of senior coaches continues, and Adam Uze, the man leading the way for Richmond into his 3rd season, joins us on the program. Adam, appreciate your time.
No worries, guys. Good to be here.
How do you reflect on last week? So, obviously, you had a boatload of scoring shots coming home. Ultimately, you fell short. What was the overwhelming feeling coming out of it?
Oh, well, the initial feeling was we had a sour taste in our mouth because we don't win the game, and we felt like we gave ourselves the opportunity to do so. But as we did last year, and as I've said earlier this year, we're going to review every game really honestly. We weren't. Our first half wasn't up to standard. We obviously gave them too much of a start, and they smashed us around a contest. So it was pleasing that our response and the way we did give ourselves that opportunity in the second half. The second half did look like the game that we wanted, the way we want to play. It was just unfortunate we didn't get the win. But right now we get an opportunity against a top 4 team, and expect to start really well.
Tom Brown played every game last year, and yet he wasn't in the team for round 1, despite the fact you did have a number of injuries. What was the reasoning behind that?
Oh, well, we're in a position right now when you've got an extra guy on the bench. We're in a position, we're trying to work out what our best blend is, and we played 3 talls last week. We've got Bolton Miller and we played Gibcus. So we went a little bit taller against a team that wants to go straight and wants to kick it long, and Carlton had obviously some big boys. So, we're just going to work out what the best balance of our team is, and obviously Brandon gets an opportunity today with Floston in, and we'll play Brody a bit taller. So, we're going to we need to get a feeling now that we've got some talent available, and when you look at it in our back end, we've got Luke Traynor, Gibcus, Campbell Gray, Caleb Smith in the 2s right now. So it's our back line right now. We do have a bit of depth, which is nice, and it's exactly what we want. So we'll have some good players playing VFL footy, but like I said, it's more the balance of the team, and we'll go a little bit smaller today.
You had an episode with McKelty Lafau in the off-season where he clearly got caught drink driving. He was subsequently suspended for 2 games. The club wasn't aware of that until the media reports obviously surfaced on that front. So he serves his 2-week suspension. He was able to play in one of those weeks in the VFL, and yet here he is, straight back in at the earliest possible opportunity. Do you feel like that's enough, that he absolutely has learnt his lesson?
Oh, no doubt. And he's obviously going through some counselling around that, and he's obviously doing some community service, and he was fined as well. And like I said, when it did happen, the character of the guy is outstanding, and it was a mistake. So we felt like that penalty of 2 games was sufficient, and he's put his head down and bum up for the last couple of weeks to earn the respect back of his teammates, and he gets an opportunity today. And what we did do during that period was obviously moving Campbell Gray to go and help Nank. So we've our ruck stocks right now with Samson Ryan and Tom Sims and a few of our taller boys that are out. We gave him the opportunity. Like I said, he played really well in the VFL. We wouldn't just gift him a game. He deserved his opportunity, and he'll come in today to help our forward line and like I said, earn the respect back of his teammates.
I heard your chief executive come out and say you got a strategic plan. You want to try and win a premiership sooner than what Brisbane did under Chris Fagan, which was year 8. You're in year 3, so hoping to make it around 6 or 7. Do you feel like there's a bit of a time crunch there?
Oh, well, as a coach, that's what you want to do, and I talk through that with our players. While we're trying to obviously develop our younger players, we expect to win every week. We're not going to put a ceiling on when we do get back into the finals, and obviously we do win a premiership. So my job is to fast track that and get there as quick as we can. We're a footy club that wants to win premierships, and we're not going to shy away from that. So it's not a time frame. It's around the belief and the mindset. So we expect that as a club, and we expect our younger boys to really drive for, and strive for that every year. So no issue with any of that.
Adam, star-studded opponents today, obviously. Just looking down, it's been great to see from a footy public point of view. Anyway, Christian Petrarca looking back to his very best. How do you stop him today?
Yeah, and I obviously had a bit to do with him when he was at the Demons, so it's really good to see him in not only in good form but just enjoying his footy. He obviously went through a fair bit for a couple of years, but we just don't want him being best on today. So, you're right, they're star-studded, but at the same time it's system v system. So our younger players are going to be playing on some more Australians, and which is really exciting for our group. And first time in front of our Tiger Army, we want to put on a good show. And like I said before, we're not shying away from the fact we want to go out there and try and win this game. So honourable losses isn't what we're about. We get a real good opportunity against a top 4 team to see where we're at and really test all phases of our game against a really strong team. So we can't wait to get started.
Richmond coach Adam Uze, good enough to join us pre-game on ABC Sport. Adam, just before you go, a fun one to finish. Dennis Cometti's sad passing recently. You were obviously at the centre of one of the most well-known Comettiisms over the years, sort of Adam Uze, YZE, terrific young player, bad Scrabble hand. How many times did you get reminded of that, I guess, over the last 20 years?
And I don't know, is it not a good Scrabble hand? Isn't it? Like, I know worth higher points. I haven't played Scrabble for 30 years, but that was obviously really sad. But I did get reminded of that a lot.
Adam, appreciate your time. Great job so far, and good luck the rest of the way.
No worries, guys. Thank you.
Adam Uze with us, the senior coach of the Richmond Football Club. Nice of him to give us a few moments of his time so close to the bounce as our run of senior coaches continues here on AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Exciting, isn't it? Yeah, just looking down at...
They've got many young players out, Paulie. Hotton's one that comes to mind.
Yeah, well,
they really want him in because they say that he's the best of the juniors from last year.
We got a taste of him last year, didn't we? And then young Smiley, we haven't seen at all. Unfortunately, he can't take a trick with his body. Young Sam Grill was exciting, wasn't he, last week? And then if I had a bit more time, I would have asked him if we're going to see young number 4, maybe sidle up next to see Petrarca at a centre bounce as a player who I'm sure Tigers fans would love to continue to develop in that sort of mould, obviously, in Sam Lawler. So they are exciting. And they're all going to have a really good opportunity today to come up against, as he said, all Australian calibre players who, I guess, the Gold Coast list or squad, aren't they? Are just probably a couple, 2 or 3 years a little bit further along in their journey than this Richmond team.
And it's a bit to say that. You've got to put your memory hat on and say, where were Gold Coast a few years ago when they had these names, Miller, Rowell, Anderson, which was carrying him in the ruck and carrying him in leadership. Then they add Petrarca, you have a look at their back line, you have a look at their forward line, which is very stable. How long will it be before Richmond get to that? They've drafted very well. That's the best thing about Tigers, that they haven't been going, we've got to get a quick fix here and we'll go out and get other players from other clubs. We've done it a little bit, but we've basically gone and got the best kids available. See, that's going to run out soon when the Tassie Tigers Devils start to take over the draft.
So they've drafted 12 kids in the last 2 national drafts, only 3 of them playing today.
Yeah.
So the 3 out there, Lawler, Armstrong and Grill. Yep. On the injury list, Hotton, Fall, Sims, Smiley, Cumming.
And he mentioned Trainer, who's highly regarded, played a lot of footy last year, so he's going to be made to earn his spot. But just to finish up, to do that, they let go multiple premiership players. Yeah. So they did make big calls that other clubs potentially haven't done over the last few years. So it's looking like Whilst there's some heartache, I guess, involved in those decisions, you fast forward and they're looking like, early days, but they're looking like pretty good ones.
Paulie, just to add on to that, I reckon you're absolutely spot on, and I'll take my old side for example, is that I reckon West Coast hung on to players far too long,
right, and
are paying a penalty, whereas the Tigers thought, we've had our glory years, we don't have to make a big change. I know at Collingwood, 2002, 2003, I remember going to the board and saying, look, I just don't think this side's now going to win a premiership. We bailed a lot of players, we said, you can go where you want to go, and we started again, and within 2 or 3 years we're back in the 8 and playing off in finals. So you can fast track it if you're prepared to be fairly bold with your decision making here.
And you've got to get the timing right.
Absolutely.
You're just right. And maybe Richmond, their hand was forced a little bit, where they had guys come to them wanting to leave that they probably thought they were going to keep in Bolton and Baker and Rioli. And in the end, it might turn out to be the best thing for them. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. We're back with your calls next. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Back in 30 seconds.
Exciting, rule-breaking, shaping who we are.
When the song was released, it was banned.
Inspiring arts. In When the War is Over, Take 5 with Van Rowe and the new season of The Piano.
It's fabulous.
Creativity and so much more on ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Paul on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
I think at times you're going to miss players that don't play. But we went into the game extremely confident that the 23 that played could get the job done. And for parts of it, they showed that.
So that was Dean Cox speaking about the absence of Isaac Heaney and Errol Goulden. Arguably their two best players, both missing the other night. Things look pretty good for 3 quarters. In retrospect, they were blown off the park in the final term, and the numbers were stark. They had 50 more disposals, the Hawks, 10 scores to 2, so it was 5-5 to 1-1 in the final term. I know there was a lead change, a controversial goal to the Swans, but really when the game was there to be won, the Hawks' class finished over the top.
They're their two best players. They couldn't win a contest forward to centre, Mick. And the obvious thing is, they go out, they spend big, they get the big gun key forward in. Now, very, very early days, but so far, and it's been said since Thursday night, he hasn't stood up. And that is the sort of game that they get Charlie Curnow into the club for. And he was really disappointing. And not just, I'm not talking about goals necessarily, but he just got outmarked. He got absolutely taught a lesson by Tom Barrass, and that Hawthorn backline in general were just superb and dominant, really in the second half. The Swans were brave and they fought on, but they just could not win a contest forward of the ball. And in the end, you're right, Corb, they were probably flattered to their efforts behind the ball kept them in the game for longer than they probably deserved to be.
Charlie Curnow's going to be a frustration for them, because until he starts to work up the ground and knows how to come and get the ball off the back line, and then yes, he's going to have to kick the ball into the forward line, and he won't be there because he's kicking the ball in there. But that's one way of getting into the game as a key forward. If you're going to be playing a side that's got a very good defensive mindset through the middle of the ground, it's the mindset in the middle and the forward line that denies you the ball getting it properly on the forward line. So therefore, you've got to come up the ground. I don't know whether his work ethic is as great as that you would want in the way football's played. I'm not saying now, because it's all, you've always got to have a hard working forward, but I don't think for a bloke that kicks the ball 60 plus metres, he's not putting himself in a position. When he kicked those goals early, they were virtually to him, and he didn't have to move too far. You've got to get on your bike. The only way to beat a good backline player is create movement. Create movement and create space, so it gives your teammates in front of you options, not just one, I put it on my head.
He's got to get a bit nasty too. I think you think about the Swans, and not his fault, but naturally he's going to be compared to the big signing, big key forwards that have gone up to Sydney. If you go through those, they had a nasty streak, and they had an ability to recognise, hey, okay, it's not my day, but I'm going to make a contact. To your point, I'm going to get on my bike and crash a body, make a contact. Even Buddy, who wasn't a great overhead mark,
no,
he had a nasty streak.
But
he
also
made his
got the ball in the
felt.
wing, though.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
And
Barry,
that's right.
Can't be having one handball and a half a footy.
No.
In a game that's there to be won.
And there was no Gordon, no Heaney kicking it to him. But even so, there's 3 results to every contest, right? So we're not saying he has to win every contest, but he can't be losing them. He's got to halve some contests to be able to at least keep the ball in the forward 50. And he was just getting beaten hands down in that second half by Tom Barris.
Well, let's flip that from last night. And we interviewed a young bloke, Baker, who received a hand pass from Darcy. Because of that very thing, he created the opportunity to get the ball to him. Whereas Curnow at the moment is not creating anything at all if the ball is not cherry ripe for him. He's not working when the ball's not there to be won. He's got to work harder.
Quick answers out of this game. So Jack Gunston, Gary Lyon said during the week, the 100 goals is in play. You need 4.5 a game on average. He's got 13 now after 3. Is the 100 in play, and is Gunston the guy to do it?
If he can be guaranteed, let's obviously even run of health and not resting too many games. The way the game's been played again this year and how smart he is as a player, absolutely. Yeah, he can kick 4 a game. He doesn't miss many either, too, does he? So the way the ball's coming in at the moment, you think about Ginnivan and these sort of Watson and these sort of players, although Watson had an opportunity to give a few off the other night. But, he can kick 4 a game, definitely.
I tend, Mick, I like the idea of thinking how hard it is to kick 4.5 a game. I think some weeks you're going to kick 0 or 1 or 2. So then you're going to need someone that's capable of kicking 8 or 9.
Yeah.
And so maybe Ben King's the guy. Maybe he's the guy that can have weeks where he kicks bags.
I think that's more the case. But you know what we've done? We've underestimated him since he's come back from Brisbane, because we thought one he started at Hawthorn because they didn't give him a game for 2 games. Then all of a sudden he started kicking goals. Now he's the most reliable player forward of centre, because he just when he's got it and he finds space. But I don't think it'll take him long to work out. Is he the key player, or is Lewis?
Well, I think that's about to say that.
He's going to get a player who's just going to go. He's going to get the Tom Barras, who's fortunately inside, on him.
Yeah, you need a support cast. So King, whoever it is, you can't just be relying on you. So Lewis was. I thought that was his best game, obviously, for a while.
Big
on Thursday night, he showed some signs. So that's a positive for the Hawks.
And Heaney and Goulden out. Does it change your opinion of the Swans?
Yeah, they are their 2 best players, and they're 2 of the best 10 players in the competition. So
how long's Heaney here for, though?
No, I think he's back. He'll be back. He'll be back.
You've got to put up with losing a player.
But any team who loses their best 2 players, Mick, it just naturally there's a fall.
I said that, Paulie, because everyone thinks that, look, you get a few injuries, they think this side's just going to, the people you bring in are going to do the same thing. No, they don't. Of
course not.
Because sides will get, particularly when you've got a shallow list, if you lose a couple of key players, you are at the mercy of making sure that the players that come in can at least be semi-competitive for you.
All right, a couple of broad competition issues. One is player movement, which is, it's amazing that we're earlier and earlier. It's round 2 and we're already talking about what happens this off-season. And unfortunately for these 2 guys, it feels like it's going to be a storyline that they're both going to have to carry all season long. So Zach Butters is one. He's a free agent at season's end. He's a restricted free agent. It means that Port Adelaide can match the bid. And Josh Carr said yesterday on Melbourne Radio that basically they are going to do that. So essentially, if you're another club, whatever you offer Zach Butters, Port Adelaide say, we'll offer that to him too. And then you have to force a trade, basically, to be able to come up with the value of what you think Zach Butters is worth. So Zach's going to live this entire year, really, I imagine, not coming out at any stage unless he recommits to Port Adelaide, which feels like a mile off at this stage, knowing that at the end of the year he's going and that this is going to happen, and yet he's got months and months of the season to navigate. And then a very sort of different situation but similar parallels is Zach Merritt, who wanted out at the end of last year from the Bombers, still has a year to run. He's got 2027 on his current deal. The Bombers reportedly this week offered him a contract extension to tie him through another couple of years after that. So and now you're in the position with Zach Merritt where you think, well, if he doesn't take up that contract offer, what does that say to Essendon? And this contract's offer in front of him, and he's essentially saying, oh, thanks, but no thanks. How do those guys handle their current scenarios?
No, it's just the nature of the free agency beast, Mick, isn't it?
I hate it.
I know you hate it.
So does Luke Beveridge, mate, because he's a coach. You've never been a coach, Paulie. So let me just tell you, it is that hard. I'll go back to today. So you were in a position at one stage as a player, you didn't know. So you know how hard it was on you, mostly. But I had it at Carlton with Eddie Betts. People say, we lost Betts. No, Betts from all accounts, from the CEO who arrived from Adelaide, said, don't knock yourself out because we've already done the work on Betts. He's coming he's going to Adelaide regardless. I had him home and, had his wife home, and all they spoke about, and all she spoke about was how much other players were getting. So, it was like Eddie at the end couldn't look us in the eye because he knew he was going. So we knew that. And did we get great value out of him? We got some good value out of him. We didn't get great value. So he'd already made up his mind. I'm in Luke Beveridge's court. We've got to be able to do something that can hold off as long as we can so that these players... And the other thing, I'm not sure... Restraint of trade is very, very dangerous here, but somehow or another the league may have to put a cap on the number of years you can sign a player up for, because I think some clubs are almost overextending themselves to the point where they know they're going to get 3 or 4 years out of the player, but the next 4 or 5 after that are a mystery. But you're still got to pay big money to keep them at that football club, and I just think that it breaks footy clubs.
Let's have a listen to Luke Beveridge. This is what he had to say during the week.
I'd hate to get to the point where rugby league have gotten to. I know there's been speculation that that'd be a good thing. That'd be a terrible thing. I don't know whether our game's just different. If a player within your own ranks declares that he's going to another club, halfway through the season, that's not going to sit well with anyone. While they're here, just commit to what you're doing. And I don't think anyone really needs to know if you've made your call. I think if we reflect back on a player or two who've moved from here, maybe at some point they'd made their decision, but I'd rather not know it. Otherwise, if you know, then you're looking for things in their game or out of the game that tells you that they're not all in. So I'd just rather not know if they've made that call. That's just the way I feel.
No, I agree with Luke there, and I think we've just got to trust our players to be all in the situation that they're in, and you couldn't accuse Zach Butters, I would think.
Doesn't work out that way, Paul. I'll tell you now, I've just seen it too many times when pressure goes on players and they can't handle it, and they give you... They don't play to the level that you're paying them to.
That's on the player. That's on the player, and they're incentivised to play the season out, to play their way. And most players are, if they've been there for 8 years, they would want an outcome for the club that they're at. So Zach Butters, if he knows he's going to go, he will want Port Adelaide to be really well compensated. And it's interesting to hear you say they match. If they bottom out and finish let's say they finish second last, they'll get 2 very, very early picks, let's say, for the compensation picks. What does the decision become then? Because I'm not sure any team who he's going to want to go to, who are in the window, are going to be able to fairly trade for Zach Butters.
No.
So, anyway, that's a decision for later in the year. But I get it.
So he might need multiple options if he wants to come back to Victoria. Rather than just saying, hey, I want to go to the Dogs.
Yeah, that's true.
If the Dogs don't have the draft capital...
We haven't seen that happen, though, have we?
He still wants to come back to Melbourne, maybe he needs to pick another team.
We're seeing players now saying, I want to go there, get me there. So that will be really interesting. And I think... Again, that's just the nature of the beat. And we don't even wait now, do we? We talk about pre-agency. So that's why it feels like, we've been talking about it for 12 months. Because he had at the start of last year, he had 2 years to go, and we're talking about it, aren't we? So that's sort of just part of the news cycle a bit, Nick. But I do take your point. It's not for everyone. And some players will struggle to be able to...
they can't concentrate.
Compartmentalise it and say, no, while I'm here, I'm going to train my backside, play like... And I think Butters certainly fits in that camp. We'll wait and see.
Well, his form has...
But for every Zach Butters, there might be others.
You would say his form's great.
What do you reckon the Bombers are playing at? Like offering Zach Merritt a contract extension?
I don't know why.
I think it's a strange one. Yeah,
really strange. They're going nowhere, isn't in a hurry.
Is part of it... And I haven't spoken to anyone at Essendon about this, but is part of it they're almost testing Zach's loyalty by basically saying, let's see how much you're actually in. Like, so you're saying all the right things publicly. Here's a contract offer. Do you want to be a Bomber for life? And if he doesn't...
Corby, how old is he?
He's 30. So if he doesn't sign it, then all of a sudden you go, right, we've got our answer. I wonder if that's maybe what the Bombers are getting at. 30 exactly. Six-time best and fairest winner. One late change here at the G. Tyler Sonsie replaces Kane McAuliffe, who's out ill. So that's the game that follows in about 7 minutes from now. Don't forget, you can catch up with any episode of this program, AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, through the podcast store. Just look out for ABC AFL Daily. 5 episodes a week. You can find them all there on ABC AFL Daily. All right, the other team which is really in the spotlight today, the glare of the footy world, is on the Saints. After Ross Lyon's team obviously went heavily recruiting in the off-season, they added a whole lot of new players to their list, salary cap bursting. And Ross spoke yesterday about two of his players who were copying a fair bit of criticism after their performance against the D's, one being Tom DeConing, their new recruit, the other being their $2 million man in Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera. That's what Ross had to say when quizzed about it yesterday.
Well, it's not our job. We just support people. That's why AFL football's abnormal. It's not like you do. You're not under scrutiny, right? Like, you choose AFL football, you choose stress, you choose anxiety, and you choose being in the arena. I'm happy to be in the arena. I know what's coming. But you've got to write your own story. And traditionally, both those players have written really strong AFL stories. But we're all only as good as our next moment. So the moment you don't handle the stress and anxiety, it's time to give it away. You've got to keep leaning into it. That's why it's AFL and it's high performance and it's abnormal. If you want normal, well, you step the other side of this microphone, the other side of the fence on the ground, and you pursue mediocrity in your life. These guys are pursuing excellence, and with that comes a lot of critique.
What do you hear there, Mick? Bawley?
You know what? I agree with what he's saying, but it hasn't diminished the fact that St Kilda have been terribly disappointing in 2 games. He's spot on. The pressure's always going to be on, and the more you're in the profile, the high profile, the more you're going to have to expect it.
He could have chosen different words.
Yeah, I don't think mediocrity was the wrong word.
Yeah, that's a bad word.
But I agree. I think he's right too. I agree with.
I would have said a normal, a normal life without that.
Some people don't have that.
Mediocrity. That is pretty ordinary.
It is because you can imagine, ambulance officers on the other side of the fence, they're not pursuing mediocrity in their life.
And doctors and anyone else and the astronauts. So no, I think that was.
I think the reality is, and I heard Big Rui talking about it the other night. I don't no issue with DeConing. I think it came out that I think he's a bit ill going into the game. I think he's the one that's shown, really good signs. The victim of the price tag a bit, and everyone has to pay the salary cap. The challenge with the other guys that they've brought in is they were just sold, pretty sort of just decent soldiers at the teams that they come from. So all of a sudden there's this expectation that they're going to come in and be a part of a group that take the Saints from there to there. That's not necessarily the case. They need continual improvement from those on their list that have done some time there, and then these guys really just need to slot in and play their role. I think that's part of it. Yes, DeConing's the one with the promise, but I think his first game was terrific, and Max Gawn's going to do that to a lot of players, especially in that last quarter on the weekend. So early days, I actually think they might go out and surprise the Giants today. I've just got a funny feeling.
I think the Giants are really paying
They're banged up
for their injuries. Yeah, they are banged up. But
they'd want to, though, wouldn't they? Well, like if they come back 0-3 and they play Brisbane next week.
Well, that's right. They'll be 0-4. And so the big test to me is, can the two ruckmen work together? If they've got to work together because they've gone out of their way to make sure Geelong didn't get Marshall. So they've got to work together. Marshall, to me, was always... I just love the way he went about it. He hit hard. He worked hard for his teammates. This is a young ruckman coming in. The other thing is, which they didn't account for, losing King. He is cursed. I just, when you look at him, every time he looks at the football, he does something. So I reckon they would have been thinking, well, we've got King up there. We can put Marshall in the forward pocket, get in underneath him, and DeConing can ruck and this sort of stuff. So it looks like a really big, strong forward line. They just haven't had it.
And it's getting to the point with that too. It's a bit like Will Day at Hawthorn, isn't it? Where you almost got to prepare that he's not there.
He's not going to be there.
Exactly. If he's there, it's a bonus. But I spoke a bit about the Ross grab the other night, and I know in the media we can have a bit of a glass jaw. So sometimes you sort of feel a bit sensitive when all of a sudden there's a few shots being fired the other way. I mean, the other way to look at it is hilarious in a way where you sort of think, hang on, so... Just so we're clear, what St Kilda's doing at the moment is not pursuing mediocrity. This is a club that's 60 years since they won their only premiership in the history of the club. They've gone out and tried to top up with middle-of-the-road players, salary cap bursting. Ross has coached more games without winning a flag than anyone else in the history of AFL footy. And he's been a media person himself. He's been on the other side of the microphone.
For a while.
So as much as he sort of talks about, that pursuing mediocrity and everything else, it's sort of... It does make...
that was a bad call. That call there was a bad call.
Well, we'll see how they go today, the Saints, and they'll be a story the whole way through. There's no doubt about that. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse. David in Lonnie wouldn't have done it last year, ? They didn't do it last year, talking about the Dogs. Hi, team. Can someone remind me why Carlton let Matt Kennedy go, Brett and Canberra, which is what you sort of outlined as well, Mick, on the way through. Sure. Wayne from Mildura. Fellas, I wasn't overly excited when the Swans signed Curnow, and after 3 rounds, I think I'm vindicated. He just doesn't work hard enough. From Wayne in Mildura. Brendan from Hobart. North Hobart looks great with the Devils playing in their first VFL game. So that is
good, Nick.
It's a sellout, by the way, at North Hobart.
Terrific.
Really good.
First game for the Devils. The VFL's up and running. There's games across various networks, including our own on ABC TV. So the game between Footscray and Casey is on at the moment, and there's just a point in it. So Footscray a little inaccurate at Whitten Oval. 4-11 plays 5-4. That's effectively the Bulldogs feeder team against the Demons feeder team. So that's 19 minutes into the second term. And just to round out on a topic we were discussing earlier, how do you feel about the count-up clock? The old Channel 10 days about not knowing how long there is to go in the last 5 minutes?
Or should we go the other way? Like, you think about all the other sports around the world that the players know how long there is to go. Now, they get messages and that sort of thing, don't they? And there's signs, and there's awesome signs that get held up on the bench these days. And everyone that's sitting in the crowd, if they want to know, can jump on their phone. So why don't we just count down? So
I like the soccer thing where the referee, there's extra 6 minutes and you're going, we've gone past the 6 minutes. I'm watching the Tills the other night thinking, we've gone past that 6 or 7 minutes and it goes another 30 seconds or end of play. So that's up to the referee.
Great hit out, Mick.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week. Ballie's sticking around for the game. Thanks to Craig, thanks to Ben, thanks to Stu. The footy's next. Richmond up against Gold Coast right here at the MCG on ABC Sport.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Hey, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Kicks on goal, the prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out,
snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Make it goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Damien Hardwick comes back to town with his Gold Coast Suns up and about. 2-0 to start the new season, up against the team he led to 3 premierships in the Richmond Football Club. But does he still recognise them after the heavy turnover at Punt Road over the last couple of years under their new coach in Adam Uze? They come together under the bright sunshine in Melbourne this afternoon. 21 degrees on the way to 23. Glorious conditions for Saturday afternoon footy at the G as round 2 rolls on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. There is a late change. Kane McAuliffe's out due to illness. He's been replaced in the lineup by Tyler Sonzi. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here and great to have the Saturday afternoon team all together for the first time in 2026. Looking forward to that. You mentioned Damien Hardwick. He left Richmond and he said, I've got my new toys at the Gold Coast Suns. He feels like a kid waking up on Christmas with the new toys. There are still 6 old premiership players playing for Richmond. There's 7 in the game. The one who's crossed over, of course, Daniel Rioli, totalling 18 premierships out there today for Damien Hardwick. 307 games, 3 premierships at the Tigers. Now at the Gold Coast Suns.
Ray Chamberlain's here as well. He's in the front row of the grandstand. Almost 400 games as an umpire. Multiple grand finals. Good afternoon, Razor.
Good afternoon, guys. It is magnificent here. Shorts only necessary, even in the shade. A little tickly southerly. I know that this morning, Corb. I was making good ground, city-bound on the bike this morning. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing the young up-and-coming Tigers. Just a little umpiring footnote. Matthew Nichols umpires game 450 today. Getting it done since 2003. So congratulations going out to Matt Nichols.
All the best to him. Thanks, Ray. We'll come back to you after the toss. He's got the baseball cap on, Matthew Nichols, which we've seen him sport in recent times for the day games. So I introduced us 3 first because we were all here last week because the season actually started in round 1. And yet on Saturday afternoon, we got an apology that came through from Luke Ball, firstly, who said, look, Premiership Pie won't be there. So we rang Adam Ramanauskas, who said, Ram, can you just get there an hour earlier? And quickly back on the phone call we got, oh, actually, I'm not there either. So all of a sudden, first Saturday of the season, and our experts are both absent. So Wayne from Mildura enjoyed, you know what they say, never take a holiday in radio. Wayne from Mildura jumped on Talkback on Sunday on the Footy Forum, and this is what he had to say about Saturday afternoon footy.
Just before my question, I'd just like to say yesterday, Mick Moldhouse, Daniel Harford and Razor, is that not the best 3 backhand compliments on each other all day? It was one of the best coverages you guys have ever done. It was so good. The ABC have nailed that trio. That is the best trio at the moment going around, the coverage. I love it. So just keep what they're doing.
So the pressure is on Saturday afternoon footy.
Sweating, Rammer.
Despite a great season last year, Daniel Harford and Mick Moldhouse had to hold it down last Saturday afternoon. The gang's back together, but the pressure is on for round 2. First of all, the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball.
Who was it? Harford and Moldhouse. I think we're okay, mate. I think we'll be okay. No, I blame the AFL. I looked at the fixture. I didn't even know the season had started. It's only the 21st of March. There was opening round and practice rounds. I mean, we still haven't got full 9 games. So, no, my apologies, team here and listeners. I'll serve my penance and I'll hopefully bring my best today.
The youngest Essendon Premiership player still on planet Earth is Adam Ramanauskas. Ram, it's lovely to see you in round 2.
It is, and I'm a bit like Bally. I thought cricket season was still on, to be totally honest with you. The season starts so early, but I was at a family wedding up in the Hunter Valley, which was lovely. Now, I'm not too worried about Daniel Harford. He's an early season form type of person, but bound to do a calf pretty early in the year. So
March Premier.
Yeah, certainly that. So,
I was wondering why you always wore shorts.
No, pants don't fit. But look, I'm a little bit with Ray. I'm excited about today. I think Gold Coast have started the season exceptionally well, and it's a little bit new look as well for them. You know, you add Christian Petrarca into the mix, who's been in really good form in the opening couple of rounds, but the Tigers, I guess it's the momentum of what they built last year, and I know there wasn't a lot of wins, but there was still some excitement around the team. So can it continue to build a stack of new draft picks again from the 2025 draft that we expect to see at stages throughout the year, and guys from a little bit earlier than that. So it's a good game, and I think Gold Coast, any chance they get to play in the MCG, they will certainly take it.
Yeah, I reckon driving to this game last year, corresponding time, Ramo, where Gold Coast would have been rightfully favourite, but just had that little thought in the back of your mind. Oh, I'm just not sure. Not sure I trust them away from home yet. You know, in a game where they should win, how are they going to turn up? Well, I feel like today I don't really have that. I mean, this is a game they should just come and take care of business, and you'd expect them to do that. I think, Christian Petrarca joining the team stiffens them up from a leadership point of view as well, and obviously his form's been terrific. Great to see Charlie Ballard back in.
Yeah.
I think at his best last year. He was a really important player for them as that sort of third defender, intercept defender. So hopefully he can regain his best form, and I think Sam Collins will really enjoy having him back as well. So still no Matty Rowell, but I think again Petrarca coming into the team and another year on some of these other young players. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Gold Coast play today as well in beautiful sunshine at the G.
There's a lot to look for. I mean, the Damien Hardwick storyline's the obvious one. It is the fifth time, though, now they've come up against each other. Hardwick a 3-1 record. There was a game last year, though, at Docklands where Richmond snapped their losing skid at Docklands. It was the soulless curse that finally was broken, and it just so happened to be against Damien Hardwick, who was leading the Suns down there. Do you think that plays a role? Does it play on the minds of the players, or a factor in any way, shape or form, the fact that a guy that at least half a dozen, as Ben said, know him so well, is in the opposite coach's box?
Probably not. I would say. I would say now it's more what Bally mentioned around the maturity of a group, and you sort of got to look at these like business trips now. Really, you come to Melbourne, MCG, which they don't get a chance too often at. Come and get the job done. Really, so. I think all that sort of stuff, you play there, you're young, you're this, you're that. I think those excuses are gone now.
Yeah, maybe the year after, given the standing of a Damien Hardwick at his previous club, there was, that year after, there was a bit of a feeling. But I think not now, you're right, and footy changes so quickly. You mentioned there's, every year goes by, there's players that leave, and so there's a new squad, and with this Richmond team, we heard from Adam Uzo as well, they're young and precocious and looking forward to this opportunity. Having said that, they regain two premiership players in Floston and Pressia today to add a bit of that experience that this young team will need. And they did leave one out there last week. They had every chance to storm home and win last week. And in the end, it's really some errant kicking. Yes, it was a windy night, but some errant kicking from their experienced premiership players cost them a win. So he will want them to be in a position now where they're looking at it that way. It wasn't just a good effort and a game we should have won. No, we're dirty. We should have won that. And so give us bring on the next opportunity to come to the MCG and perform.
Just on that Richmond Gold Coast game from round 6 last year at Docklands, we did that game, and I remember in the postscript, Gold Coast had a chance to win the game late. They were standing around near the top of their races. They sort of were slinking off the ground, and Rami, you said at the time, I can still see it. Look, I've played a lot of footy with Damien Hardwick. He is steaming right now. He is a very, very unhappy man. He went into the press conference, and you remember what he said. We've got to grow the up as a footy club, and they did from there.
Yeah, they did. But in the end, a game like that cost them the top 4 spot last year, didn't they? Now, they still got great finals exposure, and we know they went over to Perth and had their first ever finals win, which was magnificent. But, you're right. These are the sort of games where you just need to come and take care of business. So expect them to do that today, but this Richmond team with speed and exuberance of youth, they should give them a game, Corb.
Just repeating, one late change. Tyler Sonsy's in, Kane McAuliffe's out. I thought of you during the week, Ran.
That's nice.
Mitch Cleary broke the little story, I guess you can call it, on the agenda setters on Wednesday night. The roof is now going to be open at Docklands. We're at the MCG today, but there's a
little asterisk there.
So for twilight and night games where the AFL deems appropriate, so where the weather's fine enough, open sesame.
Yeah, so clearly that's got to do with the shadowing that the sun provides at the Docklands. Oh, look, I'm a traditionalist. I like the open and outdoor, and I think on grand final day it's open and outdoor. Now I get if it's pouring with rain, and I get it. Yep, keep it closed. But if it's a beautiful day, just I think it's much better for the fans.
Yep. So you're happy with that?
Love it. Yeah. Absolutely love it, and hopefully they continue with it, and it's even for day games, because we are there for a lot of day games, Corb, this year, I've noticed. And
so that's going to be remaining shut due to the shadows. But it is. We do live in a volatile climate, so I just hope that if we are going to have the roof open, we're prepared that every now and then there might just be a sudden change in weather conditions.
That's okay.
and it may just rain every now and then.
Ray Chamberlain, you've umpired, I think, at Docklands with the roof open both during the day and night. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, daytime's tricky. It's from trying to be able to pick up the players and where the footy is, etc. Between the shade and the sun's a shocker. But probably the biggest issue with that stadium and the surface is when it gets wet. If there's any moisture on that ground, it is an ice rink. It's rock hard, and the grass is very different. I know this might sound a bit weird, but the grass is different to what it is at those outdoor grounds. So I love it when they can shut the roof, they can guarantee a dry ground, they can pick the ball up, they can stand up, and we know what we get. Rammers Point's a good one. AFL Grand Final days played at the MCG. Rammer, I just had a look. There's no roof here, so they don't have a choice.
Oh, there is. But Ray, I was just going to say there is shadows here, as we can already see.
Well, Chamber, I'll tell you what else they've done away with, and that's the bounce. I haven't asked you any chance of it, any thoughts of a comeback from you, because that was the only thing that finished you in the end. Any chance of a comeback, or when our esteemed caller whipped past you up the hill in Anderson Street, it really set in that you've made the right call to hang up the whistle?
I tell you what, timing's everything, and Corbin, potentially performance-enhancing middleness flew by me, Bally. I think, nah, mate, not even for the BGs, not even for one night only. I'm happy what I'm doing now, and I'll tell you what, there's actually a gentleman out here today who's umpiring his second AFL game ever, and there's a new wave of those guys coming through, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do. Who are they, Ben?
Nick Jankovskis, not in his second game. Matthew Nichols, game 450, as we mentioned in the baseball cap. Cameron Dorr, and then Joel Clamp in his second game, as Ray mentioned.
All right, we're ready to go. Richmond all in black with the yellow sash and the white numbering on the back, and then the Gold Coast Suns, they're also in their home strip, all in red. So red on red with the yellow numbering on the back. And umpire Matthew Nichols in his celebratory 450th game. The Saturday afternoon cruise all together for the first time in 2026. We're underway, the Tigers and the Suns. Here with Ben Cameron.
Mankervis taps it down beautifully, straight to Taranto, out of the middle. Ross dragged off his kick. It goes to Noah Anderson. Quickly the Suns back the other way. Shallow inside 50. Broad punches it away. Ball hits the deck. The Suns are there in numbers. Gathered by Graham, half forward. Off to Closey. Petrarca shorts his kick. Maybe overcooks it. It works out though. King's in behind and he marks. 30 metres out, slight angle to the left.
Well, it can be traced back to the wonderful chase. I think it was Will Powell, who started in the centre bounce. It was a lovely piece of ruck work from Nankervis. What a battle that's going to be today to get it down to his rover. But the chase and just the importance of that 1%. It's a good start, isn't it? Force the turnover and then they're away, the Suns, and an early opportunity here for Ben King.
On the goal kicking for the Suns last year, 71 majors. His drop punt here is pure, and it is the perfect start for the Suns. 1 straight 6 in the opening minute. Richmond yet to score. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
So we've obviously watched Petrarca in the new colours over the opening couple of weeks. But one thing I've noticed about him, he looks lighter. He looks like he's getting to more contest. And that's the perfect example there. So first contest of the game, you should be at your absolute quickest. But he just flew to that contest. So as Bally mentioned, Will Powell lays the tackle, ball spills out. Goes to Gold Coast half-forward flank, and Petrarca's already there. So he's just burnt off his opponent, the Richmond midfielder. Got to that contest, able to deliver it inside.
A lovely weighted kick. That's the other thing that stood out, I think. And he's been on record. In fact, he put it on his socials, the amount of work that he did on his kicking over the off-season, and so far reaping rewards.
First goal of the day for the Suns and Ben King. Petrarca out of the middle, first possession. Handball away to Miller. Gives it back to Petrarca. Runs into a dead end. Tackled, got it out. Miller, handball away to King. Handball to Powell. Feeds it back to Witts. Witts kicks to full forward. Down there, Humphrey. Knocked away from him by Broad. Vlosten scoops up the red Sharon. He's tackled immediately and a ball up. This is all going so well. And then I think it was Sam Grill that he ran into, Christian Petrarca, and a young man in his second game. Stopped the champion Norm Smith medalist in his tracks.
Ball up, left forward pocket. Nankervis taps it boundary side and turns tackle up.
Bailey Humphrey back into the team today. He starts deep forward. You expect to see him and Christian Petrarca working together pretty closely today.
15 around from the attacking goal. Left forward pocket here for the Suns. Witts dropping it towards the front. Unable to gather it, Will Graham. Ball spits out. Brill trying to get a handball out of the congestion. In goes Hopper. Extracts it. The umpire quick on the whistle. Get a ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal for the Suns. Punt road end of the ground. Nankervis down for Ross. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50 for Richmond. Into the middle of the ground. Collins sprawling after it. Prestia juggling it against the old mob. And now Lawler applying the tackle on the edge of the centre square.
Sam Collins has the job on Tom Lynch. So Tom Lynch, I think it was fair to say, he got a bit frustrated last week against the Tigers, throwing his weight around. Sam Collins likes to hang off his direct opponent, so I imagine there might be a little bit of push and shove between those two as the afternoon progresses.
Hank down to Ralph Smith, who's held up by Closey. He's lost the locks over the summer. Hugo Ralph Smith, as we saw against Carlton with the buzz cut. First possession here again at the restart. Handball out in front of Petrarca. Took on the tackle and lost. But taking him down Prestia. Ball spills to Taranto. Trying to get a kick away. Now a hand pass to Prestia. Feeds it down the line. Collected by Cambrell. Kicks off the instep. Back in field. Oh, banging bodies and all of that was Lawler and also Anderson. And Richmond win the footy. Taranto rides the bump. Gives it to Hopper. His kick almost a turnover. In fact, it is a turnover. And the intercept mark taken by Ballard at half-back.
Yeah, get first opportunity to get his hands on the footy. He's actually started on Sam Lawler, who started forward for the Tigers. So good to see him back, Charlie Ballard.
Suns trying to switch. Collins marks in the back pocket and then shorts it away towards Johnny Noble. I'll make that Bodie Hewland rather. Bodie Hewland pokes it on short. Finds a leading Weller. Got some feedback in the off-air mark from Ray Chamberlain, laughing at the incorrect player ID as Weller shorts it this time to Johnny Noble. Right on the centre line of the Warn wing. Noble kicking up towards half forward. Contest kick. King attacking the footy. Ball comes down for Graham on the attacking arc. He's dispossessed in the tackle. Ball to be won on the ground. Lawler goes in, gathers the footy, can't break a tackle, gets rid of it to Nankervis. Woods tackles him, spits out to Humphrey. Suns 30 out. King's kicked his second. And this is ominous. They are red hot, the Gold Coast Suns. 2 straight 12 plays, no score, 5 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you look at that, and you're right, Benny. The signs are ominous at the moment for the Tigers because the Suns look all over him at the moment. Paulie and I just took our headset off and both said, how does Ben King slip out to the side of that contest with no opponent? But his opponent's in at the contest. And it's just a little easy handball from Bailey Humphrey to King for his second goal. That's where the Tiger defenders just need to be more aware and clear the zone. But you look at the pressure at ground level from Gold Coast, and that's really what creates that easy goal in the end for Ben King.
They led only 7 times at quarter time all of last season, Richmond, and even the game against Carlton last week where they came home strong. Conceded the first 3 and 5 of the first 6. They've conceded the first 2 here this afternoon. Taranto got it out for the Tigs to Nankervis, worried out of it by Powell. Picked up by Anderson, the skipper for the Sun, straight to Humphrey, who marks right on the 50 and immediately points at the sticks at the punt road end.
Yeah, no issue with the distance here. Just smart, composed, wasn't it? Noah Anderson in the chaos, just everyone flying around him. Was good enough to step out, find space, shoulders out, and lovely kick to Bailey Humphrey.
He missed last week after a dominant start in opening round. Looks for the extra distance, tugs it to the right. In the end, forced to spoil in the forward pocket. Knocked down in all of that by Reid. Eventually comes away the Tigers. And I'll work it out. Broad, quick hands away to Short. Close to the boundary line. A little fumble from Bolter. Put himself under pressure. Miller tackles him and it's out of bounds. It's Tuke Miller. 2 Millers, 2 Riolis, 2 Ewlands this afternoon. The Suns with the first 2 goals, both to Ben King. 2 straight to yet to score, 7 minutes travel.
Umpire hurls it in. Witts palming it down for Petrarca on the burst through. Gets rid of it away to Miller. His handball is a turnover. Pinched there by Campbell. Clears for the Tigers. Long kick up to the wing. And he finds Armstrong. Sprawling mark. One of the Tigers' top picks. Kicks on the left. Partially smothered. Closey mops up. Off the left back flank. Away to Zeke Hewland to McAndrew. And now Anderson. Room on the members' wing. Kick up towards half forward. Looking for a marker. Bolter in front. Brings it to ground. Graham onto it. Suns ball again. Handball errant. Petrarca goes in. Knocks it on. And then coming through. He's short. Very low down for Richmond. And he's wrapped up. Ray Chamberlain.
Of action down here on the Richmond interchange bench. Sam Banks has been... I saw him hobbling in the warm-up. just clutching at a left leg, and he's just having a bit of attention to that too as the quarters unfolded. So one to watch.
Thanks, Ray. Tuke Miller hurried kick forward, but a turnover. Bolter gives it to his premiership teammate Short. Long kick to the southern wing. Turnover, cold. And Bodie Hewlin marks uncontested. And Rioli, that's Morris, looks back at him and questions the kick. Bodie Hewlin, who switched from jumper 32 to 6 in the off-season, and his little brother Zeke's filled out his old locker. Short to Tuke Miller, and he chips it further afield. And Anderson ignores the Reed lead.
Now, finally.
Kicks it to him. He's now 65 out. He's leading almost from the goal square and had that channel at half forward.
It's caravans at the moment. It's Tigers players. It's a worrying early sign. Here's another one.
Reed drops it short, finds Weller, marks right on the 50.
It's no intensity.
Ethan Reed could have had that mark 30 metres out if Anderson had pulled the trigger earlier.
Weller. He's going to lay it up now into a crowded forward 50. Kicks in the Witt's direction. Nankervis at the back. Takes the intercept mark. 12 points to zip. Suns with the first 2 goals. 9 minutes in. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
One of those 7 Richmond premiership players out there today. Kicks up towards half-back, and Charlie Ballard punches it out of play for a throw.
Sorry, but you look at Noah Bolter and Ben Miller. Both hands on knees at the moment. King and Ethan Reed are just working him over with lead and re-lead.
Well, it's 7 inside 50s to zip too, so they need a breather, these Tigers supporters. Tigers defenders, rather.
Welcome back the supporters too, probably. Ballard, welcome back to him after nearly a year to the day out with that ACL injury. Round 1 last year against the West Coast Eagles. Back in the big time. Witts spiking it on. It ricochets back to Nankervis. Free kick picked out. Suns ball. Bailey Humphrey 60 out from goal. And likely an 8th inside 50 coming up for the Suns. As Paulie mentioned, Richmond yet to go inside. Kick to full forward. Broad stands in front of the pack, brings it down. Ben Miller's there, cleans up. Away to Bolter, now to Short off the back pocket. He'll take a bounce and clear for Richmond.
The shadows, the Olympic stand, kicks in front of the interchange. Ball spills down to Davies for the Suns. Hand pass to Closey. Handball away to Andrew. Handball knocked down. Picked up by Sonzi. Works his way out of trouble. Gives a low hand pass around the ankles of Nankervis, who collects and turns it over. Jeffrey with the intercept mark.
Corridor, yeah.
And look at him queuing up here, all the red jumpers. Davies marks, turns, moves it on. Wanted Miller, broken up by Campbell. Didn't mark, just knocked it away. Now still there to be won. Picked up by Humphreys, tackled, ball up centre half forward for the Suns.
Well, they get away with one there, the Tigers.
Off the
poor kick from Alex Davies.
Just off the SMS ball, the ABC team, the MCC AFL treating supporters with disdain. Gate 5 not open with a huge queue snaking around the AFL members gate, but headed for Gate 4. Bloody hopeless. Ken in the queue.
Let him in.
Jeffrey with the clearing kick from the contest. It lands on its point, tumbles out. It is a lasso. Last disposal out of bounds. Free kick to Richmond.
We don't always see this either, do we? The top tier not open of the southern stand.
Not for a Richmond game.
Which I don't mind it, to be honest. Get everyone closer.
It is a decent crowd, more than I expected that have piled in. There's the top tier is open above us.
23 degrees in Melbourne, Benny. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Idea to come to the football on a Saturday.
Short kicking around the wing. Collins puts his fist through it. Out of play it goes. And a throw in front of the members. I caught the lift up with Sam Collins' nephew. Had his scarf on, all of his Sam Collins badges.
How would you know that he was Sam Collins' nephew? Did you ask the question of him?
Well, I said, oh, beauty, young kid. I said, you got your Sam Collins badges on? He said, his dad said, yeah, it's his uncle.
Oh, that's lovely. So, you're a man of the people, Ben.
Isn't he? See, most of us around would just walk in and not communicate with other people on the left, and yet there's Ben just making observations of what people are wearing as Campbell gets a kick inside the forward 50 and picked off by Collins. Right on cue in the back pocket, the Victorian fullback. Of course, one of 4 Suns playing Origin. It was a fair contribution. That the fullback, the full forward, in Ben King, and both Rowell and Anderson in the middle. Kick comes out of the defensive arc. Rioli, that stand, marks at centre half back, flares it wide to Bodie Hewlin. Long kick down to half forward over the head of Lombard. Trickles out of play. And that again is last touch out of bounds. So free kick goes the Tigers' way, and young Grill's going to take it. Oh, chips it very short. It's got to get a move on.
Suns with the opening 2 goals of the game. They lead by that margin, and a free kick for Jack Ross, impeded as he chased after the loose footy. Ross kicks around the worn wing. Contest kick, pack forms, up they go. Lawler in front, doesn't quite drag down the mark. Ball hits the deck again. In they go, Lawler wins it. Off to Sonzi, the late inclusion. Here's Grill looping a handball infield, running off halfback. Brown back in the side, long kick. Prestia out the back. Best passage of play today from Richmond. Prestia marks 35 out, slight angle to the right.
Well, a breakdown there from this Gold Coast Suns defence. Nice bit of play, shaping the ball through the corridor. Lovely overlap handball from young Grill. And on Prestia, he's just bobbed out like a sprinkler, isn't he? Out of the ground, out of nowhere, no one within 30 metres of him. 30 metres out from Richmond's goal.
One of the inclusions back from a pre-season hamstring injury. 95 games for the Gold Coast Suns, but he's wearing a sash today. And he's kicking Richmond's first. A much-needed first goal after a hot start from the Suns. 2 straight 12 plays, 1 straight 6. Gold Coast lead. 13.5 in our premiership pair. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, much needed goal. You're right, Benny. It's a sleepy start from the Tigers. 18 uncontested marks to 4 against. And uncontested possessions through the roof. And then 18 tackles to 7 from Gold Coast way. So really worrying signs early. Let's hope that can settle them a bit. Just have to get some ball in their front half, as we said, to give their defenders a bit of a break because they've been up against it. And just a little bit of sloppy ball use then from the Gold Coast because they've had plenty of space and plenty of options to work through. That might spike the Tigers. We see young, welcome back, McKelty, jump in the ruck against Jared Witts in the first contest.
Let's see how this goes as it's down in front of Petrarca and coming out the Suns' way. Quick hand pass, releases Davies, kicks to centre half forward. Oh, took Miller in the box seat, has it wrestled from him by Brown. Brown knocked it out. The ump says it was holding the ball. Advantage applied. Humphrey into the open goal and misses. She doesn't let those pass him by too often. 25 out on the run, no one in front of him, and Bailey Humphrey leaves one out there. 2-1 to 1 straight, 7-point lead for the Suns, 15 minutes in.
Just on Lynch and Prestia as Bolter takes the kick in and a flower bag up the middle. Nearly a turnover, straight to Yule, and he was held, so we'll get a free kick. Lynch and Prestia, the only 2 players remaining in the comp from the Gold Coast Suns' inaugural list. Back in 2011. So Bodie Hewlin, driving kick into the pocket. Miller, and it's Ben Miller, stands tall and marks defensively there for the Tigers. Shorts it to Sonzi just beyond the defensive arc.
Moves it on. Finds Morris Rioli in front of the benches. Just pokes the pass down the line. Finds Ralph Smith just. Not on the white paint beneath us. Hugo Ralph Smith. Long contest kick down to half forward. Andrew flying for it, can't complete the mark. Ball spills to Davies. He's met solidly by the foul. Umpire gives him a minute to sort it out. Did Davies tuck it underneath? Ball eventually comes out. Umpire Nichols says keep going. Rogers has got it. Handball away towards Closey. Floats a high bomb down the wing. Short in the box seat. Humphrey punches it away, but straight back into dispute. Picked up by Rogers. He's mowed down in the foul tackle. Tigers win it. Sonzi gives it to Ralph Smith. Now the long kick inside 50. Mac Andrew, the double fister out of play. Could have taken the intercept mark in the end. And we got a boundary throw in half forward for the Tigs. 7-point lead for the Suns. 16 minutes in. Saturday footy, ABC Sport. Gangs back together. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy.
Lynch and Witts. Witts reaches over Lynch to tap it down. Collins kick spoiled. Goes to Lynch to Prestia. Misses the handball. It allows in Ezekiel, and he's under the pump. Tackled by Prestia, holding the ball. Advantage might have been taken.
Oh, no.
And he's missed. Steely Green took the advantage. 20 out directly in front and whacked it through for a behind. Oh, that's a bit of a miss there from Richmond.
Noble goes off on a little trot and then just chips back in the corridor to Jeffrey. Short kick to Noble. Umpire says not the required distance. Got to get a move on under pressure from Lawler. Kicks it hurriedly down the wing. Lafau hits it at space. Goes bursting his way through. Runs into trouble in the end and he's caught. No, he's got a rugby league background. He was trying to charge his way through and in the end Graham and Closey held him up.
Just back to Steely Green. I mean, small forward, itching to get his hands on the footy early in the game. I don't mind, but you've got to kick it, obviously. And he just rushed. He had more time. You've got to kick that.
That's selfish.
Graham long down the wing, spills to Sonzi. Hand pass, trying to feed it out to Lafau's advantage. Knocked away by the Suns, picked up by Sonzi again. It's been busy, the late inclusion. Gives it to Ross, kicks back inside. Offhand, spills to Davies. Got a hand away to give a handball to Touk Miller. Long kick inside 50. King runs underneath it. Bolter spoils. Loose footy, centre half forward for the Suns. Lombard collects. Gives it to Dan Rioli. He's mowed down. And guess who it is?
That's fantastic.
Morris Rioli with the chase down tackle on Dan. That's the family business.
I think they're having a little chuckle to each other now as well.
That is awesome. That is a moment you come to the footy for as Richmond try and work it down the wing in the wake of it. Ben Miller fumbles it, allows in Gold Coast. Jake Rogers mining after the footy. Hopper's in there too. Like a rugby scrum, nowhere to go and a ball up on the wing.
I'm tipping there would have been text messages exchanged between those two throughout the week. And Morris would have said, I'm going to get you. And then I had a little laugh after that tackle. That'll be one of the pitches of the season, I think.
Witts takes it out of the ruck. Banks intercepts it though and gives it off to Sonzi. Richmond with a high kick up towards half forward. Lynch launching. Jeffrey heavy landing. Miller mobs up for the Suns. Gives it back to Collins on their back flank to Davies. To Bodie Hewlin, to Powell. He kicks it towards half forward and Humphrey's in space, but he drops the mark.
Goes back, gets it. Now he's got Ross to worry about, who locks him up, holding the ball. Tides have lifted.
A bit rusty, Bailey Humphrey, isn't he? He's having a bit of a shocker. Plenty of opportunities in this first quarter.
Ross goes out wide. Sonzi thought it was for him. It was for Campbell coming straight off the interchange. And leading goal kicker last year, Seth Campbell, goes short to Sonzi, collects on the half volley, kicks outside of the right boot, down the wing. It'll sit beautifully for Witts. Suns back the other way. Touk Miller. Handball goes back to Bodie Hewlin. Not a heap up ahead. Tights are well set up. So Hewlin's just going to have to go with the contest. Kick to half forward. Ball hits the deck. Banks intercepts. Handball away to Campbell. Campbell kicks around the corner. Davies can't mark. Bangs bodies with Lafau. Short grabs the footy. Darts away. Hand pass went in behind his intended target. Hopper gives it back to Lafau. He just wrong steps his way around Bodie Hewlin. Now he kicks to full forward. Morris is down there. Spoil comes from the back. Spills to Noble. Handball away to Andrew. Runs an arc. Gives it back to Dan Rioli. Short kick finds Anderson, who marks it left half back for the Suns.
All of a sudden, Richmond with just a little bit of momentum. Certainly back into this match as Anderson shorts it to Joel Jeffrey. Joel Jeffrey really the man who filled the gap in the Suns team left by Charlie Ballard. Both in the team now as he kicks to the wing and Witts goes up to mark, gives it off and a 50-metre penalty.
It's against Hopper.
What did he do wrong, Rammer?
He just went straight through the mark.
Suns thought about taking the advantage, but they will be marched inside 50, so it will be big Witts. I think he will take the kick. The mark to be set right on the arc of 50, slight angle to the left.
He was cruising through the little protected area, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Little brain fade.
He knew what he did wrong.
Witts trying to give off the handball to Joel Jeffrey, who is like a seagull waiting for a chip.
Yeah, just outside his range, the big fella.
Witts just waits the kick to the pocket. It's good for long. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Roving the pack, Sonzi off towards Nankervis, and Richmond clear with a long left-footed kick.
Ballard just gives a shove to Lafau illegally. Free kick Lafau. The drink driving suspension in the off-season, missed the first 2 games. I think that encompassed an official pre-season game as well as round 1. Out to Short. Short kicks down the line to Ross. Ross pokes it to right half forward. And here's Taranto, the best and fairest winner from last year. Now a crowded forward 50. He's just going to kick it to Lynch in a one-on-one, and Bodie Hewlin holds him out. Takes the intercept mark.
Very underrated player, Bodie Hewlin.
Yeah, he's a beauty. That's just got to come to ground, though, doesn't it? Big Lynchy. At least halve the contest, get a stoppage inside 50.
I agree with you, Ram. I was a bit surprised looking at their best and fairest last year. Yeah. Outside the top 10 the year after finishing as the runner-up.
He's a very good player.
Bodie's kick out wide to Witts, who marks career highs for hit-outs to advantage, and also score launches in the young season. Long down the wing, and here's Tom Brown. Surprisingly left out last week. He's back today. Looks corridor, finds Hopper.
Suns leading by a goal. Hopper gives it off the Broad, cruising through the middle. Kicks to Campbell, breaks the 50, eyes the goals, and finishes into the post. It was slick ball movement from Richmond. It looked good most of the way. Faded late into the woodwork. Suns by 5 points, 22 and a half minutes into the first.
5 point game, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts throughout the afternoon, 0437 774 774. Long kick out of defensive 50 from the Suns. Brown got there on the half volley, smothered it. Got a handball away to short. High bomb down the line, looking for Lynch, and Collins got a hand in there, knocks it away from him. Oh, they've spotted a free kick in all of this. It's going to go Lynch's way. A late call reaching around. I think even he was surprised he was getting the kick, Tom Lynch.
I don't think it's a... Is he given a free kick? Because he's asked Sam Collins to be on the line. What is...
Might need some help on the clarification
I'm
there.
not sure. Maybe he was out on the full.
Ray Chamberlain might have it. Ray?
Yeah, no, I suspect it's come off Sam Collins' foot.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Tykes put it inside 50, but a turnover. Weller's got it back pocket. Of course, his brother Mav played for these two teams.
Weller kicking up to the wing. Looking for a marker there, and Graham obliges. Juggles it down. Suns ball on the wing. Kicks infield for Jeffrey.
Oh, they're out. Rogers.
Kicks towards that man Rogers at centre half forward. Takes the mark under late closing pressure from Vlosten. Now pokes inside 50. Petrarca takes it. The bare 15, if that. 49 metres out for the man who has started the season on fire.
It's got to feel like they've got to think their way through it a bit here, the Gold Coast. There's players free everywhere, isn't there? We mentioned the Tigers just been a little bit sleepy in terms of picking up opponents and just giving them a little bit too much rope. What's our contested marks up to now? Yeah, 30 for the quarter. That's a big number. So previous 5-10 minutes, they've just been a bit sloppy with their decision-making and ball use.
Two lots of 10 coaches' votes to begin this season for Christian Petrarca. He'll veer out to the right, boot the ball from 41. His set shot is into the woodwork. Didn't spin perfectly. Had plenty on it though, and into the left-hand goalpost. Minor score, the Suns lead by one straight kick, 25 played first term.
Vlosten missed last week. Conditioning block after an interrupted summer. All-Australian squad last year, didn't make the final team. Short kick to the back pocket. Finds Jaden Short. Stabs it to Broad. Waits to receive a hand pass and gets it back. Short running boundary line. Takes a bounce, pokes it up over halfway. Sonzi's got to go. Avoids contact, knocks it down in front of Morris Rioli. He collects, feeds a hand pass inside 50. Campbell hooks the kick back to full forward. Is there a marker there? McKelty Lafau makes it him. He's had an impact.
Well, it's been more his physical impact, I think, Corb. Yeah, he's had a couple of touches of the football, but the presence where he's charged through a couple of tackles, he's sidestepped one or two there, contested situation. He's the one only with his eyes on the ball to get a pretty simple mark inside forward 50. So he deserves this.
Lafau in the end kicks from 40 metres out, straight through it goes, and we got a tie game. 26 minutes in, and Richmond, after a sluggish start, have knotted it up. 2-2-14 apiece. And McKelty Lafau interrupted 2025, just the one game. He returns here and levels the game. Saturday footy, ABC Sports.
So it's really interesting. It's two very opposing styles at the moment. Richmond are playing very skinny. It's sort of like almost playing the game up and down the line, whereas you look at Gold Coast, and Paulie mentioned a 30 uncontested marks. They're wanting to get out into space. They're wanting to switch the ball. So it's sort of contrasting styles, and it's a draw at the moment within the game. But I just feel like as this game wears on, if Richmond can't defend transition when Gold Coast are going to switch the ball, they're going to have real issues later in the game.
Witz goes up, opposed to Nankervis. They fight a draw. Taranto hacks it out of the middle. Inside 50 for Richmond. Sonzi's there. Lafau too. Picks it up. Off to Campbell. Run down. Court holding the ball. Petrarca catches him. He'll have it at centre half back.
We had a lot of holding the balls.
Feels like it, yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Short kick.
There's prior opportunity. It's holding the ball, Corp.
Yep. To the back pocket for Ballard, who moves it on to Closey. Idolised Mark Murphy growing up. Has 33 on his back. We'll kick towards the logo. Pack forms. Over the back it goes. Loston wins it back for Richmond. Kicks it back in the direction it came from. And closely marks as the quarter-time siren sounds. Scores level. Who would have thought it? The Gold Coast Suns had the opening 8 inside 50s of the quarter. They kicked the first 2 goals, and Richmond bounced back with 2 of their own.
We are the goal kickers, by the way. 2 for Ben King, 1 each for Prestia and for Lafau. Ben and I were in Darwin actually doing a radio segment with Murph, and Sam Closey was coming in, and Murph was actually in Melbourne, and Sam Closey was on next, and we basically said, we're just doing this thing with Mark Murphy, and Sam Closey went, Mark Murphy? So he was my favourite player when I was growing up, a big Carlton fan, and he got a real buzz out of it.
He thought he was in the studio, he was very excited.
Unfortunately, it was just us, but he stuck his head in and said good day to Murph down the line, and as you can imagine, Murph was hated that. So
Murph is a man of the people.
Yeah, isn't he? 2-2-14 apiece. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS? One for Ray. This is from Liam. Been really impressed with the umpiring so far in 2026. Seems noticeable that they've been instructed to put the whistle away and keep play going. What do you reckon about that, Ray?
Any positive feedback for the guys and girls in green will be warmly received. There's been no... I know there's been no messaging around, don't pay free kick or whatever. No, there's nothing that's changed there. I think also we're seeing a lot of more transition football with stands, so the ball's in movement a lot more, and I think maybe that also has a bit of a bearing in terms of how many free kicks, less contested, so people are open.
So the new rules make it easier to umpire?
I don't think anything's making it easier to umpire, if you want to know the honest truth, Corb.
Okay. That's like you said, we like positive feedback. Would Ben King have the greatest percentage of disposals being scores? Dead set throwback to Lockett and Dunstall.
Yeah, used to be the old school. Yeah,
might have a look at that during the break.
We'll chase that one up. More off the SMS. Husbridge and is it Mernda line closed? Husbridge and Mernda line closed. Buses replacing trains. Would be more there if not for that. From Matt in Eltham, including me. Sorry to hear about that, Matt. Hope you can get here as soon as possible. And Sia from Tasmania. Great to have Rama back on board. Wayne from Mildura clearly needs to get out more. So Sia wasn't too happy with the crew from last week. But he's a grumpy man, Sia. I know last week he had some advice from me, I think, on the run as well. So maybe that'll continue as the day goes on. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The thoughts of Bawley and Rama coming up next. Scores level through 1 at the MCG. Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Ball to be one on the ground. Lawler goes in, gathers the footy, can't break a tackle, gets rid of it to Nane Curvis. Witz tackles him, spits out to Humphrey. Suns 30 out. Kings kicked his second. And this is ominous. They are red hot, the Gold Coast Suns. In they go. Lawler wins it. Off to Sonsi, the late inclusion. Here's Grill looping a handball infield. Running off halfback. Brown back in the side. Long kick. Presti is out the back. Best passage of play today from Richmond. 95 games for the Gold Coast Suns, but he's wearing a sash today. And he's kicking Richmond's first.
Centre half forward for the Suns. Lombard collects. Gives it to Dan Rioli. He's mowed down. And guess who it is?
That's fantastic.
Morris Rioli with the chase down tackle on Dan. That's the family business.
I think they're having a little chuckle to each other now as well.
That is awesome.
Sonsi's got to go. Avoids contact. Knocks it down in front of Morris Rioli. He collects. Feeds a hand pass inside 50. Campbell hooks the kick back to full forward. Is there a marker there? McKelty Lafau makes it hit. Lafau in the end kicks from 40 metres out. Straight through it goes. And we got a tie game.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Scores level and entertaining start here at the G. Richmond and the Gold Coast as round 2 rolls on. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership pair.
Well, it was all Gold Coast early. When we commented, it looked like Richmond was still in warm-up mode, really, in that first 10 minutes. The Gold Coast did as they pleased right from that first centre bounce, where they were able to turn the ball over and resulted in a Ben King goal. But they left plenty out there, really. They didn't capitalise on their dominance. They had the first 8 inside 50s and really Richmond didn't have it past halfway until about the 15-minute mark of that quarter. But they got going a little bit, and I think it was off the back of their defenders standing up. I think there's no doubt about that. You look at the stat sheet, and it shows Jaden Short was the one that really got them going a bit. He had 11 possessions. Tyler Sonsi, 9, who's playing behind the ball. And Jack Ross, who looks like he's got the match-up with Christian Petrarca when he's on the ball, so he had 8. But they got on top around the contest. They started winning some 50-50 balls and were able to slowly arrest the momentum and get some field position then and take a couple of opportunities with McKelty and Dean Prestia sneaking out the back and kicking a goal as well. So Damien Hardwick and the coaching staff have been pretty disappointed with that first quarter, especially after the first 10 minutes. I thought they were a little bit flippant with the footy. They had plenty of opportunities. There was plenty of open space. They chose the wrong option at times. It resulted in sort of longer shots at goal. They had better options. So, I mean, we know the order of the day is they're probably going to get a lot of looks inside 50. It's just being a bit calm and composed and thinking their way through it. I mean, Bailey Humphrey had a couple of golden opportunities, didn't he? And he looks a little bit rusty and left a few out there, as I said. But a good effort from the Tigers, because it did look like early on they were in real trouble in real danger of getting blown out in that first 10 minutes of the quarter.
Well, contested versus uncontested, really. Richmond are contested, 39 contested possessions. Gold Coast go on the uncontested path with the way they're playing. Then Richmond are playing the skinny side of the ground. Gold Coast want to play a spread and switch style again. So it's really how long, to me, Richmond can defend the ground. If they can continue to defend the ground and not allow that switch and spread from the Gold Coast, they'll be in this game for a while.
We're back into it. Scores level, start of the second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Nan Curvis trying to wrestle it out of there as Anderson holds him up, ball up. You done your homework there, Ram, on one of those questions off the edge?
I have.
Okay, so we're looking Ben King, percentage of disposals leading to scores in his young career. Repeat ball up.
So Ben King, 40% of his kicks result in goals.
Wow. Back in the middle. Or still in the middle is what I'm getting to as Sonsi comes darting away. Thought about giving a handball, decides to kick it himself. Inside 50, spills down to Lawler. Hand pass back inside towards Armstrong. They work an extra one over the top. Clever footy. Prestia to Campbell and a goal. And Richmond are in front. After the Suns kicked the first 2 goals of the game in the opening 5 minutes, all of a sudden the Tigs have rattled off the next 3. 1 minute into the second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3-2 plays 2-2.
Well, it was that man Sonsi again, who's the late change or the late inclusion. He's come in, he's everywhere at the moment. He's had 10 possessions. He was the one that got that clearance and pumped the ball deep inside 50. And then again, it was just 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 50-50 contests that the Tigers were able to win. Good handball chain over the top, the young players involved. So good contest from Tom Lynch, Lawler at the front and centre, Armstrong, and then Prestia, who's a smart player, Prestia, isn't he? Looks like he's going to play centre forward a bit more this year. And a goal assist over the top. So terrific start to the second quarter, Tigers.
Crunch some of the other numbers with Plugger and Dunstall as well as King. Out of the middle go Richmond again. Nankervis, tumble punt inside 50. Sprawling effort from Ballard, knocks it away. Richmond arrive in numbers though. Sonsi, handball out, balling contest again. Eventually Ross arrives, gets a handball over the top. Sonsi pinches it from Ballard, retreats with the handball, back to Ross. He gets rid of it. Away to support there in Banks, who kicks beautifully centrally to Taranto. Kick smothered. Quick turnover and Gold Coast up the middle.
Can they make the most of it? Humphrey goes with a long kick out in space. King's got to run onto it. Cops an unkind bounce. Ben Miller, clever, just knocks it down for Richmond. Out in front of Bolter. Sweeping hand pass to Vlost, and he's going to turn Reid inside out. Gives a hand pass back to Banks. Short kick finds Precise.
Poor Timmy Taranto got away with one there.
Precise back to Ben Miller, back flank.
That's what I'm talking about, though, remember. That should be a walking goal there from the Suns. They had numbers around the footy and the numbers ahead of it. Just finding a way not to hit the right target or make the right decision at the moment.
Miller's kick's knocked to out of bounds. Boundary throwing on the wing.
So we go to the best. Tony Lockett, 57% of his kicks resulted in a goal. And then Jason Dunstall, 48% of his kicks resulted in a goal.
And a reminder of King?
40%.
40%.
I did it slightly differently.
Oh, did you?
I got the same answer, but in a different way as Ballard takes intercept mark.
Show you working out.
So disposals per goal for the players. I thought that was what the initial question was asking, as Collins has it at fullback, flares it out towards the wing. Looking there for Dan Rioli, who works it out with Noble. The two-back flankers exchanging handballs. Now to the runner, Miller. Loops it over the top to Mac Andrews. Running down the worn wing through the logo. Centering kick. Petrarca, 49 out. He'll look to the pocket and he'll spot up his mate in the pocket in Will Graham.
And that's the ball movement I'm talking about. So, Richmond works so hard, get the ball to their half-forward flank. Then it turns over. So that's what developing teams need to learn quickly, is how to defend on turnover. And I'm not saying Gold Coast are a great team yet, but they're progressing into that phase, hopefully. They just punish you. They punish you from half-back on turnover.
I know one team's been trying to do that for 20 years.
Will Graham, one of 7 academy picks, all graduates out there for the Suns today. His drop punt is sneaking through. The Suns level it up. 3-2-20 each of 2, 4 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport before Luke Wall and Adam Romanowskis. So disposals per goal. Ben King 2.4. Jason Dunstall 1.69. And Tony Lockett 1.47.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah.
What about disposals in the back half?
Zero.
No, hard way to find that out, but it would be zero.
I'm tipping Dunstall a little bit, but I don't think Plugger left the 50 too often.
I can't remember. I was a Hawks supporter too. I can't remember JD ever going. What do you reckon? They stuck him behind the ball when they were trying
No. I'm saying inside forward 50. Yeah. Therefore, I can't remember Dunstall Lockett ever leaving that.
Back when footy was footy.
Yeah, why would you?
Oh, exactly.
20 points each, 3-2, plays 3-2, out of the middle, ball ugly, squirts wide, picked up by Humphrey, kicks it down to half forward, picked up by Graham, handball away towards Christian Petrarca, who shoots goalward but misses.
We do like our questions on Saturday afternoon, Corb. So Shaquille O'Neal, they talk about him being the most imposing player ever to play in the NBA. I'm throwing it out there. Was Tony Lockett the most imposing player ever to play AFL football?
0437 774 774. Who was the most imposing player to play the
dominant, whatever word you want to use.
No, I like it. Imposing is a good one. So most imposing player, 0437 774 774. Suns back in front on the Petrarca behind, so second lead change, Suns by 1.
Armstrong marking the kick out. He then sends it long to the wing. Lawler's handball back into the mark, straight to McAndrew, tackled to ground. Umpire Matthew Nichols in game 450 comes in and crosses himself, says I'll ball it up. Some good stories about Plugger and just how terrifying he was. And Curvis winning the tap, tries to follow up. Powell knocks it out for the Suns. Closely under pressure, gets a handball away. Bouncing ball out over the line. The Red Sheeran today.
Ask Eddie Maguire when he nearly copped
the crutch.
A crutch.
And flying down the corridor of the tribunal hearing.
Suns by a point as Prestia kicks infield. Ben Hart told the story on his Hall of Fame induction as Prestia kicks. The Tigers inside 50. Lynch brings it down. Rioli gets it back. Off to Lynch. At centre half forward here, the Tigers. Handball from Ross to Vlosten. He kicks it. Nick Vlosten shows his experience and hands Richmond back the lead. The triple premiership Tiger under Damien Hardwick playing against his old coach. 4-2-26, plays 3-3-21. 7 minutes into the second, Richmond by 5.
Well, that's how you train it, really, Bally. So just keep working the ball backwards until you find that loose. Now, Vlosten is stuck down from his halfback flank. We don't see him kick many goals.
Didn't kick one last year.
But that's how you train. So you get the ball into a contest. It's just quick little hands. 1 backwards, 2 backwards, 3 backwards. And they've all got to hit the target. You get 1 in space and it's a goal.
Kicked 2 in 2023. They're the only 2 goals he's kicked in the last 5 seasons. Now 6 seasons worth. So 30th goal in his 256th game for Nick Vlosten. As we get back underway in the middle, back to Ray in just a moment. Tigers by 5, lead change number 3. Passing through in the middle is Anderson. Took on the tackler, lost, holding the ball, advantage applied. Ross sweeps a hand pass forward. Weller breaks it up from Tresice, gives a handball away to Ballard. Handball goes down the wing for Powell. Just says, get off me, and brushes aside Steely Green. Suns get a handball down to half forward from Powell. Not a good one meant for Anderson. Picked up by Vlosten. He gives it away to Hopper. Handball to Prestia. Here go the Tigers down the wing in the sunshine. Hand pass to Tresice. Measures the kick. Down to half forward. Finds Green. Turns. Plays on immediately. Unguarded goal square. Kicks for Campbell. Who's arriving. And Bodie Hewlin gets back. Knocks it into the... I thought it was into the behind post. Maybe it's through for a score. We're going to
have a little look at that.
I think it's hit the umpire's foot.
Gotcha.
Might be through, but it's another great example of just some sloppy use. Looked like the Suns were out there. Will Powell is going to come off for a breather, but shoulders out and that forward handball to no one. And the Tigers were good enough. If you give them a chance, the Tigers, they'll hurt you. They need to clean up this disposal a bit, the Suns.
Yeah, it looks like it goes through and then hits the boundary umpire, who was crowding, hiding behind the behind post, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the last Tigers goal, Tom Lynch was involved in the handball chain. He has exited the ground very gingerly as he walked off the ground and has headed straight down into the rooms. I'll update you when we get some information.
That's right.
That is a concern.
2-7 last week. He's had 1 kick so far, Tom Lynch.
I don't think it hit the base of the behind post. I think it did go through and then hit the boundary umpire, who was, as I said, hiding behind the point post.
I think the boundary umpire turned to the goal umpire. Insufficient evidence. Soft call stands, which I think is a behind. The boundary umpire sort of turned a signal to the goal umpire. Confirmation on that is umpire's call is a behind. So maybe a point we'll be referring to later on.
Richmond by 6 points. Rioli taking the kick out and kick in, kick out, whichever way you want to look at it. The mark taken by Ballard on the back flank. Comes infield to the skipper, Noel Anderson, running across the defensive arc. And dabs it short. Not his best kick. Ball hits the deck. Davies picks it up off to Petrarca. Tackled, taken to ground by Tresice. Manages to get the handball away. Anderson driving kick inside 50. Bolter tracking it back. Intercept mark for Richmond. He's got it at fullback. Tigers by 6 points. 3 lead changes in this game, all in this second term.
Kick from Bolter to a contest, floating through Petrarca. Eventually he gets it as it bounces off a few hands to Rogers at high half forward. Hand pass away towards Anderson for the Suns. The skipper on the run, trying to bring it back. Misses near side.
It's a good effort.
Nathan Broad's a bit sore here after that marking contest with Christian Petrarca. Not a cop one.
Tiggs by 5 points, 11 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hey guys, how about checking Peter Hudson's record? Steve from Albany. Percentage of kicks to goals.
I bet he went disposals.
Yeah. I actually made the incorrect interpretation of the text message, so my apologies.
Unlike you, Ben.
I had a third option. I thought it was total scores, like goals and behind, scores per disposals, but
Richmond,
don't worry about behind scores.
Any metric works.
Richmond working it down the members' wing. The kick there from Banks just couldn't quite find the target of Tresice.
We're also looking for imposing players in the game, and there's a few coming through. Paul from Torquay, one word, gents. Ablett. Yeah. Gary Ablett Senior, of course.
Absolutely.
Imposing players, Bradley from Castlemaine. John Worsfold, Jack Dyer, Captain Blood. Tim says Byron Pickett.
Yep.
Witt's beautiful tap down for Petrarca, who manages to gather but turns it over by hand. Off to Prestia, who gives it to Sonzi. Handball towards half forward. Steely Green picks it up, gets rid of it to Seth Campbell. A don't argue. A dusty don't argue, but his shot is wide. Through for a behind. Richmond leading by 6 points again, 12.5 minutes into this term.
Did you ever run anywhere near Chopper Pickett, Rammer, in your career?
I was a bit smarter than that. I reckon Paulie might have bumped into him a couple of times.
I tried to avoid that.
That was a steam train.
It sure was.
There's Noble, touches it on the ground, runs to the back pocket, kicks down the wing. Broad floating through, can't complete the mark, spills to Reed, Suns back with it. Petrarca gives it away to Tuke Miller. He kicks inside the forward 50. King gets some space and some separation from Bolter and marks centre half forward, 40 out.
Noah Bolter is a good matchup for Ben King because, well, and I say that because...
In prospect.
Well, no, because of the brain fades that Noah Bolter continues to have. So Ben King, we know he only gets a couple of opportunities a game, and a player like Noah Bolter is going to give them to him because he has a couple of brain fades throughout the game.
So it's favourable for King.
Yeah. Yes.
He started the game hot, kicked 2 goals in the first 5 minutes, and his tally is still growing. He's got 3. And the Suns level the game again. 13.5 gone second term, 4-4-28 apiece. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball.
Yeah, it's still not fluent, isn't it? But that time, lovely kick from Tuke Miller, and it was just the outnumber at the drop of the ball here on the wing. Petrarca involved, nice quick hand. So that'll be a little bit more pleasing for Damien Hardwick. And you're right, just got caught, ball watching Noah Bolter there, and Ben King snuck out the back. 3 kicks, 3 goals. Just needed one, didn't they? Just to break the shackles a bit. But still not super fluent at the moment, the Suns.
And I say that comment, if you put Sam Collins on Ben King, I know they're teammates obviously, Ben King wouldn't get a touch because he just would wear him like, he just wouldn't be able to find the space. Whereas Bolter's just giving him that little bit of space every now and then, and King's able to capitalise.
You can make it a 12th goal of the season for Ben King as well.
Good start.
Is he the man who can threaten the triple figures? Zeke Hewland on the worn wing, short kick. Good one for Graham, too far out to score. Good 70 metres from goal. Looks into the pocket, his kick not a good one. Ben Miller marks, Richmond ball back pocket.
Poor kick and poor option there. Fast play out of the centre bounce. They roll in, you had one-on-ones ahead of the ball, get a long deep entry.
Scores level. Miller with a high kick to the wing. Suns have the numbers. Bodie Hewland in from the side. Intercepts it, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, I can confirm that Tom Lynch has come out from the change rooms, but he's been ruled out for the rest of the game with a hamstring.
It's far from ideal. Oh, and so is that kick. An ugly one across the half-back line. Put his teammates Will Powell under all sorts of pressure. Sonsie wins it for Richmond at half-forward. Hand pass to Campbell. Handball to Lawler. Shakes 2 tackles. Dusty-esque. Gives it to Taranto. Gets it back. Lawler inside 50 to Campbell, who marks, and then he's tackled.
It was touched off the boot.
The Suns thought it was touched on the way through, but the call was a mark, and that'll be 50.
Well, you've got to play to the whistle. You know that. It looked like a clear deflection off the boot, and that's why the Suns players reacted the way they did.
But I'm very interested here, Ray. If one umpire said touched and the other umpire said a mark, what's the rule? Who rules what?
I don't think either call touched Ram. I think that's the issue. I think only the players nearby saw it and heard it.
As Campbell pumps it up into the third deck, he's got a couple, and Richmond go back in front. They are giving the Suns all they can handle this afternoon. Halfway through the second term, Richmond by 6, 5-4 to 4-4. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Yeah, Rama, in the situation where you've got one umpire awarding a mark and another umpire clearly calling play on, it's incumbent upon them to collaborate and obviously square that away. So a 50-metre penalty in that instance would be cancelled.
Yeah.
Because clearly there's been some miscommunication. In that instance, as per Bawley's chat, got to play to the whistle. You got to hedge your bets, and if you don't, you roll the dice. Come up snake's eyes there.
That's fair enough. But you look at that play when who was it? Was it Campbell? Was it?
Yep.
Or Campbell took the mark. You've got 4 Suns players pointing at the umpire, saying it was touched. So
that was a horror kick from Will Powell, though. He's had a couple of bad moments this quarter. He owes them a couple, Will Powell.
Witts wins the tap, but it's Richmond out of the middle. Ross, high left-footed kick. Maurice Rioli out after it. Daniel right there with him. Turns Daniel got him. Holding the ball, and he celebrates it. He says, I'm pointing at him.
15 all.
How good is that? There's nobody I like beating more than the people I know best.
Yeah.
And Rioli, he's got it on the back flank. Richmond by 6 points.
Looks him straight in the eyes, and the index finger pointing straight at him. Down to Morris. Short kick to Bodie Hewland. And the white boots in front of us. Kicks down to half forward. Bolter arriving, commanding in the footy. takes the mark, half back for Richmond.
I love that though. Sorry, Corb. Love him taking front position. See there, Ben King. That's a weakness in his game, not being able to compete and bring that ball to ground. Great stuff, Noah Bolter.
Goes corridor, punched away by Collins, collected by Andrew. Gets out of the tackle with a spin move. Handball going forward, picked off, taken by Ralph Smith. Tackled, ball up, middle of the G. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, we're on Rioli watch with the tackles today, and I tell you what, Morris will be filthy with the men in green. I'm not sure he had a prior opportunity there. Stiff.
Neither ruck decisive out of the ball up. Miller with a high kick inside 50 for the Gold Coast Suns. Spills out Ezekiel and sweeps onto the footy from 49. Eyes the goals. Slick looking shot is missing narrow. And a player on in the corridor, Leo Lombard, was giving it the what about me's, the old Shannon Knowles. According to Brett Delidio, Richmond by 5.
Short with the kick out duties. Long range, he kicked to the wing and punched away by Collins. That's his trademark. Puts his fist through it. Boundary throw in. Between wing and half forward for the Suns. There's a late change coming in. McAuliffe's out ill, so Sonsi took his place and given a pretty good account of himself for a guy that wasn't in the team at the start of the day. 15 disposals, 9 of them contested. Tyler Sonsi in less than a half a footy. Boundary throw in, close to the boundary line. Back out we go. Big Jonathan Brown is the nomination for most imposing players. And Chris, and a shout out to Brownie.
Absolutely.
Too.
Yeah, great man, Jonathan Brown. Hopefully he's doing well and recovering really well from the recent surgery that he had.
Brain surgery during the week and appears to have all gone well, so all the best to Brownie recovering back in southeast Queensland. Nobody mentioned Big Bad Barry Hall yet from Tim and Wodonga.
I've noticed a few have mentioned Ballie's old teammate.
Okay.
Who's that?
Big G-Train.
G-Train?
There's a period there where he was very imposing.
Tigers get it from the stoppage on the outskirts. Morris Rioli, hand pass looking there for Taranto. Ball spits out, Closey hands it away to Noble. Clearing a path is Ross and then goes and gets the footy. Gives it to Morris, tackled by Dan. And the Riolis lock up again. Stalemate there, ball up in front of the benches. 5-point lead for Richmond, 20 minutes gone. Second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Witts palming it down. Taranto soccers it on. Miller picks it up for the Suns off to Closey. Spits it out with a nice handball to Noble, to Powell. Good hands. Now Jeffrey through the middle of the MCG. He'll kick Gold Coast to half forward. Marking contest. Graham and Broad. Graham halves it. Wins it at ground level. Handball away. Rogers steadies. Goals. Neat finish. And the Suns snatch back the lead by a solitary point. 5-5-35 plays 5-4-34. Time on second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a really important contest win by Will Graham. So genuine one-on-one marking contest. That's his 5th score involvement now there. Nathan Broad will be disappointed with that effort.
Doesn't lose too many runs.
And then Hugo Ralph-Smith missed a tackle. And then usually a player's eyes will light up in that moment. But Will Graham was good enough to give the handball to Jake Rogers for a goal.
So pick 14 in 2023, third year in the system.
Yeah, you feel like, so you mentioned Lombard before, hasn't had a kick yet. Leo, Jake Rogers, all academy boys. Zeke Eulen's been reasonably quiet.
Has he been on the ground yet, Lombard?
Yeah, he's been out there. Witts, handball away, hit out away towards Powell. Long kick inside 50. King got hands to it, no mark. Spills down front and centre. The drop of the footy is long and they all sit on top of him and a ball up.
Oh, yeah. He's been out there for 45 minutes. There you go.
Up it goes. Witts palms it down. The tunnel ball comes out the back to Hopper. That's just a get out of here kick. Retreating down to the defensive 50 and Jeffrey picks it off.
We're talking about disposals per goal earlier on. I always remember Stefan Giro for the Dockers a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Jeffrey inside 50, carries ahead of his intended target, an intercept mark for Nankervis.
He had 10 disposals and ran 16 kilometres in the game.
Oh, yeah.
1.6 kilometres per disposal.
He's ridiculous.
Nankervis in the back pocket, kick up to the wing. McKelty Lafau drops the mark, tries to go again. Morris Rioli at the bottom of the pack. Taranto wins it. Little 1-2 with Ralph Smith. And we backfeeds a handball to Hopper. Hopper's kick into the corridor, shocker. Cold turnover. And Ethan Reid was bundled over as well. Could have easily been 50.
Yeah, lucky it wasn't in the end. Bit of frustration from Nick Floston.
Ethan Reid stabs it short. Just comes slightly infield to Noah Anderson. Gains no distance closer to goal.
That's where the criticism keeps coming for Jacob Hopper.
Yeah.
Just those costly skill errors. Kicking off the back foot there.
Anderson too far from goal, so he's just going to lay it up. Kicks to the pocket. King's down there, swatted away by Ben Miller. Nice work. Finds the safety at the boundary line. Throw in forward pocket for the Suns. And the game's changing fast, isn't it? Like from guys that were the accumulators to now all of a sudden it's all about what you do with it when you got it, how you use it. It's a steep learning curve that those kind of turnovers are so costly in the modern game. As Witts palms it down, close to the boundary line, picked up by Anderson. He's tackled out of play, taken out by Taranto on a throw-in. Still at half forward for the Suns. They lead by a point. We've had 4 lead changes, all of them in this second quarter. Tom Lynch out of the game with a hamstring injury. He's actually up on the bench just barking some instructions at the moment to his young forward line. He'll be frustrated, no doubt. 2-7 in week 1 and now out of the game early in the Tigers' second fixture. Ross from the stoppage. Got a handball away to Brown. Has to straddle the boundary line. Kicks back inboard. Collected by Andrew. Got it for the Suns on the wing.
Handball to Jeffrey. Has time to gather it. Then just cuts a swathe through them. Gets the handball to Touk Miller, who gives it off to Mac Andrew. Now to Jeffrey again. Attacking edge of the square. Kicks on goal. And it bounces through. Lunging effort from Jaden Short. Couldn't get there. And Joel Jeffrey showing out in the middle of the MCG. Make that a fifth. No, not a fifth lead change of the quarter. An extension of the lead for the Suns. They're out by 7. 6-5-41 plays 5-4-34. 24 and a half minutes into this second term.
It really starts with Mac Andrew attacking the ball on centre wing. So it was another scrappy kick by the Tigers. And then as if Jeffrey's involved, it gets to Miller, back to Andrew, back to Jeffrey. And it's just a chain of handball through the middle of the ground where Richmond just couldn't apply enough pressure to slow them down. If you allow Gold Coast to run, they are going to split you apart. So that's just a great example of, one handball, then you've got to stop it. You can't allow that second and third handball now in modern football, as Corb's talking about. With the way the game is going, teams are too good now.
Suns by 7, back in the middle. Ball trickles out towards Hopper, who collects. Kicks hurriedly inside 50 for the Tigers, and Yuland.
She's been good, Yuland.
Cody Yuland up strong, marking centre half back.
Eighth mark. Sorry, Corb.
Order of the brothers goes short to Touk Miller, who's off and running, has a bounce. Defensive side of the wing, kicks down to half forward. Ethan Reid gets to the drop and hugs it to his chest. Nano runs a 5.56 2K'er. Incredible number at over 2 metres tall as Reid kicks into the forward pocket. One in long, broken up. Nice work, Floston. Spills out of bounds and a boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Suns. Give us the line, Ben.
You know what we say about Ethan Reid's 2K time trial, don't we? Give me a kilometre head start in a ding-dong battle.
5.56 over 2Ks. Suns by 7. 26 minutes gone opening second term.
And Curvis palming it down. Hugo Ralph Smith with nowhere to go. No room to work. Suns by 7. Beautiful day for footy. Blue skies. Little breeze across the MCG. Red footy in action. And a free kick going the way of the Tigers. Taranto wants to take the advantage, but it will come back. Will go the way of Nankervis.
Been a good battle, hasn't it? The two old stalwart, old school type ruckmen having a wrestle, aren't they? Most of the day, probably Witts just ahead at the moment.
Nankervis puts his boot through it, kicks up towards the wing. McKelty Lafau in front. Another whistle on the play. Free kick. Shepherding free kick. Mac Andrew.
Just starting to have an impact on the game, Mac Andrew.
Gold Coast ball on the wing. Chips it forward to Weller. Picks it up on the half volley, then kicks off a step towards a warmish sort of spot. Richmond down there. Ben Miller drops the mark. Time to recover. Swats it out. Trezise leaves it behind. Banks picks it up. Tackled quickly. Ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal for the Suns.
First of 3 games today, only 7 across the weekend. Very controversial, obviously, with the buys kicking in for the teams that played in opening round. Spills down to Taranto, clears the defensive 50 up to the wing. Ballard puts his fist through it. Ball trickles away in front of Touk Miller. Just paddles it to his own advantage. Tackled it though. Ball comes out. Rogers shoots a handball to Noble. Was he taken high? Up says no. Ball up. Half forward here for the Suns. Hugo Ralph Smith, little hand draping over the shoulder. Suns by 7 points, 27.5 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Witts infringing again. Just shoved Nankervis out of the way. Concedes a free kick. Gerald Witts at 33 now. Most games as Gold Coast captain. 102 of those between 2018 and 2024 as Nankervis goes back to Short. Short will zip around and receive the handball, tight roping the boundary line. Kicks the Tigers towards a contest on the wing. Lawler up, Mac Andrews too strong. Drags it down. There's Andrew.
It's 50. Oh.
Mac Andrews short to Took Miller, pokes it down the wing, finds Davies, who's got it. Davies looks corridor, trying to kick it to King, just mishit it. The ball spills away, bounces off the shins of Tresice. Back inside the Suns forward 50. Still a dangerous spot for the Tigers. Hopper trying to get it out. Now Ben Miller comes charging through, and Curvis involved as well. Eventually comes the way of Grill. Hand pass to Ralph Smith, bounces a kick out of 50, but straight to Noble. Noble sells the dummy around Grill. Noble finishes on the run. Fine effort from Johnny Noble. Sold the dummy and finished, and the defender coming up off the back flank pops it through, and the Suns lead by 13 points. That is a game high. 7-5 to 5-4, 29 minutes gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, and again, it's hard yakka, isn't it, Ramo? There's nothing coming easy for the Suns at the moment in terms of how they're attacking, and in a lot of ways credit's got to go to Richmond. They're forcing wide entries or shallow entries or moments of brilliance like that. You think about the last couple of goals, Jeffrey from outside 50, and that time Noble selling some canning and breaking the paint and kicking a beautiful goal, but they're making hard work, aren't they, at the moment, the Suns?
Thoughts of Luke Ball, Premiership Pyre, alongside Adam Romanascus, the Premiership Don.
And it's probably, sorry, Cole, it's just probably been the skill errors of Richmond over the last 6 or 7 minutes. That, 3 in a row, the goals, but they've more been from Richmond's skill errors rather than Gold Coast great play.
And Curvis the tap. Hopper hacks it out to the wing, picked up there by Closey of the Suns, who shorts a kick for Petrarca. One wing side of the ground in the broad sunlight. Petrarca looks into the pocket. Down there is Reed, and he's got it. Hack mark from the 2 metre tall player, reaches over them and brings it down. 25 out, tight angle left forward pocket.
Oh, it's a better entry. It's a deeper entry, isn't it? It was really smart. Spread from the centre clearance there. Christian Petrarca and wheeling and going and getting it deep. Still a tough shot for goal, but the Suns fans enjoy seeing the big fella here take a contested mark.
19 goals from his 21 games last season to make it 4 on the bounce. He screws it through. Suns lead by 19 points on the stroke of half-time. 8-5-53 plays 5-4-34. 31 minutes into this second term. White ball, Adam Romanascus.
It's a scary prospect, Rama, isn't it? Yeah. You can add that to his game. Now, you've seen a lot of him obviously coming through the juniors, but you mentioned his 2 KS stats before. If you can add some real aerial presence and power to his game, it is a scary proposition.
And in the pre-season, they moved him up to the wing to sort of make room for Jamara. So they're probably thinking, hey, we can do so many things with this guy.
Oh, they can do.
Well, he can play in the ruck. I mean, that's the thing with 5 on the bench. He's isn't he? Perfect to be able to pinch it in the ruck. And
now even throwing behind the ball at centre-half back if you want to swing back Andrew forward, for example.
Like a blitz-half style. They can do a bit of everything.
I think, look, Adam Uze, he's going to be really disappointed with this last 10 minutes from the Tigers.
It's now 19 points. They led on a couple of occasions. We had 4 lead changes earlier in the quarter, and yet they're now 19 down. Prestia puts it inside 50. Zeke Yulin takes a mark after about 4 juggled attempts. Hugs it to his chest as he's lying. Sorry, Bodie Yulin takes the mark in defensive goal square.
He's had a big first half. That's his 5th mark. Intercept mark, rather. Opposition kick. Oh.
Goes to Andrew. Andrew trying to spear one through, picked off by Campbell, and in the end it trickles out of bounds. Well, the boundary throw in here, half forward for the Tigs. So 19-point lead, Suns on top. They've kicked the last 4 goals in the game. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We're looking for the most imposing player in the game. Historical figures, all welcome. Paul from Yarrawonga. I just think of Dipper and Dermy. Imposing players, Stephen says the great Anthony Koutafidis.
At his best, absolutely.
Nankervis punches it out of the boundary throw-in, straight over the boundary line. So free kick going the way of Closey and the Suns on the left-back flank. Comes infield to Ballard, who shorts it again. Away to Noble, gives it to the run of Anderson by hand. And number 1 metres game by handball team in the comp. Off to Bodie Hewlin, who kicks to half forward, long marks, has King in the pocket, ignores that. 60 out from goal. Goes in the King direction now, run and jump. Bolter shoves him underneath it. Free kick. And there's one of those brain fades you've spoken about, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's just not needed. It's such a simple decision for the umpire.
He lost track of him.
Yeah. He did. I'll tell you what, though, Ben King, you'd love to see Ben King step into him there and hold his ground and take a mark. I know it's not him, but in a way, he's a little bit stiff, Noah Bolter. The other key forward would have anchored and stepped into him. And anyway,
it's going to be his 5th kick of the afternoon. Ben King, for his 4th goal, he pops it through. 9-5-59 plays 5-4-34. They trail by 6 points. The Gold Coast Suns 16 minutes into their second term. They've kicked the next 5 goals to lead by 25 points. Less than a minute away from half-time.
4th kick. Hang on, 4th kick. Don't go messing up the ratio here, mate. 4 kicks, 4 goals.
5th kick. You guys have gone too early. Look at champion data.
5th disposal.
5th disposal. Oh, no.
It's a clanger.
Oh, no, that's a clanger.
Dan,
5th disposal, 4th kick.
Let's stick with kicks. 4 from 4, so going at 100%.
That would have sounded so much better on the call too.
That's they're going to kick a lot of goals this year, the Suns, and he's going to kick a boatload of them. So that takes him to 13 for the year. Ben King in the ding-dong battle already with Jack Gunston in the early Coleman medal race.
Oh, you mentioned Jamara, but you're forgetting about Jed Walter.
Yep. So those 2 guys are available but not picked. Gee, it's a good problem to have as Witts gets a free kick for the throw in the middle, kicks towards Reed, who leaps up and marks, and the Suns are on a hot streak to end the half.
If Jed Walter is not picked a lot this year, he'll be the hottest player on the trade market come year's end.
It's crazy that they've got Walter, they've got King, and they've got Jamara, and all of them are off contract at season's end. Yep. Can you imagine the clubs lining up? You think, say, 2 of the 3 play, whoever the 3rd one is, there is going to be a queue for them. Perhaps Jamara with the asterisks on that for different reasons. As Reed comes in, he doubles up, and the Suns' lead grows. A dominant end of the first half, and they are stretching this game out. 31 points, the Suns' advantage, 10-5 to 5-4, 35 and a half gone in the second.
Well, it's been, what's that, 6 goals in 15 minutes of football. So, and you look there, that's Jared Witts delivering the ball inside forward 50. Noah Bolter is Reed's direct opponent on that occasion. Just couldn't get his arm in there for the spoil. But yeah, I mentioned Adamuzo would be disappointed. He'll be furious now coming into half time.
Cool.
Yep. It's graduated, hasn't it?
So red time goals. So from time on, so 21-minute mark onwards, they've kicked 6 unanswered goals after trailing in the game.
Umpire puts it aloft in the middle. Nankervis palming it down onto a Petrarca. And that is a dominant time-on period for the Gold Coast Suns. And I'm avoiding eye contact with Adamuzo at half-time if I'm in the Richmond change rooms. The goal kickers, King with 4 goals from 4 kicks. 2 to Ethan Reed, then singles to Rogers, to Graham, Jeffrey, and to Noble. For Richmond, 2 to Seth Campbell, 1 to McKelty Lafau on his return, Dion Prestia against the old mob, and Nick Floston with his first goal in a couple of seasons for the Tigers. Suns 10-5-65 leading the Tigers 5-4-34.
Lynch has done his hammy, so that's bad news for Richmond. So hamstring injury for Tom Lynch. He's had only 1 kick in the game after his 2-7 last week. He didn't make it out of the second quarter here. And Kane McAuliffe's ill, so he didn't start. He was replaced by Tyler Sonsie. Sonsie got the late call up, and he was busy, particularly in the first quarter and a half. He's had 15 disposals so far, Tyler Sonsie, as the late in. We're asking for the most imposing player in the game. Tom in St Albans. While I'm a Richmond supporter, I have to say Wayne Carey was the most imposing player. The Duck. What a player he was. Claire from Beau Morris. We've had a few nominations along this line. Carl Dittrich.
Yep.
He was a pretty scary guy. Jan, off the SMS. Don McKenzie from the 1960s was very imposing. So was Crackers Keenan and currently Tristan Sherry. Just ask Max Gawn, as he rates him as his toughest opponent. Thanks, Jan. Appreciate that. Jay says, don't forget about the G-Train. If we're talking about imposing, absolute monster, go the Tigers. Did you ever come up against G-Train Bally at training or anything like that? Any G-Train stories?
No, I didn't play on him often, Corby. I sort of tended to stick around the middle of the ground. I didn't sort of get down and assume the key position post, but played a lot of footy with him, and he was a big man.
If he's coming through on the tracks and you happen to be in the way,
get out of the way. Yeah. I preferred to be kicking it to him rather than standing in front of him in the hole, but very imposing in the gym too, the big fella. He was as good as I ever saw in the strong room, Rammer.
JB from Elwood says Jacko was the most imposing.
What about a couple of your old teammates? Early days, Solomon and Mark Johnson.
They were just tough buggers, really. So,
Patrick from Portland. What about John Ironmonger? Lee Matthews,
yeah.
Or Jack Dyer. That Jack Dyer, who's more a historical figure, obviously, is for modern day sort of footy followers, but they called him Captain Blood.
I think I was going to say,
which tells you everything you need to know.
That's right. That's probably
Captain Blood.
Yep.
Probably the most fabled figure, I think it's fair to say, in the history of the Richmond Football Club, Jack Dyer. When I was growing up, the captain at Richmond used to wear number 17 as a sort of tribute to Jack Dyer. Unfortunately, that tradition is no longer the case. But if you go down Punt Road and you see all the stuff up on the walls there's so many Jack Dyer quotes and what a figure he was in the history of the Richmond Football Club. They could do with a Jack Dyer pump up here at halftime. 31 points is the deficit. The Suns have kicked the last 6 goals. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, I think really that the game at the moment is the last 15 minutes of that quarter. The Suns kick 6-0 in time on. The ball rarely goes past the centre line for the Tigers. For that quarter, inside 50s, 21-9 in Gold Coast favour. Petrakis had the 8 score involvements. But I think the best man on the ground's been Bodie Ulan. He's had the 5 intercept marks, and anything that's been in his vicinity, he's been able to mark, spoil, or be involved in a chain. Mac Andrew came into the game in that second quarter where he was involved a lot more, got higher up the ground. I always get a bit nervous when Mac Andrew's inside forward 50. We've mentioned Noah Bolter. It's a bit similar. You don't know what you're going to get sometimes with Mac Andrew. If you get the best of him, he's a brilliant footballer. You get the worst of him, you're like, oh. And I know Damien Hardwick sort of has his questions on that at times also. But there's a passage of play where he attacked the ball right in front of us here on centre wing. Then it was involved in 3 or 4 handball chain with the Joel Jeffrey mark. And I thought, if he can do that consistently, that takes Gold Coast from being a good team probably into that great team category. Most good teams have, or great teams have, that really strong defensive presence. So they've already got Sam Collins. If Mac Andrew can be that consistent presence as a defender, I think it'd be a scary thought for the competition.
It's clearly where they need him, but is that where he's best suited? Say you didn't have the weapons up front and you didn't have Jared Witts.
Me personally, I say yes.
Yeah.
Because if you put him forward, you're relying on his work rate. And now, if his work rate's inconsistent as a forward, you're going to continually get inconsistent performance. So, what Damien Hardwick will do is he'll put Mac Andrew on a hard working forward to make him work him into the game. Yep. And then he sees that, and eventually, and then maybe he can go forward in a couple of years' time. But right now, you look at his athleticism, his kicking, his step. Like, his step a couple of times has just been, for a guy of that size, they shouldn't be able to step like that, but he's just been able to do it. So, look, we're talking about a team that's still missing the Brownlow medalist at the moment. So
it's scary.
Yeah, it is. It is. But Richmond pushed them at times in that first half. Now, when Richmond brought the game back into a scrap, now that's when you're missing a Matt Rowell. That's when you really notice, they're missing Matt Rowell in the scrap. But Richmond couldn't hold the scrap for long enough. And I mentioned at the end of that first quarter, the moment Gold Coast start to break the game open through switch and spread and the like, that's where Richmond were going to struggle if they can't defend that transition off turnover.
Yeah, the contest and clearance numbers are pretty good from the Tigers' point of view. So really, you're right. And even that first 15 minutes of that quarter was an arm wrestle. We spoke about how laborious it was for the Suns, and they were forcing them wide and shallow, and they were holding up pretty well, Richmond behind the ball, and then they were actually able to get them, force some sloppy skill errors and get them on the turnover a few times, the Tigers. But yeah, as that quarter went on, and probably a bit of fatigue sets in with the younger Richmond legs, the Gold Coast class stepped up, didn't they? But it really did, you're right, started from half back here, and then being able to control field position with Ewell and Mac Andrew, as you said. John Noble started to get into the game, and they were able to really transition the ball from half back to score very easily, and Ben King, and then in the end it was Ethan Reid that was able to get on the end of a couple as well. So you wouldn't say it's been altogether pretty or brilliant or fluent from the Gold Coast point of view, but powerful, and good teams have gears, and they were able to really shift into gear in that last 10 minutes of that quarter and kick away from the Tigers.
The three guys that are out of this team, so we mentioned Walter and Jamara. So Walter pick 3, Jamara pick 1, both on selection, not yet in the best team. And then Rao pick 1 as well, Brownlow medalist, out of the team coming back from finger surgery. So 3 essentially top 3 picks still available to the Suns to come back into this team. It is half-time here at the MCG, the Suns by 31.
Just a quick one on Ben King. So we've spoken about his 4 goals from 4 kicks. 9 goals coming into today. Gary Lyon put it on the agenda on Monday that he thinks someone could kick 100 goals this year. He suggested Jack Gunston. Is Ben King the man?
Yeah, well, if you're running a book, Benny, I think in the last couple of years he's been ultra consistent, hasn't he? And been able to, and I think the beauty of him, he can play like an old school forward. You really don't see Ben King having to leave the forward 50, that is, too often. So, and he's got some support down there now, be it tall with Reid and those other guys that you mentioned, or mid-sized players with Humphrey or Petrarca getting down there. And the small's probably the area for improvement here from the Suns' point of view, given they've had 34 entries. I'd be circling, look, Jakey Rogers kicked the goal, but only a couple of kicks. Leo Lombard has only had 1 possession, and Ben Long 1 possession. So in a lot of ways, when the ball's hit the ground, Richmond key defenders largely have held up okay, but the Gold Coast small forwards haven't been able to impact the game at all. So there's some improvement there for them in this second half.
The VFL's up and running. You can catch it through ABC TV. If you miss the game...
the Devils going.
I'll tell you about that in just a moment. If you want to catch up and watch it post, you can do that through ABC iView. So you can catch up anytime at your convenience. Game a week. Today's game, Footscray and the Casey Demons. I've been sent some pictures from down at North Hobart Oval as the Devils play their first game in the VFL on their charge towards the AFL in 2028. We'll tell you all about that coming up, plus the rest of the day's footy slate. But for now, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Defence Minister Richard Marles says he won't give a running commentary on the latest comments from US President Donald Trump. Mr Trump has labelled NATO allies cowards for not helping to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and says he was surprised Australia said no to US requests to get involved in the war. Australia has committed a wedge-tail surveillance plane and 85 defence personnel to the UAE to help defend against Iranian drone and missile strikes. Mr Miles says Australia is contributing to the security of Gulf states.
Those men and women who are part of the contingent now serving on our E7 do so with the utmost bravery, and they are making an enormous contribution to the defence of the Gulf states.
Meanwhile, Mr Trump is ruling out peace talks with Iran and says there are no leaders left there to deal with after a wave of Israeli-targeted strikes on its leadership. He's told reporters Iran is finished militarily, and despite it continuing to fire drones and missiles at Israel and Arab Gulf nations.
I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
The Israel Defense Forces say they're again striking Iranian terror regime targets in Iran's capital, Tehran. It follows Israeli strikes on Lebanon, which the IDF says were targeting Beirut, issuing an evacuation warning for 7 areas in the south of the city shortly before announcing the attack. Large parts of far north Queensland are on flood watch after tropical cyclone Narelle brought heavy rainfall to the already saturated region. Chelsea Malonga reports.
The cyclone crossed into eastern Cape York yesterday morning, moved off the west coast overnight and is now moving west across the Gulf of Carpentaria. It's currently a Category 2 system and is expected to strengthen to Category 3 before making landfall in the Northern Territory. In parts of far north Queensland, rainfall totals of 400 millimetres have been recorded. Weipa on the Western Cape has seen totals between 200 and 300 millimetres. The Weather Bureau says minor to moderate riverine flooding is possible for catchments across the North Tropical Coast, and widespread flooding is expected across Cape York. Flooded roads could cause challenges for Ergon Energy crews trying to restore power to about 1,000 properties.
Narelle is moving westwards through the Gulf of Carpentaria and it's set to hit the eastern side of the top end later today. Cyclone shelters will open this afternoon in communities in the cyclone's path, including Groot Island, Irupanda, Bullman and Minyeri. In the town of Katherine, which is still reeling from recent flooding, residents will be able to shelter in the local high school. Emergency Services Commissioner Andrew Wharton says people across the top end need to be prepared and stay informed.
We're expecting severe weather right across the entire breadth of the top end. This includes significant and repeated storm activity, and it means significant amounts of rainfall will occur in a landscape that is already saturated due to the history of the past few months in the Northern Territory.
A 31-year-old woman in the US state of Georgia has been charged with murder after police say she undertook a medical abortion. Alexia Moore was arrested, charged and jailed by local police earlier this month in coastal Camden County, with records saying she took abortion medication in December and gave birth to a premature infant who died within hours. Nearly all abortions in Georgia are illegal after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Many US states have adopted abortion bans since the Supreme Court overturned the Roe v. Wade ruling in 2022, eliminating the constitutional right to abortion. And One Nation says it vets all its candidates, but there's been some miscommunication with the South Australian candidate who has a warrant for his arrest in the United Kingdom. The party's candidate for Adelaide, Aoi Baxter, was charged with sexually touching a woman without consent, with British authorities confirming an arrest warrant has been issued due to his failure to attend court. One Nation's lead South Australian candidate, Corey Bernardi, says it doesn't do an international search on candidates who he says are expected to volunteer information.
What's come to light since then to me is that there's been some miscommunication and the gentleman in question was unaware of the offence or the violation. But, you know, we've put it behind us now. We're just looking forward to the future and we'll keep doing our bit.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the Listen app or head to abc.net.au.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
The Tigers inside 50. Lynch brings it down. Rioli gets it back. Off to Lynch. At centre half forward here, the Tigers. Handball from Ross to Floston. He kicks it. Nick Floston shows his experience. Close. He spits it out with a nice handball to Noble, to Powell. Good hands. Now Jeffrey through the middle of the MCG. He'll kick Gold Coast to half forward. Marking contest. Graham and Broad. Graham halves it. Wins it at ground level. Handball away. Rogers steadies. Goals.
Now Ben Miller comes charging through. Nat Curvis involved as well. Eventually comes the way of Grill. Hand pass to Ralph Smith. Bounces a kick out of 50, but straight to Noble. Noble sells the dummy around Grill. Noble finishes on the run. Fine effort from Johnny Noble.
Bodie Hewland, who kicks to half forward, long marks, has King in the pocket, ignores that. 60 out from goal. Goes in the King direction now, run and jump. Bolter shoves him underneath it. Free kick. Ben King for his fourth goal. He pops it through.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term, and as you heard in the highlights, it was the latter stage of the quarter that the Suns just absolutely caught fire. They kicked 6 goals from time on to the conclusion of the quarter. 6 unanswered goals, and after trailing the game They then not only put their nose in front, they have now stretched it out to lead by 31 at the half. 31 points, the Suns on top, 10-5-65. Richmond 5-4-34. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the action. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. And our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Earlier today, AFL Saturday from 12 noon, every Saturday, Australian Eastern Daylight Time with myself, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball. Our feature guest today was Oscar Baker, who turned out to be the match winner last night, an unlikely hero for the Dogs. He ended up with 3, but it was his one at the finish to steal the game, which ultimately stole the show. He spoke about the fact that these are the kind of games that perhaps the Dogs of last year wouldn't have been able to prevail in.
We actually did speak about it after the game. Like, last night was definitely one of those games that in the past, particularly last year against very good teams as well, like we would have just fallen over when they fought back and they would have just rolled over the top of us. So I guess our ability to just stay calm. There was no real panic, which I think it might be a shift from the past. As I said, we would have lost a game like that. So I think we should take enormous confidence out of that. And I mean, even last year we couldn't beat a top side, and to knock off, I guess, the reigning premiers on their home deck, and then the minor premiers from last year on their home deck is enormous to this group. We should take great confidence out of it.
He's a great story, Oscar Baker. We had a lot of fun chatting to him earlier in his journey in footy. 9 years to get to 50 games, and in game 51 last night, ultimately, he proves to be the match winner. If you want to hear the whole episode, you can find it through ABC AFL Daily. So that's the place to go in the podcast store or wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. 5 episodes a week. Ben, you and I have taken over this channel. So Saturday, I'll be joined by Luke Ball, Mick Moldhouse. Sunday, you'll be joined by Daniel Harford. Monday, you and I will be together. Mark Murphy will join us in studio. On Tuesdays, it's Mark's namesake, Bob Murphy. And then on Thursday night, after the Thursday night game, it'll be Brett Delidio alongside both of us. Off the SMS, I know you want me to read this one out. This is from Robin Williams in WA. G'day, Ben. Kick in or kick out? It's a bit like when a tree is standing up, you cut it down. Once you have done that, you cut it up.
I didn't mind that from Robin Williams. It's true. I've never thought of that, have you? I don't cut down too many trees, to be fair.
No, just inner city type.
Yep.
The VFL up and running. You can find it, of course, through ABC iView across the country. It's also on ABC TV for those of you in Victoria. Footscray 49 points clear of the Casey Demons. The game that I want to spotlight, though, is the mighty Tassie Devils, who have started their run towards the AFL in 2028. They played Coburg today at North Hobart Oval. I put a picture in the group chat moments ago. It was heaving, sold out, people everywhere. And they saw the Tassie Devils prevail. So Tassie won by 17 points over Coburg earlier today, 14-12 to 11-13. So there's a little VFL score for you earlier today. So well done to the Devils. A guy named Jed Hagan, 21-year-old, kicked 4 goals for the winners, as did Hugh Dixon. He's a former Docker, former Southport footballer, now gone down to Tassie.
Tassie boy originally.
I think they call him the Milky Wizard. That's his
They
nickname.
do. Yep, left footer, tall left footer.
He kicked 4, so well done to him and up the Devils.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it? You feel like getting a W in the first game was important, so good on them.
Most imposing players to have played the game, 0437 774 774 as the second half not far away from beginning. How about Stan Magro? Dave from Ferny Creek. With Banjo and Henry alongside him. So he's
what type of dogs, Banjo, Corb?
We've had this one before.
It's the Vizsla.
The Vizsla.
Corbin doesn't know how to pronounce it.
Banjo's a Vizsla. Henry's the Border Collie, so shout out to both the dogs with Dave. Wayne Carey and Modra from Peter in South Australia. Roger Merritt was a name put forward as most imposing. Phil Carman should be on your list from Carl. And Peter from Adelaide, how about Cowboy Neil and Neil Baum? So some of the most imposing players to play the game. Suns by 31, Saturday footy on ABC Sports, second half underway. Ben Cameron.
Nankervis tapping it down. Taranto wins it, gives it off to Lawler. Opening clearance of the second half. Long inside 50 for Richmond. Collins marks defensively for the Suns. The left back pocket in the lengthening shadows. Members side of the ground, waits a kick, turnover. Trezise drops the mark though at the last minute. Umpire lets them play. Jeffrey mops up. Trezise gets him holding the ball. Great recovery after the drop mark there from Trezise. Richmond ball. 2 kicks from home. Looks into the pocket. It's out wide. Drops into a bucket and Brown marks. Tom Brown Playing up forward, takes the mark 25 metres out, hard up against the boundary line.
Just wonder whether he's been given a target or a defensive role in the air on McAndrew or Hewland. Yep.
Yeah. Dominant in the VFL last week to earn a recall. It's this one a little fat across the goal mouth and out of bounds on the full.
Training in defence. Possibly hasn't practiced too many bananas from 30 metres out at training.
I couldn't believe he wasn't in the team last week. Played every game last year, was one of 5. I thought he was very impressive, and yet first game of the new season not in the team. And then even today he's sort of in, but he's now playing this different role. Got a bit of work to do. Tom Brown in the eyes of Adam Uze in the selection panel. Bodie Hewland goes long up to the wing, and there's King, got a handball away, keeps his perfect record by foot intact as a handball inside to a Richmond player, taken by Banks. He's tackled immediately by Powell.
Reliably informed that Jed Hagan, the 21-year-old who booted 4 goals for Tassie today, a good Geraldton boy.
Okay.
Out of WA.
A series of hands comes away the Suns again here. Powell got a handball away to Petrarca, bursts his way through. Got a handball in the middle of the ground for Jeffrey. Hand pass away to Dan Rioli. Gives it back to Petrarca, middle of the G. Short kick to Toot Miller. He played on. Didn't see the Richmond player there. Ran straight into him in Grill. Grill lays the tackle, forces the ball out. Morris Rioli had it, coughs it up. Petrarca gives it back to Toot Miller. Kicks inside 50 and Reed got his hands to it and marks it left half forward just inside the boundary.
Richmond supporters filthy. We got a bit blindsided there. Must have adjudicated that Took Miller just got a foot on it, because otherwise he was stone cold holding the ball, but just got a foot on it, and what looked like another walk-in goal, didn't it? Good pressure from Richmond to at least force a wide shot here from Ethan Reid, who kicked beautifully a couple of times, didn't he, in that second quarter, so almost backing from here.
202 centimetres is that the feathers grow out in the off-season. The shoulder strapping crosses the boundary line. Right-footed drop punt is pure.
Yes.
Absolutely pure. Ethan Reid's got 3 and more of the same for the Suns to start the second half. That's 7 on the trot. 11-5-71. Richmond 5-4-34. 3 gone third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
No, but it goes back to what we spoke about at half-time, Bally, just defending turnover for the Tigers. You know, once Gold Coast were able to win the ball across their half-back line, it's a chain of handballs through the middle of the ground. Now, whether it was holding the ball decision or not by the Tigers, they've got to be able to stop the first or at the very, very most the second handball. They're allowing Gold Coast to handball through them at the moment, and that's what's creating the scoring opportunities. They're making it extremely difficult for Ben Miller and Noah Bolter with the delivery coming inside forward 50.
An equal career high for Ethan Reid. Did kick 3 goals last year against Essendon. Out of the middle, neither ruck decisive. Witts may be a little sore in the middle. The clearing kick for Richmond goes to high half forward, and the mark taken by Campbell.
You would have read about it, Corbs, the career game against Essendon.
Everyone has a day out against them at the moment. Campbell kicks inside 50, punched away, and out of the grasp of the pursuing players over for a boundary throw-in. That is something you two speak about. There's always someone, a career day against the Dons.
Get ready tomorrow. You never know, it might be you, someone in that Port Adelaide dressing room.
I've lost touch with the WAFL since I left. I'll come back to that.
Boundary throw-in, little shallow, knocked down by Lafau. Way to Prestia, hand pass to Lawler. Trying to bend it back. He misses near side or behind. Suns by 36 points.
Now got a different correspondent texting me. And Jed Hagan was East Fremantle's leading goal kicker last year.
Right.
So Geraldton a part of their zone. Stands to reason as a short kick in from Bodie Hewland to Noble to Jeffrey. Beyond the defensive arc. Nice slick hands from Powell. Back to Noble. Noble's handball misses Zeke Hewland. Lasso free kick and Richmond ball on the wing. Lawler. Suns by 36.
Didn't watch too many East Fremantle games last year.
I didn't. Lawler with the free kick. A reincarnation of that number 4 jumper. Kicks inside 50. Good mark, leaping up. Armstrong plucks it down in front of McAndrew.
Great
Vice
hands.
like.
Yeah, great hands.
Well, the draft from a couple of years ago, they got Armstrong, Jonty Fall and Tom Sims. So all key forwards. Sims can play a little bit in the ruck. So It's good to see Armstrong out there, developing. That's what they want. They've got to give those boys games in that forward line. Tom Lynch is not going to be around for too much longer.
6 goals in his 8 games last year. The 19-year-old left foot kick is perfect. The kick's as good as the mark. And it's back to 30 points. 11-5-71 the Suns, playing 6-5-41, 6 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I think he was a Matty Lloyd protege, wasn't he? Haley boy, and similar sort of, probably similar size to Lloydie when he came into the system. Lovely left foot kick as well. So that's what Richmond supporters are looking for, aren't they? We know these key forwards can take a little bit longer, but every now and then they can rise up, take a terrific contested mark like that against McAndrew, who had to sit really. He just clunked it. So really well done, and obviously to say they needed a goal, the Tigers, is an understatement. Looks like he's put on a little bit of size, doesn't he, over the off-season? And what you're after, a 19-year-old, 20-year-old, just slowly over the off-season start to put on size and strength.
Played 8 games in year 1, just the 6 goals for Harry Armstrong. He's amongst it today as Lawler the give and go with Nankervis inside 50, and Collins picks it off. Takes the intercept mark. So no Lynch today. He did start the game. He didn't make it out of the first half. Hamstring injury. So it'll be Armstrong and his young mates in that forward 50 from here on in. Short to Bodie Yuland. He's run the show in that defensive 50. He's come his best on ground in the first half. And there's an early commentator's curse right on cue. He puts it out on the full. Giving him a pump up. He's opposite number Sam Banks. Is going to get it right on halfway. He's had a jumper change, gone from 41 to 6. First Richmond player to wear number 6 in a game since
Chris Nash.
I'll let that one hang there for a minute. That's not the right answer.
Surely not.
It's the half.
Good answer, though.
Collins marks.
Great answer.
I love Nash when I was a kid.
Off to Closey, who chips it to Jeffrey in the back pocket. It goes short to Zeke the Freak. 47 out from his defensive goal. Stabs it short to Jeffrey. Andrew Rains. Did he wear number 6?
No, it's not who I thought it would be.
Short kick from Jeffrey. Away to Powell, who waits a kick into the middle of the ground for Dan Rioli. Now the Suns look to go. He'll go for a little run. Plays on a little bit without a plan. Then chips it short. On the bounce, Lombard gathers. Still the Suns. Off to Miller. Handball over his head. Back to Lombard. Zigs back into traffic. Sweeps a handball. Could be a turnover. Armstrong taps it away, and Richmond come away with the footy through Banks. In that number 6 jumper. Gets his handball away towards Jack Ross. He'll swing a handball out wide to Trezise. Still on the half-back line, Richmond. Over-possessing it. Working it out short. Back to Trezise.
Handball away to Hopper. 30-point game. Suns on top. Kicks down the wing. Hopper was felled after getting rid of it. Downfield free. Ross rushed it. And in the end, the kick favoured Andrew, and there wasn't much Brown could do about that. He's got the job on Andrew seemingly after half-time, and Andrew with it against the boundary line at half-back.
It's a shank, wasn't it? Tyler Sonsi was out. Forward of the ball.
Andrew back to Collins. Collins short kick to Powell. Powell swings it to right half-back for Closey. He's off and moving. Handball away to Took Miller. He can just lob it over the oncoming traffic. Take to Closey. Handball to Bodie Yuland. Runs into a dead end. Good tackle. Ball comes out though. Took Miller with it again. Kicks inboard. Petrarca collects. Fights through the tackle. Hand pass out to Lombard in a bit of space. Kicks into the pocket. And here's Humphrey, who marks right forward pocket for the Suns. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Richmond player number 6, handy golfer, and would also fit into this conversation around intimidating footballers on the field, I would have thought.
Go on.
Mark Chaffee?
No.
No.
Oh, he's confident too, wasn't he?
Not the most recent.
Big build-up from
Most
Ray.
recent. So we need the most recent guy to wear number 6 in a game as Humphrey snaps and misses far side of behind.
What number did Brandon Ellis wear?
No, it wasn't him.
Short kick in up the middle.
So Richmond did put a whole lot of numbers away when their greats retired, which is why guys like Lawler have changed in the off-season. Jonty Fall's gone to Rewald's old number 8.
What number did Sean Grigg wear?
Number 6 hadn't been worn in a game for Richmond since 2022, until Banks decided to go from 41 to 6 this year. So the first time we've had a number 6 for Richmond since 2022.
Premiership player?
No.
Handball away to the run of Miller. Richmond down that worn wing. Low bullet-like pass. But it goes straight into the awaiting arms of Collins.
Came from another club.
31 points to the good, the Gold Coast Suns. Away to Reid, who moves it on to Closey. They look to complete the switch. McAndrew exits the D50. Out to Zeke Hewland.
Oh, why would you stop Zeke?
Just pulls up as he had some running room. Suns by 31. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hewland. Bullet-like pass to his brother Bodie. Done that in the backyard a few times. Bodie now kicks up to half forward. Rogers in space. 2 kicks from home, 70 metres out. Dabs at 7 metres to Zeke Hewland. He'll look towards the hot spot. Down there's long marks. Directly in front, 12 metres out. He'll go back and kick for goal.
He's a beautiful kick, Zeke Hewland. You can just tell he's really
he'll eventually play off half back.
Yeah.
That's where he'll do his most damage.
Really?
At the moment,
Not
he's
through the
playing-
mid?
Nah, I think half back he'll play.
He was compared to Errol Goulden. Could he be an Errol Goulden type as Long comes in and knocks it through? And the Suns restore the equal highest lead of the afternoon, 37 points. 12-6, 78 plays, 6-5, 41, 12 minutes into the third.
So it's sort of that, you know, and I know they're not close to retirement yet, but Daniel Rioli, John Noble, those sort of types, when they're sort of coming towards the end, he transitions back there as that real set-up player, player that you want the ball in his hands. So that's how he played a lot as a junior. Didn't play a lot of mid as a junior. So, but he is a beautiful left foot. He was the best kick in his draft class. No dramas whatsoever.
It's another score from turnover. Again, you trace that back to that poor kick, turnover, shallow entry over the other side of the ground, and the Suns were able to really slowly, weren't they? It was a slow play, but just kick their way into a switch and then march it up the field, and young Hewland involved a couple of times. Well done.
37-point game back in the middle. Reid doing the ruck work here. Palms it down to Petrarca, who's tackled. Sean Grigg nominations coming through off the SMS, including from Jenny, who's listening in Madrid. Sean Grigg did wear number 6, but he played his last game in 2018. Next Sam Banks possession, I'll fill you in on that. As Lafau gives a handball away towards Taranto. Hand pass to Sonzi. Sonzi kicks out to half forward. Runs past Steely Green, collected by Bodie Hewland, and just slips out of the tackle. Gave a hand pass away to Closey, who fumbles, and then was that contact below the knees? Yes, free kick for Green. He's going to get up left half forward. Closey fumbled and then tried to jump back on top of the footy and took the legs out of the Richmond small forward. Gives a handball away to Ralph Smith, who's going to load up from about 60 metres out. That is an absolute cannon. Drives it all the way home. And Hugo Ralphsmith, the clean look in 2026. Aerodynamic with the extra speed through the air. 31 points is the Suns' lead. 14 minutes gone in the third. Richmond moving 7-5-47. Suns 12-6-78. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just looks completely different without the mullet.
I like it.
Yeah,
I must admit.
Well, you sort of got to grow up at some stage.
Yeah.
Really so.
I'd love to see the mullet do that too, to be honest. B. Smith down at Geelong.
Short back and sides?
Yeah, I'd love to see him flipper it off. But, geez, what a beautiful kick.
Yeah.
And the Sun's just falling asleep a little bit there. It'll disappoint Damien Hardwick. Noted long kicker of the footy, and off a couple of steps, just went bang, didn't he? That's gone.
Well, usually that's Jaden Short.
Yep.
Back to 31 points. Restart in the middle. Witts takes it out of the ruck, lands and kicks to half forward. Humphrey nearly takes the mark, has to follow up, picks it up, throws it out in the end. Umpire lets them play, says it was a handball. Taranto wins the footy for Richmond, kicks to Morris Rioli. He's wrenched off it, and he was being held. Free kick. And the family number 17 will get the free kick on the logo. Suns by 31. Banks peels around the back. Doesn't get it. And the recycled number 6. Morris kicks Richmond inside attacking 50 to a contest. Up they go. Collins puts his fist through it. Davies cleans up. Handball a turnover. Hopper wins it. Clean bowls Lafau. Picked up by Sonzi to Campbell. Taranto cuts back into traffic. Getting back. Lombard sticks in a hand. Wins it for the Suns. Off the Ballard. Clears the D50. Miller one-handed mark. Brilliant.
And then moves it on immediately to Petrarca, who hurriedly just has to kick into the middle of the G.
Who wants it?
Morris Rioli gets there first, collects the 40. She drilled in the tackle from Humphrey, and it was a dump tackle. Ray, you had a good look at that. What did you make of the call?
No, I thought the umpire was going to play holding the ball, but you see the rotation. That's the excessive rotation. They don't like them getting the momentum in like that.
Does he have an issue with that, with the MRO?
Let's have a look. I mean, we'll see if there's head contact. I mean, the arms are free, so that's when the arms are free, they tend to side with the tackler. But it's a powerful tackle, wasn't it?
Morris appears to be okay.
Looks okay, yep, which is good. Might come off for a breather.
So that'll help him. Certainly a free kick. Umpire right on that as Grill receives the footy, goes short to Vloston. Banks hits the interchange and Rick.
That sort of day, Bailey Humphrey, hasn't he?
Yeah.
See a little bit of frustration creeping in there.
Well, he's got Nathan Broad as company. Well, he's had Nathan Broad as company, sorry.
Lost into Bolter, trying to link up with Broad. Intercepted, picked up by Graham, and then tackled by 3 Tigers. Got it out. Says keep rolling. Long to Davies, away towards Anderson. Back to Long, hand pass to Noble. Handball inside. There's a whistle that's coming back.
Downfield against Sonsi, I think it was, again. Just deck Noah Anderson after he disposed of it.
Rick off the SMS is our winner. I'm not sure if he's used some assistance in the interim, but Banks is the first number 6 at Richmond since Robbie Tarrant, who wore the number in 2022. So
Tarrant,
for a low number, it's been a long time since we've seen it out there for the Tigers. So first since Robbie Tarrant. Noble to Dan Rioli. Long kick into the pocket. The big man Witts had a fair piece of it. Not to be. Ben Miller broke it up right at the death, and the ball ends up over the boundary line. A throw-in forward pocket for the Suns.
I remember him playing for Richmond.
He didn't, and that was part of the issue. He didn't play
Is
enough.
he a year or 2 years?
I think he was for a couple of years, but only played games in one season. A few years on the list. Injuries hit him after his North Melbourne days.
Lafau doing the ruck work, palming it down. Clearing kick from Hopper is a turnover, and the mark taken by Noah Anderson. 48 metres out, slight angle to the left.
Played 20 games in 2022, Robbie Tarrant for Richmond.
Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, Ben, you saw Anderson get knocked to the ground. Did you see who did that? I saw the replay briefly. That will have they'll take more of a look at that than the sling tackle.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about Christian Petrarca? Has he come off down there, Chambo?
Yeah, went downstairs. We were sort of clutching at a shoulder, but I don't think it was anything too serious. I think he was just having a little look.
Robbie Tarrant retired the following season, 2023.
Anderson dabs it short to Touk Miller. 45 metres out. When did he get knocked to the ground, Ray? I'm a little bit lost here.
On the wing.
On the wing.
It was a free kick paid off the ball, and the ball had long gone, and he whoever the player was, he got him straight down the back.
We'll find that out, Ray, and we'll check it out.
Just poor checking there from Richmond. You can't leave a gap directly in front of goal.
Touk Miller comes in and puts it through for another for the Gold Coast Suns. There's 2 Millers out there today, but there's only one Touk Miller. And they're out by 37 points. 13-6-84, play 7-5-47, 19 into the third. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, that's his 23rd possession for the game, Miller. And 19 of those have been uncontested. He's had 8 scoring involvements, so he's predominantly now playing as that higher half forward.
Extra
so
mid, yep.
They want him to work, get up the ground, use that fitness that he's got. But it's a new role for him. We're so used to seeing him play on the ball, have big numbers, big contested numbers, but only four contested possessions today. 19 of those uncontested, as I mentioned. But the 8 scoring involvements, I think, is what will please Damien Hardwick the most.
So goal for goal in the quarter. Back to 37 points. The Suns' way. Middle of the third quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport as Humphreys tackled to the ground by Prestia. Still to come today. GWS up against St Kilda. The Saints would want to come home with the 4 points there to avoid an 0-3 start. Touk Miller out of the middle to Humphrey. Floats a hand pass in front of Davies. Under pressure from Vloston. Knocks it away towards Long, who turns. Hooks the ball to the behind line. It's punched through for a minor score as Bolter, the saving effort, last line of defence. By the way, that downfield free kick, Champion Data attributed it to Nick Vloston. So we'll watch that closely against Anderson to see if anything comes from that.
Just some news out of that St Kilda and GWS game as well. some correspondence that this has been sent to the team. Stay in rooms. Lightning detected 10 kilometres or so away. Please keep players and staff inside rooms. Warm-up timings unchanged at this time. We'll keep everyone updated as they need to be. Closey rushing a kick centrally and too good. Bailey Humphrey just uses his body to protect the drop and take the mark.
There's the difference. He gets a moment away from Nathan Broad. He's got Ralph Smith as a direct opponent there, and he's just too strong for him in that marking contest.
Who knows what Bailey Humphrey could become. The D's came hard for his services in the off-season. Spotted on a walk around the town with Stephen King. His drop punt here is wide right.
I think there was a few more than just the D's, Benny Cameron.
Yeah, I think there was, but the other clubs probably went for a more private location than the Tan. Where everyone goes to be seen in Melbourne. The Suns by 38 points.
Stephen King's footprints, by the way, are all over the town. I feel like every time I'm there, I see him. He's always wandering around and sorting things out. He's got the AirPods in, solving the issues that arise for the Demons, and what a start for him last week. First up, he'll be in action again tonight in the coach's box over in Perth against the Dockers. As Hopper gives a hand pass away towards Pressier, goes all the way back towards Vlosten to Ralph Smith. Oh, his hand pass picked off. Taken away here by the Suns. Graham intercepts, gives it to Long. Handball away to Leo Lombard, who misses to the right.
Take the grass in front of you.
It's just his second kick of the day, and it's a wayward one, a minor score. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Gold Coast by 39.
Christian Petrarca back up onto the interchange gates. It was a run-down tackle from behind by Tresice, and so don't have an actual diagnosis at this stage, but he's back on the bench and he's in the hands of the doctors.
Suns turn it over on the wing. Hopper pinches it for Richmond, gives it to the run of Sonzi. Through the logo he goes, forward of it now. He'll poke it out wide. Tom Brown marks 55 metres out from goal for Richmond. Dabs it over the top, and Lawler, he takes it 45 out, 5 in from the boundary line, right half forward.
See how this is coming up for possession number 13 here.
Just willpower. He's a gun willpower. He's had some moments today that he'd want back. It won't look great. Just another poor kick inside. Chose the wrong option. Should have taken the space forward. Unforced error. That's resulted in this shot from Sam Lawler. And you'd back him from here.
And Dusty's old number. His drop punt is pretty good. It swings back. It's there. Dusty reincarnated at the MCG. He's filling out that jumper pretty well. Back to 33 points, 13-8, 86 plays, 8-5, 53, 23 and a half minutes into the third. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, bad news for Christian. He's got an ice pack on his hamstring.
Oh no.
Okay. So that's hammy for Christian Petrarca, hammy for Tom Lynch. Kane McAuliffe was a laid out with illness, but we've lost some high-profile guys today. Round 3, Suns by 33. Round 2 even, week 3.
Yeah, that's disappointing for Petrarca. He's probably, he's just in an absolute purple patch of form at the moment. He's had the 20 possessions today and 10 score involvements. So he was having another really nice afternoon at the football, but if it's your standard hammy, it's at least 4 weeks.
Yeah. Brownlow medal leader, ABC Football of the Year leader, more importantly. So an amazing start to the year for Christian Petrarca as Witts palms it down, and we're going nowhere fast.
Got a question for you, Rama. Do you have any clandestine meetings in strange locations as a player agent?
Soon to be former. As Campbell gives a handball away towards short and high bomb towards centre half forward, and a good intercept mark for Ballard. Congratulations on that, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Exiting the player management game.
Yep, nearly done. Another week or two.
When's the last day?
It's floating still.
When the handover's done.
Yes, correct. Pretty much.
Collins to Bodie Hewland out towards Ballard. Short kick to Noble. Noble's going to work it up in front of the benches to Jeffrey. Clandestine meetings? Any in unusual locations?
I reckon COVID there was a few.
Yeah. All above board, of course.
Yeah, all above board, absolutely. All within the guidelines.
Yeah, little picnics in the park in your little radius. You can have so many people in your circle. Short kick to Weller. Weller goes long down to half forward over the head of Witts, bounces into the pocket, all trying to trap at King. In the end, knocks it away to Davies. That'll work as he floats one goalward just across the face and behind. This game's almost like the Suns have sort of got them with a comfortable lead, and now they're just holding them at arm's reach at the moment. So goal for goal in the third. Suns by 34 points, 26 minutes into the quarter.
Banks short to the pocket for Prestia, who pokes it on to Jaden Short. Just beyond the defensive 50 for Richmond. Sunny side of the ground. Morn wing. Kicks into the middle. Nearly a turnover. Weller spoils it down. Hopper onto it. Handball errant. Picking it up. Graham there for the Suns. Centre half forward. Weller chips it to King. And he takes the mark. 25 out. Directly in front. And he will go back and have a look at his 5th goal with his 5th kick.
Well done, Ben. You got it right.
The same page. 4 kicks, 2 handballs, makes it 6 disposals, 4 straight.
It's the errant handball, wasn't it? Coming out of defence from the Tigers. Been a bit of that today from both teams, to be fair, but certainly more so the Tigers from about halfway through that second quarter.
Slow approach, starting right on the arc of 50. The Gold Coast Suns goal-kicking King makes it 5 for the afternoon from his 5 kicks. And the Gold Coast Suns extend that lead to a game-high 40 points. 14-9-93. Plays 8-5-53, and he can make that 14 on the season for Ben King.
You look at the difference in the game, and it's really on turnover. So when Richmond are able to win the ball back from Gold Coast, they're just not able to slice through. So Gold Coast are able to defend that really well. On the other hand, when Richmond turn the ball over, Gold Coast are just able to walk through Richmond at the moment to get into scoring positions. So, look, it's something that Adamuse is going to have to work on. All teams are going to turn the ball over, absolutely, but it's how you set up them behind the ball. So, going inside forward 50 there's 3 options for Gold Coast. That just means that Richmond's defenders are too high up the ground and committing to the contest too quickly.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Witts grabs it out of the middle. Quick kick forward and a nice mark there for Lombard. Hits up, meets it. Lombard kicks out the right half forward, looking to get it to Long. Just too far out in front, slides past him. Long trying to keep it in. Handball out in front of him from the pocket. Hand pass goes back here to Zeke Hewland, who collects, rides contact, gives a handball out to Graham. Graham's mowed down. 2-man tackle. Lafau came in as the second man. It was Taranto before that, and they stopped him from a certain shot at goal. They win possession back for the Tigers' last line of defence. New game high, 40 points. A lead for the Suns, 5 for King. And just repeating the big news, Christian Petrarca, ice on his hammy, out of the game in the third term.
Short kick infield from Ballard with the intercept mark. So the Suns on the wing in the hands of Jeffrey.
Third intercept marker from Ballard. He's looked good. His return.
Kicks into the pocket. Long sticks his boot into Vlosten. Ball skips out the back. Lombard trying to keep it alive. Can't do so. Throw in. Forward pocket. City end of the ground. Suns forward 50. Gordon Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, your Saturday afternoon team. Back again in 2026. Witts takes it out of the ruck, dribbles it to full forward. Bolter attacks it, goes again. Picked up by Anderson, off to King. Gets a kick away, this one not a goal. Lombard chops it off to Rogers. Suns forward pocket, darting away, kicks to the goal line. Punched away by Broad. Ball comes down for Graham. He can't take it quickly. Going in Witts again. Back to Graham. Back feeds a handball. Out to Jeffrey. Now Rioli half forward. Gets rid of it to Zeke Hewland. And they're saved by the bell, the Richmond Tigers. The score will not count. As the siren got there early, I still like Adam Ramanauskas' idea from last year that the LED lights or advertising hoardings could light up red as time expires, so we can tell whether the kick got away.
Got adopted on other platforms, I noticed too. People tried to just sort of repurpose the thought
concept. Yep,
that's what I'm looking for.
The goal kickers: Ben King with 5, then 3 to Ethan Reid. Then it's all singles: Noble, Miller, that's Took Miller, Joel Jeffrey, Ben Long, Will Graham, and Jake Rogers. Well, for Richmond, they hit the skids. 2 to Seth Campbell, then singles, Lafau, Armstrong, Ralph Smith, Lawler, Prestia and Vloston. Ray Chamberlain.
I can give you an update on Big Nank. He came off the ground and seemed in a spot of bother. He's taken off the protective gear on the shins, and the diagnosis we've received is a hamstring as well, so his day's done.
Who was that, sorry?
Curvis.
Goodness.
Gee, so the Hammy's got a few today, Ray. Just recapping for people that have just joined us, we've lost a key star for both teams, and now the captain's gone down.
Yeah, Christian Petrarca obviously was the one that we just saw recently in that quarter, and right at the end of the quarter there, Big Toby came off and he looked in a spot of bother. He's taken off all of his protective gear, and we've just been told he's got a hamstring issue as well.
So 3 Hammies in the same game. So Lynch in the first half, Curvis moments ago, and Petrarca all out of the game with hamstrings in what is week 3 of the season for the Suns. It's the second game for the Tigers, but that's a heavy toll.
Just watching Christian Petrarca walk out to the huddle, he looks okay. I wonder whether, a hamstring's a hamstring, isn't it? And it was one of those ones where it was specific mechanism in the motion of kicking. Someone lunged to tackle and push him from behind, so it just might be that he's caught it before any real damage, but we'll wait and see. And they're obviously have the luxury at the moment of being able to rest him for the rest of the game.
Just off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Ronnie Andrews, bomber from Adelaide, talking about most imposing players. This was a little question we threw out on the SMS earlier today, most imposing players in the game. What about Big Nick? From Nick in Edithvale. Of course, John Nichols, what a champion he was, the former Carlton ruckman. The late Darren Mullane from Brendan in Hobart. And Sam in Joondalup. Luke Paul's teammate, Aaron Hamill, was basically employed by the Saints to be intimidating.
Yeah, he was. He was an enforcer on the ground. He's certainly one of those guys, a young player. You'd love playing with guys like that.
0437 774 774. We'll take you to Sydney next. 3 games on this Saturday of round 2. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
I feel like I've said too much.
Totally expected.
I am sorry about that.
Catch the best local and overseas talent at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival Gala.
Bye.
Wednesday, March 25 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Had the hand pass away to Closey, who fumbles, and then was that contact below the knees? Yes, free kick for Green. He's going to get up left half forward. Gives a handball away to Ralph Smith, who's going to load up from about 60 metres out. That is an absolute cannon. Drives it all the way home.
Tom Brown marks 55 metres out from goal for Richmond. Dabs it over the top, and Lawler, he takes it 45 out, 5 in from the boundary line, right half forward.
Sam Lawler, you're backing from here.
Dusty's old number. His drop punt is pretty good. It swings back. It's there. Hopper onto it. Handball Aaron. Picking it up. Graham there for the Suns. Centre half forward. Weller chips it to King, and he takes the mark. 25 out, directly in front. Starting right on the arc of 50. The Gold Coast Suns goal-kicking King makes it 5 for the afternoon.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The events from time on in the second term really told the story in this game. The Suns kicked 6 unanswered goals before half-time. They led by 31 at the half. They now lead by 40 at three-quarter time. Ben King has kicked 5 hamstrings for Tom Lynch and for Toby Nankervis, while on the Suns side of things, Christian Petrarca's got a bung hammy too. Our next stop on ABC Sport is to take you to Sydney, where the forecast does not look good. GWS up against St Kilda. Brett Spriggy's there. Hello, Spriggy.
G'day, Corbin. Well, Ross Lyon said his team is pursuing excellence, not mediocrity. And whether he knows first-hand or second-hand of the noise surrounding his team, the reality is they are 0-2 and chasing their first win against a GWS team that they themselves would be desperate for a response after they got hammered last week by the Bulldogs. They're back at home. Surprisingly, the Giants are unchanged from that 81-point loss last week, while St Kilda brings in Rowan Marshall, Liam Stocker as well. Jack McRae is out with a knee injury, but Liam Liam Ryan and Mateus Filippo passed their fitness tests, so no late changes as best I can tell for either side. As you mentioned, it's a warm day in Sydney. It's currently 25 degrees, but there's also a lightning warning, so that's always fun. It's going to be a big day here. We've got the footy here in front of us. The Matildas have the Asian Cup final right next door. That's a bit later on. The NBL finals as well. Do I count the Golden Slipper at Rosehill? That's just down the road at Rosehill. We've got 3 hours of footy here between now and then. Hopefully no lightning delays. So fingers crossed for a good game. Then a hasty exit out of the Sydney Olympic Park car park. Of course, I'll be joined by Daniel Garb, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull for our call here this afternoon. Corbin.
Thanks, Briggy. It's a big day in Sydney's West, just off the SMS. I just got a message. Oh, scroll through. Regarding that, radar in Sydney looks horrendous for advertised start time from Michael in Tasmania. Thanks, Michael, doing the work for us on the radar. So hopefully Spriggy and team can stay dry out there. Suns by 40, hamstrings everywhere. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas up here.
Yeah, well, disappointing for definitely for Christian Petrarca, but Nan Curvis is critical for the Tigers captain. A bit of real that heart and soul type of player. But that quarter, disposal in Gold Coast favour, 110 to 69. Uncontested possessions plus 40. Uncontested marks plus 20. Then intercept possessions where you build up. So you look at most intercept marks are taken in the back half of the ground. Gold Coast took 8. Richmond took 0.
Wow. Final term underway. Suns by 40 points. More from Bally in just a moment. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tigers trying to work it out the middle. Lafau into the ruck. Gave it to Hopper. Yanked by the collar, I thought, and dragged down. And in the end, the umpire says holding the ball. I think that was a good call.
50.
It was just
50.
his,
no, I agree. Well, it was holding the ball.
It was just his arm, and he was off balance.
It was. And insulting the wounds, 50-metre penalty here. So Will Powell, well, as I said, it's had a bit of an up and down day. It's an opportunity to kick a goal out of the centre bounce here. Poor old McKelty Lafau now has to ruck one out this quarter against Big Witsy, probably giving away 6 inches.
Big day. Hamstrings for Lynch and then Curvis, hammy for Bailey. For Christian Petrarca.
I forgot Tom Lynch. Apologies.
Yeah, it's been a big day on that front to start the new season. Here's Will Power. Rocks and diamonds so far today. It's diamonds here. Puts it straight through. And the Suns lead 12. It's up to 46 points. 15-9-99. Richmond 8-5-53. This is all after we had 4 lead changes in the second term alone and scores were level at quarter time. But it's all the Suns early in the last. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, this is, I guess the danger here is that it really opens up, doesn't it, for Tigers supporters. Just hoping. You look down in the middle now, they've got the experience in there, Prestia and Taranto and Hopper. Okay, so you've got a second-tier ruckman against a big boy. Really just lock down and just try and create, as you said, bring it back into a contest, Rammer, because if this really opens up into space, you feel like the Gold Coast Suns will...
It'll be 10 goals.
Yeah, that's right. Can put some serious heat on quickly here.
Adam Uze coaching from the bench, winning the tap wits. Anderson hacks it off the half volley, inside 50, long, forced to spoil. Down at ground level, Grill there for the Tigers. Off the bolter, tackled to ground, taken down by Long. No prior opportunity.
Ben King should be really sniffy. We talk about that 100-goal barrier. This is the game, Corb, where you got to turn that 5 into an 8.
Yep.
If you can.
You need to kick 4 a game over the course of the season. 5 a game, 4.5 a game. So, yeah, you just want to make up for the quiet game with a bag here today, don't you, Bally? As Richmond repel off half-back. Prestia gets rid of it to the running Ralph Smith. Down the wing he goes. Kicks up to half forward. McAndrew going back. Collins is there. And the latter marks. Gives it to Took Miller, who turns it over with the handball. Knocked down by the man on the mark. Now loose footy for Richmond inside 50. Campbell tries to get it going forward. Closely back there for the Suns, and they work it out.
Collins receives and then sends a sweeping hand pass out in front of Bodie Hewlin. It's that footy just to bounce for him. Eventually sits up. Handball away to Dan Rioli. Goes back by hand. A kick from Closey off the back flank, just in hope down the wing, and a turnover, and Lafau ticks it off for the Tigers. Hand pass back inside the centre square for Prestia. And 180 degrees, and then just looks laterally. There's nothing he likes up in front, and goes out wide to Sam Grill. The man they call Sizzle, for obvious reasons. Just chips it further afield to Banks. Super day in Melbourne. Temperature in the mid to low 20s. It's a slight breeze, clear blue skies. Kicks inside the forward 50, punched away by Collins. It's a free kick for a hold. It's going to go to Mac Andrew, who'll take it here, back pocket for the Suns.
It's been dominant, haven't they, after half-time behind the footy. Andrew and Collins, and we spoke about Hewland's first half. It's a pretty formidable with Ballard as well. Pretty formidable, isn't it, back there for the Suns?
Andrew with the contest kick to the wing, through the hands of Ben King. Out the back, Grill tries to take off with it for the Tigers. Handball to Hopper, back to Grill. Really high kick that'll come down on the arc of 50. Up they go, Armstrong, hands to it. Down in front for Ralph Smith. Richmond ball off the Brown, centering kick. Looking for a marker there, up they go. Big fly. Trezise trying to come down with it through his hands. And then Taranto stripped of it. And now there's a red wave running through the middle. Zeke Hewland, away to Humphrey, back to Zeke. Kicks inside 50, bouncing ball. King gathers, swings the handball along, in the pocket, back to King. King dribbles it through, make it 6.
Smart.
They went whooshka from centre half back to virtually the goal line. And the Suns lead by 52 points, a new game high. 16-9, 105, plays 8-5, 53, 5 into the fourth.
Well, that red tsunami, Rammer.
Yeah, it was a wave, really, from half back there, where there was 5 Gold Coast players, but smart by Ben King. Didn't want to ruin the accuracy today with the kicks to goals. He gave the handball first to get the little 1-2 back to get the dribbler. So smart play, but again, it's a real worry for Adamuze. This defensive transition, or the lack of defensive transition by Richmond, has been so evident today. And yep, Gold Coast are a good team and they're able to get going, but there's just not enough Richmond jumpers to be able to stop it.
5 goals, 4 goals, and now 6 goals. The returns so far this season for Ben King. Out of the middle, the Tigers with it as Short gives a little kick across the ground trying to find Trezise. Comes back to him as it's knocked away, so Short gives it to Boston. Changed his mind at the last moment, pulled out on the kick, dropped the footy. Bailey Humphrey invited in, spins, evades 2 tackles, now kicks inside 50. Great kick, and leaping up and marking Lombard at right half forward.
Well, dare I say it, that was a bit G. Ablett Jr., like just the way he was able to stay low, to use the centre of gravity and the strength through the hips there, Bailey Humphrey, to get out of trouble, not once but twice, and then beautiful kick out into space for young Leo Lombard, who's had a pretty quiet day. It's his 4th possession. Be keen to join the party here.
The opening round rising star, Lombard shooting, missing the whole set to the near side. So don't worry about that. No change to the score. 52 points the margin. Carnage everywhere, soft tissue front, so hamstring in the first half for Tom Lynch, and then in that third quarter, both Toby Nankervis and Christian Petrarca, after being the best player on the ground through the first 2 weeks for the Suns, out of the game with a hammy here in the third. As the Suns go back inside the forward 50, and Ethan Reid, who's had himself a day as well, leaps up and marks at centre half forward for Gold Coast.
What will this be? He's looked good, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, I haven't seen him live for a while, but
he's going for his 4th here.
And hasn't really spent much time in the ruck at all today, Ethan Reid. He's been pretty well a stay-at-home forward. His hands have been really good today, and as has his kicking.
6 for King, by the way, the equal best this season. Van Rooyen kicked 6 on this ground last Sunday, and Aaron Norton has done it already in the young season. And Ethan Reid, for a career best haul, he misses near side of behind. So make it a 53-point lead for the Suns. 16-10 to 8-5. 8 gone in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Big day of sport coming up. All available through the ABC Listen app. So up next, of course, you'll be getting coverage of the Giants and the Saints. There's NRL action there. And the Matildas tonight take on Japan in the AFC Women's Cup decider.
Lightning taking place in Sydney. So both teams warming up in the rooms, which is a blow for Ross Lyon and his Teddy Roosevelt man in the arena speech. They're not in the arena yet, Gorb. Stuck in the change rooms.
That's the Women's Asian Cup tonight as well, by the way, the final.
Vlosten kicking around the members' wing to a contest and off hands out of play. throwing between wing and half forward.
Not the critic who counts.
No. It's the brave man, the doer of deeds.
Yeah. It's not the mediocre person in the front row or the lives that they're pursuing. Let's see what happens, Saints and the Giants, with all the Storms forecast.
53 points. Witts bringing it down. Davies robes the tap, gives it off towards Jeffrey. Now to Noble. Suns at centre half back. Rioli away to Noble. Nearly a hospital handball. Off to Tuke Miller. Middle of the ground. Retreats to Dan Rioli, who goes back to Joel Jeffrey. Gets rid of it to Ballard. Stabs a pass towards the wing. Low down Powell. On the logo. Sweeping handball out wide. Ezekiel accepts it. Stops. Props. Little jab step. And kicks on his non-preferred right to Ethan Reid.
Reid, trying to just chip it down the line to Humphrey, and he's kicked it too wide. An unforced error out on the full. This game's just about done.
It's going to be a long 13, 14 minutes.
Well, there's a lot of Richmond players walking
both
at the moment.
Happy to call it off right about now.
So
broad short to Ross. Ross off the back flank for the Tigs. Goes long down the wing. Andrew gets a run at it. Punches it away. 53 points the Suns lead. Ball hits the deck. Lafau comes in. Andrew tackles him. Ball up in front of the benches.
Our great friend here at ABC, David Parker, used to call it the loser's limp.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on for Richmond at the moment.
Lafau palms it down. Well, the Suns rushing on top of the footy. Anderson, one of those, trying to hand it out. He does so. Eventually to Davies. Handball to Humphrey. It'll fend off to Campbell. Tumbles a kick down to half forward for the Suns. Pack collapses. Ben Miller and Reid both involved. Ball comes out to Vloston. Hand pass to Broad. He wants a safety to the boundary line. He gets there in the end as Ezekiel slots down a would-be handball. So still to come. Giants up against the Saints, and then later tonight the Dockers at home for the first time in the young season. They take on a rejuvenated D's under Stephen King, their new coach.
Healthy Lafau going up against Alex Davies, so two second-string ruckmen. Over the head of both of them, it falls to Tuke Miller. He gives it off to Davies. Now Zeke Hewlin involved. Back to Tuke Miller. Off to Davies. Chips for a leading King. He's got it. Strong hands out in front. Bolter trailing him in. 45 metres out, 30-degree angle to the right.
So Ben King has basically kicked his 6 goals, or 5 of them on the lead, pretty much. So the starting position of Noah Bolter should probably be in front rather than trailing him in.
Starting almost in the shadows. There's a very slow and deliberate approach. Boot the ball from just inside 50. And he can write goal number 7 down in the record. 59 points, Gold Coast leads. 17-10, 112. Plays 8-5, 53. 7 for Ben King. I nearly said the old budget, Corbin.
Yeah.
West Aussie in us coming out. 12 minutes into this fourth term. Adam Romanascus and Luke Ball.
So those gaps, Paulie, you look at the leading lane that Ben King's got there, so it's an easy hit up for Alex Davies there. So, I mentioned, 6 of his 7 goals now have all been really on the lead. And you look at Noah Bolter's starting position again, it's just behind. Everything's behind. Get to front shoulder, at least change up your starting position. I'm looking at Noah Bolter now, where he is with the ball about to be thrown up again. He's a metre behind Ben King.
Lead grows on the precipice of 10 goals, the margin at the moment, and a new best in the young season for an individual player. 7, the biggest haul so far for Ben King and counting. Richmond win it out the middle, but they're going the wrong way. Banks gives it to Short, kicks out wide. Ralph Smith marks, loops a hand pass over the top to Taranto. Back to Ralph Smith, knocks it away towards a teammate in Short who kept on running. Back to Ralph Smith. This is ugly. Hand pass back inside. It'll work out eventually. Ross gives it to Campbell. Short kick to Lawler. Reels in the one-hander. It wasn't always pretty and they didn't always look in total control, but Richmond by hand work it out just inside that southern boundary line, and now Lawler will shoot from true centre half forward.
Yeah, good call. Wasn't pretty at all, but just kept running and working and turning up, and in the end they found their target inside 50. As we said, plenty of stings gone out of this one. But again, he's had some moments again, Sammy Lawler, today.
Lawler trots in, the number 1 pick from a year ago. His drop punt is missing. Out to the right of behind.
What does he end up, Paulie? Does he end up as that permanent forward, or does he end up as the permanent mid?
Well, I mean, I think Martin's is the prototype, isn't it? I think it's
there's only one Dustin Martin.
Yeah, true.
They're hoping that sort of mid-forward split, though, that striker role.
It seemed to be sort of 60-40 at its best, didn't it?
You worried, Ramo?
I don't think he's ever going to be an endurance beast, is he? But
no.
Well, the King's out the back here again.
Suns through the middle. Powell kicks for King towards the pocket. Broad jumps in front of him, intercept marks.
Well, I think as this year progresses with Sam Lawler, I'm not saying they need to make a decision now, but something's got to become evident probably within the next sort of 30 or 40 games, I would say, with him, that he's, okay, this is what he's going to be.
Taranto to short to Lawler. Back to short. Of course, had 2 different hamstring interruptions last year, Sam Lawler in his first year. Played 11 games in year 1. This is just his 13th game. Now Broad's got a centre-half back, and everyone's just about done with this fixture. It's 58 points the margin. Suns on top. There's experienced players going down with hammies everywhere. Nankervis has gone down with a hammy, as has Lynch on the Richmond bench, and Christian Petrarca, after his hot start to the year, seems to have suffered the same fate with a hamstring concern for the Suns. Turnover middle of the ground. Lawler leapt for a high ball. Scrappy stuff. Richmond in the end work it out. Tresice hands it away to Taranto. Has a little bounce on the wing. Kicks inside the forward 50. The kick really favoured McAndrew more than anyone. Nice work, Brown. Forced to spoil. Armstrong tries to knock it back to him. Numbers win out. Collins for the Suns. Handball to Landrew. He's mowed down. Great work, Seth Campbell with the chase down tackle. And he got him in the forward pocket. And their leading goal kicker from last year can have a look from a tight angle.
Well, just reward for effort, isn't it? 450 tackle, 450 pressure. Would have been easy just to let off a bit there, Campbell, but he's one who certainly tries hard all day. Pretty sloppy stuff then from the Suns in defence.
Seth Campbell arcs around, bends it through for his third. He's done his bit today, Seth Campbell. We've seen him up the ground a little bit too, more in the first 2 weeks of the season than we did last year. 9-6-60 Richmond, Gold Coast 17-10-112, way out in front. So Suns by 52, 16 gone final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, 19 possessions and 3 goals, 2 with 7 score involvements. So certainly been one of the Tigers' best, Seth Campbell.
A couple of the SMS, by the way, intimidating players. Delicate Des Dixon, former Hawthorn player from Aaron. Nicky Conlon, Roy Boys in the 1980s from Catherine, imposing player. What about Mel Brown, says Dan. Jeez.
Intimidated that poor journalist who rolled up at his door.
Mad Mel Brown, shout out to him, I'm sure he'll be listening. To Matt from Leon Gather, the Dogs, Rick Kennedy was always a scary presence in the back line. Thanks, Matt. And hi, guys. Hawks Don Scott was brutal from Lou in Gisborne.
Out of the middle go Richmond. Kick from Banks towards Morris Rioli. One-handed effort, doesn't take the mark, turns tackler. And we'll get a ball up. 35 out from the attacking goal for Richmond. Suns by 52 points. Put a loft by the umpire. Witts palming it down. Hopper trying to extract the foot. He manages to get a handball out. Ball bobbles around. Brody Hewlin there for the Suns. Handball picked off by Hugo Ralph-Smith. Richmond ball, half forward to Ranto, to Short, to Prestia. All handballs to Ross. Puts his head over it, bumped off it by Long. Now the Suns have the footy through Davies. But he's wrenched to ground, ball up centre half forward.
The game is certainly better for the fact we haven't got it. But I'm Chopper Pickett growing up, to be able to see some of his bumps and the way that he lined them out. He was probably the one for me from my childhood. I remember Troy Cook one day got Jess Sinclair. I don't know if you remember that.
Mark Rasciuto got a few.
Yes.
Dean Kemp.
Jeez, that was a big hit. But we don't see them as much, do we, in the modern game?
You remember
nowadays?
There used to be a DVD. I think it was called like Footy
Biffs, Bumps and Brawlers.
Biff, Bumps and Brawlers, and it was just basically like all of the hits. I used to watch that as a kid. Imagine that now. Like, how does that fit in with where we're at now? We're better for it.
No doubt. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Troy Cook got me one night at Adelaide Oval. I still haven't gotten over it.
Right. Really? You would have had a few collisions with players across the journey, Ray.
Accidentally on purpose, Ray.
Mate, I'm not even joking. Unless I had a stop goes on the back of my head, he couldn't have had. There's no one in the road, Rammer. It's on the wing at a centre bounce, and he just went straight over the top of me.
Is that the biggest one you received, Ray?
That was the worst by a mile.
Yeah. Wow. That one that he got Jess at Subiaco Oval. I think he was playing for Sydney, and Jess was still a docker at that stage, and was a big hit. 52 points the margin. 19 minutes gone, final term. Suns on top, Suns with the footy. Jeffrey's got it between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Is there another one for King here? Spills off the pack. Rogers keeps it alive on the behind line. Intercepted the other way by Prestia. Gives it to Ben Miller. Tackled, dispossessed. Vlosten taken to ground. Ball up. Graham with the tackle. Forward pocket for the Suns. So Ben King's kicked 7. Petrarca's done his hammy. Nankervis and Lynch also hamstrings. Story of the game, the Suns put a gap in this fixture just before the half.
Live footy. Inside attacking 50 here for the Suns, but Richmond able to work it out through Ralph Smith. Towering kick out to the wing. Bodie Hewlin tracking it back. Campbell swats it away. McAndrew there. Morris Rioli right there with him. Pickpockets him, then leaves it behind. Bodie Hewlin goes back and picks it up for the Suns. Gets rid of it to Closey, who moves it on to Lombard. High half forward. Pokes it into the pocket for Reid. 47 out. And Ethan Reid, who's at an equal career high day, doesn't shoot for goal, comes infield. And Closey slides into mark close to the ground. 45 out, 45-degree angle.
Tiger supporters just found a bit of voice here. What are they saying? Anyway, good on them.
Little chant.
Yeah, getting their money's worth and sticking it out here.
Sounds like something out of association football.
It does sound like that.
Sam Collins comes to the bench. That'll be his day done, you'd think. Another rock-solid day from him behind the footy for the Suns.
He's got to visit the nephew in the rooms after the game now as Closey's drop punt is tugged left. No good. Suns lead by 53 points late in this game. We've been in junk time, going through the motions in this fourth quarter.
Oh, short kick out finds Banks, who marks, gives it back to Jaden Short. Long kick to half back for the Tigers, but it's coming back. And Jeffrey floats through to take the intercept mark.
Team's cleared to warm up on the ground.
Okay.
At the showground in Sydney.
Kick into the pocket from Jeffrey, slides out the back, scooped up by Broad, and then he's helped through for a rush behind as Rogers pushes him back into the fence. And behind for the Suns, lead grows, so up to 54 points, a clean 9 goals, 21 minutes gone final term. So storms about, lightning in the area in Sydney, but good news, clear to warm up Giants Saints.
Suns winning it back on the wing again. Here's McAndrew, handball to Anderson, who elects to kick on the outside of the boot, cleverly in the end to Noble. Looks inside 50, looking for King. Chopped off there by Trezise. Comes down for Zeke Hewland. Handball to Rogers. Handball to Graham. To Long, tackled. There's a bit of a hospital handball. No free kick for Steely Green. Umpire lets them play. Zeke Hewland snaps on goal.
Stop, Noah.
It's the leg break when he needed the off break and bounces through for a behind. Suns by 54, 21 and a half into the fourth.
Taking 23 to set marks today. The Gold Coast to 10.
It's a big number.
Yeah. And it's a weapon. You know, you love defenders who back themselves in to launch the foot in and mark it, play in front.
Well, it's always the challenge for Richmond when Tom Lynch went down with the hamstring. Well, how can they compete in the air against Collins, Hewland and McAndrew? And Ballard, we're forgetting about.
Prestia short to Ross, gives a handball away to Short, kicks into the forward pocket. Half volley pick up from Ben Miller, can't trap it. Is that Ben Miller at full forward?
Yeah, he's gone forward.
Got him a ruck, I think.
He's, what do you make of Bolter, by the way? So we talked about his day, and clearly he's lost that matchup with Ben King, but he's been left on him all day by Adam Muse. Should they have gone to Miller at some point, or is it just more Reid's?
It's a little bit of weight of numbers too. It sort of feels like it hasn't been an out-and-out dominant performance from King, even though he has kicked 7.
From the boundary throwing, Morris Rioli hands it to Prestia, kicks to full forward, and Ezekiel's there to pick it off for the Suns.
Gets rid of it away to Dan Rioli, who moves it on to Ballard. Sweeps the handball to Noah Anderson, never stops running. Kicks beyond the defensive arc. Noble accepts it, off to Jeffrey by hand. A long kick for King at half forward. Brought in from the side. King to it. Hands to it. Rogers bursting by. Kicks to full forward. Ethan Reid marks. And a new career high. 4 goals for Ethan Reid as he whacks it through. And a new game high lead for the Gold Coast Suns. 61 points. Beyond 10 goals. 18-13, 121. Plays 9-6-60, 23 minutes into the fourth.
He
feels like he's had. I was looking at the same thing.
It's impact, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's really. I mean, he's a high speed. We know high intensity player, Jakey Rogers.
Just hit the contest hard a couple of times. That real speed.
Yeah, I mean, he should be playing like a guy who's really desperate to hold that spot at the moment. Jake Rogers. A lot of these younger players absolutely in no position to take the foot off the gas. There's going to be competition for spots, isn't there, this year with this strong Gold Coast squad? So Rogers and Lombard and even young Hewland himself. Play the game out, show your value to the team, play your role, and he's had some good moments today.
Well, 5 score involvements from his 9 possessions.
Wicks wins a hit out back in the middle. Weller knocks it away, back towards the middle of the ground. The kick from Graham comes into the side of the forward 50. Spills down towards Davies, had it, lost it. Powell tries to clean it up. Handball along the half-forward line to Zeke Hewland. He gives it to Long, hooks it from half-forward against the boundary line to full-forward. Lombard's down there and short, punches it away. Finds the safety to boundary line. Got a message from Richard earlier. I was mentioning no Walter, Jamara and Matt Rowell, and he shrewdly points out that doesn't say anything about their other picks that they got. Remember, they took 4 guys outside the top 18. We've seen Zeke Hewland.
Is it Patterson, is it?
Yeah, we haven't seen.
He's good.
Dylan Patterson picked 5, John Murray picked 17, and Bo Adamsall, who's out injured, picked 18. So a lot of top talent still available.
Session line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Back pocket for Richmond. Screwed kick around the corner from Bolter, a turnover. And Closey marks slightly closer in than his last set shot from nearly the same spot on the ground.
Yeah, a little bit closer in for sure, Ben.
Give us the Dylan Patterson scout. What's he?
Incredibly quick, athletic, got a real step on him, strong.
Bit like Lombard and Rogers.
He's other end of the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, so half back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sam Closey, position number 20 here. It's a reasonable day again. Another fringe player, you'd say. He'll be battling hard to hold his spot in the team.
Needs to take opportunities like these.
Hold on.
And he does. Closey on the board. The Suns by 67, 19-13, 127. Plays 9-6-60, 26 minutes into the fourth.
And this is the challenge for the AFL. So they want scoring. They want scoring, but when you're sort of the haves and the have-nots, you're going to get some real blowouts in games. Now, this game was close probably up until, call it the 20-minute mark of the second quarter, whereas a point the difference, and then Gold Coast go and kick the next six goals of this game. But with the way the AFL of structuring the rules and 6-6-6, all those different things they want, we're going to get scoring, but it's just going to be difficult for the more developing teams to stay in contest for longer against the better teams.
So, interestingly, it's small sample size, but through the first sort of round and a half that we've had, blowouts, so 50-plus point games, are up 10%. So it's gone from 25% to about 35%. So that's 1 in 4 to 1 in 3. My question to you then, Rama and Bawley, on the back of that, we've also had 3 games this year where the losing team has scored 100 points.
But that's great.
So that we've only had 14 games and 3 of them the side that lost scored 100. So last year in the whole season, that happened 5 times in the whole year. So are you willing to trade some higher quality games, high scoring games for a few blowouts? Thursday night, Friday night, a good start to the round, and yet we got another blowout here as the Suns take it quickly out of the middle. Richmond try to rebound, and Closey reels in a one-hand.
It's probably if you could just bury the blowout games in the time slots that you want.
The kick goes out wide here towards the kick from Lombard, who plays on immediately and then puts it to the top of the goal square. That's picked off by Broad. Been drifting a little bit. This game was taken care of long ago.
Yeah, it was.
67.
Sorry, so Ben King is sitting on the bench, so he won't be adding to his 7. That's smart coaching, I think, in a hot day.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of attrition already early in the season, so Collins comes off, King comes off. We know Petrarca. I'll wait to hear the extent of his concern.
Mac Andrew galloping to 55, and it tumbles out on his
What did
shot
he
on
kick,
goal.
Benny? What was it?
That was a wounded duck.
Okay.
Oh, I've got one for you, Rama. I know you like it when I've got a theory, and Bawley, you just kind of duly ignore it. But the speed of the game, often it's sort of once you have a couple of weeks of fatigue in your legs, and we've seen a spate of hamstring injuries today.
Yep.
Could that be the cause?
The speed now?
Well, yeah, and the fact that it's the speed of how with the rule changes, how quick the game is being played, with a couple of weeks of fatigue in your legs, you end up with a hamstring injury.
Well, I think you've got to also back that up from years previous as well. Like the game's at its hottest in the first month. We know that. So, and again, the AFL want ball movement and scoring. So, yeah, maybe. But that's, you look at Christian Petrarca, who had a terrific pre-season, but gets a hamstring injury.
Oh, he got a free kick from the boundary throw-in with his set shot, tugs it right.
So a lot of guys that get hamstring injuries early in the year are guys that have had interrupted pre-season. So Kalachi does a hammy again last night. That's his third one, basically within the space of 3 months.
It's not good for our Origin game either, as Vlauston pokes the kick out wide.
Yeah, but every game there's got to be injuries, Call.
I know, but we've had a few sort of soft tissue injuries out of that game and then recurring ones. Injuries down the track. Dangerfield, Smith, McCluggage, a guy who doesn't usually have too many soft tissue injuries. As Lombard picks up the ball on half forward and he slips over, and now he's caught as Lawler tackles him to the ground. It's been a pretty complete performance. It's going to be a game-high lead at the finish for the Gold Coast Suns.
Well, it's early percentage too, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a team that we think is probably going to finish top 4.
Ralph Smith kicks down the wing for the Tigers. It's picked off by Bodie Hewland. And really, he set up a lot of that in the first half with his work off the back flank. He's going to end with ball in hand. And the Suns' perfect start to the young season continues. 3-0. And a big margin in the finish. 68 points for the Gold Coast Suns. 19-14 to 9-6. They make a mess of the Tigers.
We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold up the club. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die. Hey!
We had a game for a quarter and a half, and then in red time in the second term, the Suns really grabbed hold of the contest. They kicked 6 unanswered goals to end the second term, led by 31 at the half, and from that point on, they just progressively pulled away. 40 points at three-quarter time and 68 points in the finish. Ben King kicked 7. The only concern for the Gold Coasters, they lost Christian Petrarca to a hammy.
We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold up the club. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
Ben King kicks 7. That's the best return of any player so far in season 2026. 4 for Ethan Reid, a career high. And then singles for Noble, Touk Miller, Jeffrey, Ben Long, Will Graham, Will Powell, Jake Rogers and Sam Closey. 19-14 to 9-6. For the Tigers, they had their own issues today. They lost Tom Lynch to a hamstring in the first half. They lost Toby Nankervis, their captain, to a hamstring. The third player in the game to do his string right on three-quarter time. Seth Campbell kicked 3, and then singles for Vlauston, Prestia, Lawler, Ralph Smith, Armstrong and Lafau. 68 points, the Suns' victory margin. They've got this bizarre start to the season. They play their first 2 games at home in early March. They've got the bye in round 3. Their next game is back here at the MCG on Easter Sunday. And then they don't play at home again until round 6 when they meet the Bombers on April 18. So the whole idea is to obviously get some momentum going in the northern states, start the season up there. It sort of makes you feel like whatever momentum they create, play 2 games in early March and you don't play again at home until the end of April. It makes it hard to try and keep that momentum going. On field though, it's going swimmingly. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, the Suns, by 68 to remain unbeaten in 2026.
Pretty impressive, Rammer, weren't they? Pretty impressive. You can bet. I mean, those sort of games, coaches can tend to find, little 2, 5, 10% things that they can certainly improve, and we know that they will improve. There's no doubt about that. But we spoke about it before the game, didn't we? This is an opportunity to come to the MCG, take care of business, and they certainly did that. They jumped out of the blocks. Their first 10 minutes was really impressive. Then I thought they were a little bit sloppy, the Suns, and allowed the Tigers through their contest work to get back into the game and make a game of it really for the next 20 minutes. But then, as you said, that last 10 minutes in that second quarter, they really shifted into gear, and it was set up by those key defenders in particular behind the ball, really. Bodie Yorn, I thought, was terrific. Andrews started to get involved. Collins, always solid, and then they started to get some run-off halfback with Jeffrey, Rioli and Noble, of course, and turn that into scores, and Ben King and Ethan Reid were the major beneficiaries of that, and then really sort of felt like a bit of a procession after half-time, didn't it? Sort of felt pretty elementary after that. Unfortunately, for a pretty dirty day in the end for the Tigers, it could get a little bit worse as we look down and see Tom Lynch with some ice on the hammy in the tracksuit, and Toby Nankervis as well. So once the senior players start to or fell off, it fell away pretty quick. And one thing they can do, the Suns, they can really run, can't they? When the game gets out into open space, they're pretty impressive, and especially with that modern day, that run and gun off halfback. You'd love to be Ben King, wouldn't you? You'd love to be playing in a forward line with the ball coming down like it did. So came to the MCG, took care of business. Petrarca, the only asterisk, we'll see. They have the bye, so maybe it's just a precautionary thing, and they're able to rest some of their other gun players towards the end there as well. And actually, was there an update on Matty Rowell this week? I think maybe it might be another couple of weeks, but why rush him given the performances that we've seen? So pretty professional performance, as you said, particularly in the second half, Corby, from the Suns.
Well, I think I'm looking at my notes, and I go back to the first quarter. Richmond were trying to play the game skinny, in contest, up and down the line, and you could see what Gold Coast were trying to do. They were trying to run and spread. So intercept marks for the game ended up being 27-12 in Gold Coast's favour. Now, Tom Lynch goes down, but you're still got to be able to compete. Now, majority of intercept marks are taken in the back half of the ground, and that's where most teams score from, that defensive half of the ground. And just once the game got into a bit of fatigue, you could see Richmond just couldn't chase. They couldn't go with them. And Paulie touched on Gold Coast fitness levels and how they're looking at this early part of the season. But I think from their point, their game's in really good order, and they've got players to come back in who Corbin has mentioned throughout the call. You look at their uncontested game at the moment, they're plus 80 in uncontested possessions. Inside 50s was 61-36. So giving their forwards plenty of opportunity. But they're also doing the hard work. You look at the tackles today. Gold Coast have had 55 more possessions, and they've only had 2 less tackles for the game. So the work rate is there. Come to the MCG, they don't get the opportunity too often to do that, so it's important to come and do that. We know Brisbane had their issues for years at the MCG, and look what's happened over the last couple of years. They've gone on to win premierships here, so it's hard to find. You look down the page today, and there was a contribution from most Suns players. Probably the one that really didn't get going today was Lockie Weller or Lombard. Now, Lombard was quiet in that first half, but came into it a bit more in the second half. Weller only had the 7 possessions for the game, but they all had their moments. So, strong performance by the Suns.
Couple of positives. Charlie Ballard gets through a full game. Looked strong, didn't he?
16 possessions,
marks. Yeah. And I thought Ethan Reid, I think, if he's the one, he can really... And you speak about Walter and Ugle Hagen in the wings, but if Ethan Reid, what year is this? Is this year 4 maybe, or 3? Only 3, so still a young, but just looks a bit bigger and stronger for mine, and that stood out when he was able to rise up and clunk. If he's getting him at the highest point, he's going to be pretty hard to stop, and he went back and kicked 4 goals today as well. So it's a pretty happy Suns coaching staff and relatively small cheer squad as well.
We got over the 30,000 mark, so 30,468 the attendance. How about these for some numbers? So at the 21-minute mark of the second term, Richmond led the game by 5 points.
Yep.
From that point on, Gold Coast 15-10-100, Richmond 4-2-26. 25 scores to 6 after Richmond led the game time on in the second term. The Suns are on their way in to meet Ray Chamberlain. We're going to listen to the song and we'll hopefully grab someone. We're on air for another 9 minutes or so before we are off in different directions. If you're listening through Queensland on News Radio, we'll take you back to the network. In the ACT, you're off to the NRL. And also for those of you on the Gold Coast, that's the Knights and the Warriors. For everybody else, the Giants and the Saints coming up. Ray Chamberlain's in the rooms. They on their way in, Ray?
Yeah, they're very happy down here, taking care of business. They don't get to come to the MCG a great deal, the Gold Coast Suns, obviously. And for those who are a bit worried about Christian Petrarca, he does have a little bit of a strapping on the hamstring, but lots of hugs with some of his friends, and he appears to be super happy. So I don't think it's going to be too serious, fingers crossed, for the Gold Coast Suns fans and Christian Petrarca.
Do you know the words to this one, Ray?
Back to back.
We'll get back to Ray in just a moment. The Suns victorious by 68 points. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year coming up. Going to be Adam Ramanauskas with those duties. Do you want me to give you a minute, Ram?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Let's clear it now, and then we'll get back to Ray for a chat with one of the boys.
1 to Ben King for his 7 goals. 2 to Bodie Yulin, 29 possessions, 15 marks. 6 of those were intercept marks. 3 to Took Miller, 31 possessions, 26 of those uncontested, a goal and 10 score involvements.
Seamless.
He's a machine, Miller. It's just great to watch. He's
selfless. To go and say, I'm going to play half forward now and you guys play in the midfield. I love that attitude from him.
And had an absolutely filthy day anyway with his 31 touches. So 3 for Miller, 2 for Bodie Yulin, 1 for Ben King. Let's go back to Ray Chamberlain, the Suns by 68.
G'day guys, we're down in the victorious Gold Coast Suns rooms and we're fortunate enough to have Bodie Yulin here with us. He just did 55 push-ups before he came across to keep working on that upper body. Bodie, congratulations mate. 3 wins from 3 starts and as of now you sit on top of the AFL ladder. Tell us about how you would rate your start to the year.
Yeah, we've obviously had a positive start to the year. 3 good wins in Geelong, West Coast last week and the Tigers this week, but no, we couldn't ask for a better start to the year. We're really building on our identity, and I think we showed that today. It was an arm wrestle at the start, and we fought hard, and then we broke the game open later on.
You talk about your identity, and I used to have to umpire you guys up at People's First, very wet and humid and, contested sort of gear. You've racked up over 100 points in all 3 games, and Big Ben King kicks the bag today. Tell us about the high-scoring element of the game that we're seeing this year.
Yeah, I think it comes down to our contest and defence. I think we like to be a forward-half team and build scoreboard pressure that way. So it all just links to our defence, and then we're getting more looks offensively. And King is the receiver of those balls, thank God. And
I'm very glad that you said that it's your boys down back that are making sure that Kingy can kick the goals. Fellas, do you have any questions that you'd like to pose to Bodie?
Well done, Bodie, and I totally agree. It was an arm wrestle up until about the halfway point of that second quarter. And then I thought, across half-back, you really started to dominate, certainly aerially. And you in particular, I think you took 5 marks, 5 intercept marks in that first quarter, that first half, and then the offense was able to springboard off that. It must have been nice also to have Charlie Ballard back. Great to see him get through a game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have Charlie back. He's obviously had a long road with the recovery with the ACL last year, but we know how good he is. So yeah, it was great to have him out here, and obviously it allows me to sort of get freed up as well because I know he's going to do his job, and that allows me to have a bit more freedom and also like Mac. So it's amazing having him back.
We'll keep with the theme of defence. Sam Collins, just tell us a little bit about him. I mean, he's a Victorian originally, but doesn't quite get the kudos that I think he deserves. Down here in Victoria, it just must be so good playing alongside a guy who you really know what you're going to get from week in, week out.
Yeah, absolutely. Colo's my favourite teammate. I think he's really underrated in terms of the league, and I honestly think he's the best key defender in the competition. He's so diligent in his prep work and in his process, and I think that's why he's able to dominate key forwards each and every week, and I think he deserves that credit league-wide.
Little brother Zeke's just been relegated there, I noticed, Bodie.
No, he's pretty flat. He's missed 3 shots at goal today, so oh, God, don't worry. I've had that problem too. I think I kicked 5 behinds before I kicked my first.
So I'm interested, Bodie, over the summer, what was the theme that Damien Hardwick went with? I know he likes his themes before the game and during the week and the like, but looking at social media, your pre-season looked absolutely brutal from a physical point of view.
Yeah, that's the aim of our pre-season. We're pretty lucky that we get to train up in the hot and humid conditions up in the Gold Coast, but it's all about high-intensity training sessions and that sort of quality. And Dimmer's theme this year was pretty much last year doesn't matter. We all came back on 0 wins like every other side into this year, and we've got to build from the ground up again, so that's what we've done so far.
Bodie, I was fascinated. A couple of years ago, you were runner-up in the best and fairest. Just in my prep for this game, I was looking at the Suns in the footy record that we have. You weren't in the top 10 last year. What happened there?
Yeah, it was probably a disappointing year on my end last year. Probably didn't follow up like I would have wanted to from my run-up BNF year, but obviously I played with a bit of a niggle through most of last year, which probably didn't help as well, but that's not an excuse. I probably didn't have the year I wanted to, so I went back to work in the off-season and tried to really come out strong the start of this year.
Played with some injuries, Benny, and some of the teammates I would have thought sort of lifted and came to the party.
I more meant it as, like, I would have thought it was clearly a top 10 year in the best and fairest. I thought you had a good year. That's why I was surprised that you weren't in there.
So what were some of those things, Bodie, that you felt like you needed to work on, or that you yourself even weren't that impressed with?
Probably just getting more involved offensively, but also to add to that point, I don't think it was necessarily me going back. I think others stood up last year, and we saw that result with making our first final series, so I don't think it's necessarily me going backwards. It was others really stood up, but then also I had things to work on, which I think I've gone to over the off-season, getting involved offensively and trying to break lines.
I reckon Bodie would have been happy with the Suns' first finals victory and not worrying about where he finished in the BNF. Hey, Bodie, quick question for you about the MCG. You don't get to play here much. How do you find it when you do come to the MCG and you get an opportunity to play where the big games that matter are hosted?
Yeah, absolutely. It's my 3rd time on here in 52 games, I think. So it's an absolute honour to come here on the MCG, and I think we love every time we've played here. And obviously the big games are played here, so we want to be able to play well here. So the more reps we get in it throughout the year, and when those big moments come in September, we'll be ready for it.
Well, we get to see you again in a fortnight when you take on Melbourne Demons. Are you looking that far ahead yet, or are you worried more about what you're going to do over the break?
Yeah, I think it's just about recovery at this stage, and we'll look towards the Demons once we have a couple of days off, and we'll be ready for them. I'm sure they'll come out firing.
Bodie, just a quick one before you go. Any word on Christian Petrarca?
No, I don't have anything for you. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Bodie's going to run a scan on him later, guys. Bodie, thanks very much for making time. We really appreciate it. Cheers.
No, thanks for having me, guys.
Bodie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bodie. Thanks, Ray. Ray Chamberlain down there in the Suns room.
Outstanding by Ray just to whack Ben Cameron.
Yeah, but
just beautiful.
I thought it was a fair question, and he gave a great insight.
It was a great answer, see?
Just led to good conversation.
What happened there?
Good questions. You can get an insightful answer, and I'm sure he was flat if he had a performance clause written in about a top 10 finish in the best and fairest.
Yes, that's true.
You would have said, though, if you were to say, hey, pick the top 10 from last year's Suns best and fairest, a lot of people would have had Bodie.
Yep. Yeah. I think if he was, say, for example, if he was out of contract now, clubs are all over those intercept sort of hybrid defenders.
They're harsh markers up there. You know, Ben King's won the goal kicking like 5 times. He's had 1 top 10 finish, and that was 10th last year. It's an amazing little record. Suns by 68. Petrarca's done a hammy. Tom Lynch has done a hammy. Toby Nankervis has done a hammy. There are storms coming in
clouds.
Sydney. We're getting some ominous pictures. Brett Spriggs holding it down with the call. We're going to take you there next for most of the network. Giants up against the Saints. Thank you, Bally.
Corby.
Thanks, Ram.
Good work. Good start.
Saturday afternoon, crew. We're into it in week 3 of the season.
We'll ask Dave from Mildura if it was a good start.
Thanks to Ray Chamberlain. Thanks to Craig back in the studio. To Stuart Hollywood Baker. To Ben Cameron. My name's